in Montreal. That would have been so cool, especially as somebody who's never been to Montreal. Like that was going to be like the highlight of my year before the
It was
world started ending.
Yeah, I was in Vancouver when it happened, obviously not doing anything, but it was pretty fun, just the buzz.
Oh,
Casually seeing Sakic walking down the street.
that's funny because I saw Sakic when I entered the building for day one. I remember being in line at the back where they have the metal detector and just being like, "Oh, hey, that's Burnaby Joe." A little bit of
Seeing
Vancouver
all
lore.
Vancouver media walking around, like recognize everyone. Be
Yeah,
interesting.
but yeah, I suppose we're live now, so I suppose we should get on our official tip right now. So day one ended. I wrote about the winners and losers from the first round of the draft. Strangely, I could only find one loser that felt appropriate, and I think we're all on the same page about who that would be. It would be the Montreal Canadiens and the NHL itself. Uh, but who do we think won the first round as a group? I mean, I arrived at San Jose Sharks. That was the easy one for me because they got arguably the draft's best player at the draft's seventh best spot. The other one was the Columbus Blue Jackets. And then I also arrived at the Buffalo Sabres just because, you know what? They didn't duff it like last year. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no Jack Quinn selection in their ranks, and even if like you look at power and you go, that's not the person I would have taken, right? Like I would have gone with Beniers or perhaps Eklund, but it's a totally reasonable pick. And for a team that's so desperate to find franchise defensemen, I thought it was wholly defensible. Especially when you consider like that's the league consensus. That's everyone knew that was happening. Rosine was a bit of a shocker, especially relative to who was available, but it's a high upside bet, and I have a lot of time for teams making that sort of a swing at that point in the draft. Who do you guys think won? And if you have an answer outside of the Canadiens for who lost through the first day of the draft, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I really like what Colorado did at 28, getting Oscar Ulausen. Just a really high upside bet that fits in a lot of ways what Colorado was all about. If you hit on him, he's going to provide a secondary scoring option, very mobile, very explosive. He's going to manipulate opponents. He's going to be, an Andre Burakovsky type for them. And, and as we've seen with Burr, you can never have too many guys who can bring scoring anywhere in the lineup. And then the other team that comes to mind is Nashville, getting Svechkov and Leroux at 19 and 27th, respectively. Well, Leroux wasn't an amazing high-value pick by any stretch of the imagination. He can fit well with what Nashville is trying to do. And then also Svechkov is Svechkov, right? He's going to be a long-term NHL player, and it's just a matter of how much development they can squeeze in that will help him become a top six guy. But at the very least, they have two long-term players, long-term NHL players with a pair of mid to late first round picks. So you can't ask for much more than that.
I like I don't know if I'd call him the biggest winner, but Florida taking Samoskevich. I just really like that pick at 24. Such a fun, skilled player. Like I could see him becoming the most skilled player to come out of this class, and getting that at 24, especially compared to Wyatt Johnson going the pick ahead of him. And then for a loser, I think Detroit, because I mean Edvinsson over Eklund. I get if you're going for their defenseman, but I feel like the gap in upside between them is like too big to be passing on Eklund there, and then trading up to take Casa when Wallstedt would have been, in my opinion, the much better pick. But but for what they gave up to trade up to take him, kind of really brings down the value of that pick as well.
I like the value that Minnesota got with Wallstedt at 20. And then I don't really mind the Lambos pick either. Especially considering they probably did their homework on him and everything. And then it's already mentioned, but Columbus getting Kent Johnson and Cole Sillinger. That's pretty huge. in my opinion. Like you get someone as skilled as Kent Johnson, you get a scorer like Cole Sillinger within a couple picks. It's I don't think you can do much better than that.
Yeah, and of course they did that
Yeah,
with the
that's a good point.
They did that with the 5th and 11th, but actually 12th pick, or the 12th, but actually 11th pick. So like they got 2 top 10 talents, 2 guys who could end up being the 5th, 6th type best players in the draft class with that value. It's really impressive. It's like they had 2 picks back to back in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean the thing that just kills me about the NHL is just like they couldn't just, pass on the pick. Do you know what I mean? Like they had to have it forfeited. It's just like, couldn't you just wipe it from the slate? It keeps screwing with who I think is going where. It's like I keep calling 12, 11 or 13, 14, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, we got some activity in the chat. It is Pavel Bure, and it's just HO /. Is this some sort of millennial? Well, I suppose I'm a millennial.
Oh, he's waving.
Some sort of like,
come on, get with the times.
Sorry?
He's waving.
Oh,
it's high, and then the O is the head, and the arm is the slash is the arm. Like
that's a wave?
Yeah.
Get with the times.
Oh my God. I feel like I'm Clint Eastwood in one of those films where there's like a kid who walks by and like does something new age, and he's just like, that gif of him from Gran Torino, I think it is, the very bizarre film where he just goes so we got Buffalo. We got Buffalo on the clock, and who do we think they're going to draft with this pick? They are on the clock, correct? I mean, they would be the first pick in the second round, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Pinelli has to go at some point. I'm surprised he's still available.
He's the best player.
Pinelli, Stank.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two.
Oh, we still have
USHL players.
Oh, yeah. Ratu as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do the Sabres know Finland exists?
I mean, they've got like 4 scouts on staff right now, so who knows? Oh yeah, the Cale Makar deal. There it is. This is kind of tangential, but Colorado's switching to that new blue this year on their jerseys and the pants. Awful. Anyone with me on this one? The new blue for the Colorado Avalanche on their uniforms this year. I guess nobody cares about it as much as I do.
I don't think I've ever thought about jersey before.
It's awful. Now that I've pointed it out, you'll see it. You'll hate it too.
Okay.
Oh God, there's another one. What does 07 mean?
It's saluting.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Oh, this is a culture crash course. We got a message in the chat. This one is for Mitch, obviously. Tyler Boucher is the second coming of Jesus.
Yeah, honestly, I think you're too far off.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
If Jesus were a 4th liner who committed large acts of violence, then yeah, it seems like it works. For real though, I really like Tyler Boucher, and it was rich, but I understand what they are trying to do. I just think it's a little bit misguided.
I mean, it's just so funny because it's just like you joke about the Ottawa Senators and them not wanting to pay like transfer fees, and you go like,
can we just picture a world where they took Cole Sillinger instead? Because you do get that physical, hard-nosed guy with just a lot more upside.
Yeah, and just a lot less defensive work. Yeah. Cole Sillinger, no play defense. Tyler Boucher, he's got no problem with that. I mean, yeah. Tyler Boucher, He just wants to hit you. It doesn't matter where you are on the ice. Neutral zone, offensive zone, defensive zone. That's the beauty of his game.
Even Othman would have been a better pick in that mold than Boucher. No.
Yeah, but Othman was so perfect for the Rangers that I'm not even like upset about it. It's like,
we gotta leave him.
Yeah, like that just worked out too perfectly. I'm surprised that Bolduc went so high. That's still, I just never really came around on Bolduc at any point this season. I was just like, I see a good junior player.
Well, the difficulty with him, right, is that the optimistic projection of him is that he does the same things at a slightly worse level that Zach Dean does. And so you have to wonder, like, why would you value sort of the discount version of Dean over Dean himself? And that was the question that I always pondered. And I like Bolduc, I think, a little bit more than our board shows. Like, he's kind of a 30s player for me, just because I do value what he brings, and I think the defense is legit. But it's a very, very difficult situation. It's a very difficult projection. You know, he didn't have a ton of talent on his team. He wasn't in a great situation overall. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing to see what happens. I mean, this might just be St. Louis took him, right? So this might just be a different flavor of the Jake Neighbors pick last year.
Do we like it more or less than the Jake Neighbors pick?
More for sure.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, there's more runway here with Neighbors. I mean, he was good this season, but he's still the same player at his core, and he didn't make a ton of adjustments to the transition game. He's still a guy who needs to beat someone before he's going to make the pass rather than beating them with the pass. So very difficult projection from Jake Neighbors to the NHL beyond a checking role. Like, obviously, he's a hardworking kid. He's a great kid. Everyone loves him. He's going to be a long-term fourth liner in the NHL, but given who was available at the time, he was probably more of a second-round pick.
It looks like Hyman to Edmonton is happening.
Are they getting the sign-and trade done?
Yes, by the looks of it.
I wonder what the return is on that.
Sorry about that. That's my breakfast showing up. So we got another trade here, and this one's interesting for me anyway. We got Boko. Well, this is LA Kings and Arizona Coyotes. You got Boko Imama and Cole Holtz going to the Coyotes. Cole Holtz is a pretty good defense prospect.
Yes.
And you got Braden Burke and Tyler Steenbergen going to LA, which is interesting because Tyler Steenbergen was like the most difficult player to figure out last year during our prospect pool rankings. I was charged with watching Tucson, and I think, Mitch, you caught some of Tucson's games as well, and were equally perplexed as I was at Steenbergen, and just like, and he should be more productive. Like, it looks like he's doing things relatively well. Does he do them well enough to be in the NHL? Like, you know, the shot's still there. The off the puck movement is still there. It's really weird to watch him. You just don't, like, you wonder what's the missing ingredient right now. Like, why has this not translated?
Yeah, and Tucson was kind of an interesting situation, right? Because you had Barrett Hayden, who only scored 10 points in 26 games. And this is a top prospect who was good in pretty much everywhere else that he's been, but you put him there and it's just nothing's happening. Braden Burke, who was like a 50-point guy last season, he was half a points per game this year. And Braden Burke is a very slippery, creative playmaker. He's very slight, but he's added a defensive element to his game. And so there's an NHL outcome for him. There's an NHL outcome for Steenbergen. I think there's an NHL outcome for the two players that LA sent over, but I don't see it as probable or as high upside as Steenbergen and Burke.
Oh, maybe Holtz. I mean, Holtz can move the puck. He can join the rush. Like, I had a scout reach out last year about Holtz when we did the King system. I was just like, where is he? Where is he? Just like he couldn't believe we were too low to have him in the top 15. And
it was LA just has so many options though defensively, right? Like
they
he
just have
does
so
this,
many options, period.
yeah,
Like Simone Tyball was their 15th best, if my memory holds. And
yeah.
it's like he would be a top 7 on any other team. Any other team.
Yeah, the interesting thing though is like you have Dursey and I guess Clegg, who both kind of do the same thing as Halt's, just at a better level. Like Clegg's more mobile but not as creative, and Dursey is just the souped up version, provided that he can figure out how to be a little bit more projectable on the defensive end. So really interesting deal, actually. I'm glad that you brought that up.
I'm still like Cale Clegg was available to Seattle, right? And they took Curtis McDermott. You know what? Let's talk about the Seattle expansion draft because I think they totally duffed it. I think like the draft itself was more or less fine. For me, the issue was the opportunity cost. Like it feels as if Seattle played a game of chicken with the rest of the NHL, and the NHL didn't blink. And then Arizona came in and was like, "Look, if you want to dump dead cap, we'll do it. We'll do it for cheaper than Arizona, or sorry, than Seattle." And now Seattle in their first draft, you juxtapose them to Vegas. They have 1 first-round pick. Vegas had 3. In total, Seattle has only added 1 4th-round pick since the draft. It's just like I feel as if they really kind of misplayed their hand. Truly.
You see how Vegas converted like the Suzuki, the Brandstrom, the Glass picks into, you know, basically being in on every big player available. I thought that was the strategy they'd go with for sure. At least get some assets.
We have the first pick.
Yeah, I like this one.
Dylan, it's your time to shine. Poltapov time.
It's my boy Prokhor
Ooh.
Poltapov.
Sabres drafting a Russian?
You know it.
What? I love Poltapov. I don't know what his NHL upside is, but as a junior player, he's a ton of fun. He just chases hits, super physical. Apparently has a great toe drag that he didn't show off at all in the NHL, but all of a sudden at the U18s, he was like the best hands in the tournament for some reason.
They're showing some highlights right now on the broadcast, and it's like, my boy.
Yeah.
I love Poltapov, inside driven, physical, great net front presence, can transport the puck as well, even if his skating isn't quite optimal. And just he's violent. You know, like to borrow one of my favorite lines in the industry, it's he makes my lizard brain happy. He is that type of player, and totally justifiable in this spot. I mean, I personally like, do I take Poltapov ahead of Francesco Pinelli? Do I take him ahead of Logan Stankoven? Do I take him ahead of Evan Naus? I'm sure there's somebody I'm forgetting at this point, but the answer for me is no. And even saying that, I think in a vacuum, if you told me a team got Poltapov at 33 overall, I'm calling that a dub.
If you have poor body position, he's just gonna destroy you every single time. He's one of those players in this draft.
He's got like a real Max Jones
over.
vibe to him. I mean, maybe not quite as murdery as Max Jones, but not far off either. Oh, we got a question here. This one is for looks for
What a pick.
Oh, wow. Oh, you know
Yeah.
what? We'll get back to you, chat. We'll get back to you, but this is too cool. I did not think that Olin Zellweger would go this early, but the Ducks know defenseman, and Mitch knows Olin Zellweger, so the floor is yours.
I love this pick. He's going to a team that develops defensemen. They keep them not as up for question, but he's one of the best skaters, if not the best skater in the draft. He kills the rush like crazy. He's pretty active from the point, although he's not a dynamic offensive player. And in transition, you just want to see him use the middle a little bit more, but everything else checks off. Like he's great at escaping pressure. He can beat players with his hands. He can beat them with a pass. He's very adaptable. And of course, the explosive skating. The potential here is significant. And now we have the best pick in the draft, 35th overall, Riker Evans re-entry. And my data said he was the best defenseman in the WHL this season by a long shot, and the best defenseman in the queue. Or he didn't play in the queue, but like in the data set by a long shot. He is the draft's probably the best give and go defenseman, without a doubt. He makes every play in motion, nonstop, just very, very impressive. He's also one of the best play killers. He's physical. He's going to bring a ton to an NHL lineup. He's going to be a long-term option, and I wish we had him higher, to be honest. When I was doing the Locked On Sharks podcast, I was like, this dude's a top 45 pick. I should have pushed for it harder, and I'm just so happy. You know, there are good people in this sport sometimes, and it's really nice to see them get rewarded like this pick, like this kid did with the 35th overall pick to the Seattle Kraken. We can't hear you.
Oh, I was just going to come in and be guns a-blazing and be like, Mitch, it happened. It happened. Riker Evans, he went to Seattle at 35. I feel so damn stoked on that pick. It's like, is that a vindication of where we placed him last year? Or is that a vindication of where we placed him last year? I mean, that feels good to see that. It's like, and you get the credit for that one. You get the credit for that one, Mitch.
It's so interesting. Like the data-driven team takes him, right?
Yep, of course.
His PGPS output was like one of the highest in the entire draft. Certainly among defensemen.
Yeah, his production was big time this year, and he did a great job even without Bedard. Like him and Bedard had some really good chemistry, rush activation. You know, Evans would fly up there, be an option for him, get the puck back to him. But he was great down the stretch. He improved actually throughout the season without Bedard. And so there's a lot of reason to believe that the offense is legit. He's deceptive. He can manipulate. It's just a matter of figuring out how to get the puck to the inside before he starts doing those things.
It's interesting too. His timeline's going to be a little bit shorter too.
Yep.
Potentially. And that's big for Seattle.
I honestly, I would have been thrilled to see Riker Evans go in the draft period. I didn't think that Riker Evans would go in the second round. I gotta shoot Robert Cron a line about that one. He's doing EP ringside visibility with that pick.
Indeed.
Who do we think that Vegas takes at 36? I think
James Pinelli.
I mean, he is the low pace. Skating concerns forward. So, I mean, like, he would make sense.
There's Ratty, Bros, Pert, lots of options.
Yeah. Wow, I'm still so floored. Like, Zellweger ahead of, like, Buyam and Chaika and Naus. I didn't see that coming. Did not see that coming.
Yeah, or Biam too, right?
Yeah, I mean, that truly bizarre. The unpredictable nature of this year's draft. We're seeing it. It's good for content.
So Barron's available, Evan Noss, Svoizil.
I think Barron's is going to drop to the 4th.
Yeah.
I just don't think that the league is as high on Barron's as we are. Which means he'll be the 36th pick now that I've said that. That's usually how that goes. All right, we got a question. How far down is Chibrikov going to drop? And this is from Pavel Bure, who I assume is the Pavel Bure.
I mean, looking at like who's picking soon, I don't know if he like fits anywhere here. Like he's definitely not a Vegas pick. Arizona, I mean,
See Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona's probably the most likely of like the next 5 picks.
I don't think Vancouver takes them.
No,
don't. Ottawa's a given. They won't take a Russian. Carolina. I mean, they took
Carolina. So I could see that.
They like their small Russian wingers.
What was your guys' sense on the team side about Chibrikov?
They liked him, but not in the first.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. I think that they kind of were where we are with Chibrikov's game, which is just like the more viewings we got, the less keen we got on his game. And his U18s, like the points were there, but I wasn't really thrilled with what I saw. I saw a lot of mistakes. I saw a lot of poor discipline. I saw a lot of wasted touches. I was not thrilled with Chibrikov.
Discipline was like the main thing. Like the first thing I saw, it was awful. And then it was just the decision making didn't make any sense. He got bumped down to the second line. It was supposed to be like their driver for that line. He wasn't doing that either. So I mean, it felt like he was just piggybacking, kind of picking up points like that.
Yeah.
Kyle Masters available too.
He won't be drafted for a little bit, I think.
You don't think so?
Oh, David is joining us.
Hello.
I think teams are really down
Bonjour,
on
mes
Masters,
amis.
from what I've heard.
So it's been like 25 minutes and there's only been 3 picks.
You bet, pal. You bet.
I mean, the 3 picks went pretty quickly.
Yeah, the first 3 were like, and then Vegas used all their clock, then used a timeout. And I think there's some buzz that they might be trading the pick too. It's like, Vegas, you're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls.
But no one likes them.
Yeah. They're probably just looking at who's left and they're like, do we have to draft one of these players?
Right here, Evans got picked. This is surprising.
We were just talking about that. This is a big day for EP Rinkside. A big day for Mitch. Like, what a 1-2. Zellweger and then Riker Evans right after. Like, the NHL is after Mitch's heart right now. They're trying to win him back after yesterday. Which reminds me, we have a question in the chat, and this one is definitely for Mitch. Why was Evans so lowly rated by NHL Central Scouting?
Listen to them.
Re-entry. So he's an 01 already. He was a late birthday for his first eligibility, and there's some concern about his skating and defense. I think his skating is fine, projectability wise. He's very proactive. Terrific skating habits, always building speed under the puck. He moves the puck instead of trying to beat guys with his feet. And defensively, there's a little bit of concern that he's not going to be able to solve problems by running into people like he does at the current level. But really, it's hard to poke too many flaws in his game. He's not a dynamic offensive player, but he has pretty much everything you need, pretty much everything in the toolkit to be a modern day number 4, number 5 defenseman. Gets into the play, creates a little bit. Give and go game is his primary strength, and you really hope that he's in a good situation in Seattle, that skill set is going to be maximized.
I'm going to start yelling at my TV if Vegas doesn't make this pick.
Yeah.
This is insane. Like, seriously, David, the first 3 picks were just boom, boom, boom. Like you said, we're only 3 picks deep in 25 minutes. 24 of those minutes have been spent on this pick. It feels like.
We'll be done Monday, probably.
I tweeted out about Evans, and the responses are all, the nerds are winning the draft room. Namita and Danny are written all over this.
And we always have to stand Namita. Namita is cool as hell.
36 to Detroit for 38 and 128.
Come on.
What? Sorry?
There it is.
36 to Detroit for 38 and 128.
Wow. All right.
Oh my
Was that really
God.
necessary?
Jeez,
15 minutes for
Vegas.
that.
You know what, Vegas? You could hit it out of the park with every one of your last picks, and I'm still going to give you an F for your draft grade just for this insolence. And I usually love what you do with the draft. Okay, you know, Peyton Krebs, Brendan Brisson, like these are my types of picks. But you do this, and you've made an enemy right here, a meek and powerless enemy.
And I've been doing to be some off-board pick too, like not someone kind of value highly.
Yeah, I mean, Detroit just
next.
keeps moving up. Now that I think about it, because they moved up for Kosa as well. Watch, just so they can like send Prashant, my buddy Prashant, who covers the Red Wings, just so they can send him fully off the deep end and Joker pill him. They're going to take Benjamin Goodrow, another goalie, just all goalies.
Did that ever happen? Just a draft like with five or six goalies?
Pittsburgh came pretty close last year. They did. Remember, they did Blomqvist and then Klang, 2 and 3. Oh, Mitch, it's your boy, Shai Buium.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, this is a very interesting pick. I mean, you take Simone Edvinsson, and then now you trade up to take Shai Buium. It's clear that there's a theme going on here. I think Detroit has a great they have a great forward-thinking organization that has a very active development staff that looks to improve players' reads and hockey sense and decision-making. And so this is a perfect fit. If you wanted to see Shai Buium go to a team like this, and this is where he belongs. He needs to improve all of these things, but he has some very terrific instinctual skills, like his ability to manipulate in the offensive zone, the way that every time he takes a pass and then he's going to make another pass, he ensures that he looks towards the net and fakes the shot every single time. He's always trying to move sticks and skates. He's very, very active in transition. He always looks to bring the puck into the middle. He does have some edge control issues, but as he gets stronger, as he gets more confident, he's going to be able to bring the puck into the inside with more regularity, be more deceptive, be more explosive. Big question is, can he get his defense to a level that is going to allow him to do those things in the NHL?
And that is the question with Buium, who is it's kind of funny because I was a little bit late to the Shai Buium. I suppose watching in the league or whatever. I was kind of expecting somebody who was the exact opposite of what he was, based on, you know, the hockey men loving him so much. And I remember like the first game I watched, I was like, this dude is terrible defensively. Like, this is one of the worst defenders in the draft. Just totally stationary, doesn't support his partner, can't problem solve, can't defend in space. His footwork is awful. But then everything changes in the offensive zone with Buium. Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Was that? Oh my God.
That relationship broken?
No, Doan works with the Coyotes.
Okay.
Can you tell?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, that is way too early for Josh Doan. I mean, Josh Doan, he's got decent hands. His work rate is super high. Battle level is super high. I mean, you'll notice I'm not really banking on skill a lot here. He's a re-entry, plays for the Chicago Steel. You know what? I think like he probably should have gone in last year's draft, like as a 7th or a sixth round pick, perhaps. But
he's a second rounder now.
Now he's a second rounder. That is way too rich for my blood. That is. I hope Noel Needham isn't listening to this. We had her on the Elite Prospects podcast. I am floored by this pick. This for me is, I think it might be the worst pick of the draft so far.
It says a lot about how they operate, or maybe not. Maybe they just like him that much, but they could have probably gotten him 2 rounds later. I think.
Like the upside
Yeah.
with a Josh Doan is a 13th forward or fourth line winger. Like there's nothing there. There's nothing there that you can't get on waivers every year. I don't like this. You guys have seen a lot of steel too, right? Like I'm not wrong on this one. Like the fourth line wing, like that's what you can get with Josh Doan if things go well.
I like what he brings. I don't like what he brings at the 37th overall pick with Stankoven and a bunch of other offensive talent available.
Oh yeah.
The interesting thing about Doan's game is the skating. His NHL outcome, like even on the fourth line, JD's mentioning, will be decided by his feet. It's just not good enough right now to make it to that level. He's lacks ankle flexion. He can't engage his hips at all. He can't turn and tight. He can't escape pressure. He's a very weak, very rudimentary skater. He is an intelligent player. Like if you're looking at the one thing that is above NHL average, it's his decision-making with the puck in space. He can move it. He's got a killer shot that just flies off of his stick, and you can see that improve as he gets stronger in his lower body. But in terms of a distributor, in terms of a guy who's going to create offense in transition, he's not it. That's really what it comes down to. I think the long-term upside here is the fourth liner. It's going to be a project to get there.
Well, what happened to our NHL sources that said that they love Stankoven that much, or getting close to the 40th pick? And
I'm totally floored. Mitch will back me up on this one. Like when we pushed our board, like why isn't Stankoven higher? Why isn't Stankoven higher? Right across the board. And I like, oh geez, Daniil Chaika ahead of Stankoven too. Like what?
Oh my God.
What world is this? Dylan, take the floor.
What do I say about him? I said it in the article. He has the tools. Wants to have the toolbox hand delivered to him because he doesn't want to do anything himself. He doesn't want to go out of his comfort zone. He just plays so patiently in the defensive zone. You can't even say he's like a physical player because he didn't do any of that this year. He like tries to be so technical with everything, and it's just not working for him. And his retrievals are awful. He doesn't make reads when he has the puck. He struggles so much to get the puck out of the zone, unless it's making a simple D-to-D pass, just turning his back to any forecheck pressure. In the offensively, there's nothing, which can be attributed to KHL coaching is weird, strict, whatever. But there's just so much that was like I didn't see him at all in Kitchener. So I can't really talk to or Guelphs rather.
Well,
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. So I didn't see him too much there. So I can't really like say how badly he fell off, but just what I've heard and the little bit I've seen, it's just a completely different player. And I wouldn't have used a pick this high on him. Maybe in the third round, I'd consider it more. But this is just a weird player.
He has NHL tools. In theory. I mean, he big on paper, and he skate good.
On paper, he's like, wow, this is a first round player. But
Stapchuk. I don't know about that.
I don't know this.
Wait, so Stapchuk just went?
Yeah, dude.
So I called this one. He was going in the top 2 rounds. It was very evident from pretty much the first week of the season. He's big. He has some interesting skating quirks, but he's fast despite them. He actually kind of caves in on his right knee a little bit. So he is a slightly knock-kneed guy. He has some difficulty cutting over that leg, but he can cut over the other leg completely fine. So, it's just a little bit of adding strength and fixing some posture stuff. But he's very individual. Everything that he creates is by himself. I think in terms of like the actual prospects that I tracked this season, the big name players, he was the leader in unassisted shots. Like he just gets the puck, rushes it up the ice, and then pulls the trigger. And he's not a good enough shooter to justify it. And he's actually a very skilled playmaker. So it really makes you wonder what's going on there, because one time a game he'll just beat a guy, and then randomly he throws this like look off backhand saucer pass into the slot for the trailer. And you're like, what? That's a first round pass right there. Where's that coming from? This is a long-term play. You're banking on his improvement. You're banking on his skating improvement, the defensive improvement, the playmaking improvement, and you're hoping that translates to decision-making improvement.
So chat is asking, why isn't Ratty getting picked? And it's really just about the development curve. The NHL teams want players who improve year to year, and Ratty didn't. He's really the same player he was when last year and the year before. So it's a big red flag. But I think he could go there. It's in Carolina. So
is it Ratu or Stankoven time?
Yeah, it's one or the other.
Got Mora.
Maybe. Interesting.
Oh, is it? Oh, nice.
Carolina. They'll gladly.
Aggressive.
Yeah,
he's
inside
not
activating.
An outstanding skater. Why is everyone saying he's an above average skater? That's not the case at all.
Because offensive defensemen have to be good skaters. David, you know this. We make
yeah,
these
there are
decisions based on their
rules.
profile.
Yeah, there are rules, and you have to follow them. And one of the rules is that if you put up points, then you must skate good.
Pretty individualistic player. Like looks off passes quite a bit just to activate and cut through the dotted lines. Level of competition is a major concern, but pretty gutsy pick here.
Elliot Freeman just said there's some traction on Cam Atkinson to Philadelphia.
Really? They're truly going full rebuild.
You know what? Columbus should be going full rebuild. Like they're done. Like their window came and went with one playoff series win. You know.
Here's something interesting to think about. So Seattle, obviously, they need to have something going on in the AHL, and Riker Evans is eligible for the AHL next season because he's a 2001. I wonder if we see them take re-entries quite frequently throughout the rest of this draft to get some guys on an AHL team. I can't remember who they're splitting it with, but they're splitting their AHL team if I remember correctly.
The Charlotte Checkers.
Great. Okay. So yeah, this is it. This is interesting. I'm now very excited to see what the Kraken are able to do here. Who's another good re-entry that we like? Ortiz?
Pavel Tutenev.
Rashevsky.
Shut up.
Maybe way early, but
lots of options here.
Look, I would rather have Rashevsky at 41 than Josh Down at 37.
We have
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
How do you guys find video scouting different from in-person scouting? Which do you prefer?
Skating mechanics are the big one for me. Like I have a much easier time figuring that out in person, especially defending at the blue line. Like your footwork, your angling is so important, and the camera angles can be very deceptive. Off puck play as well is a big one. I mean, I remember, apparently I was wrong on this one, but I remember in Dawson Creek, like the full sheet of ice and being able to see the full scope of Carter Savoy's laziness in that tournament was so damning. What? Oh my God, David, you're going to love this.
What?
It's your boy.
Who is it?
Wow. I did not expect that.
All right. I knew he was going high. So
David, the floor is yours.
He's great. Amazing. Best prospect in the draft again with Zach Dean. And what he does is he's very physical player with handling skills. He really surprised everyone at the U18 tournament because we didn't expect much from the Belarus team, but he took the floor and showed everything he could do. So his game is all about effort away from the puck. He works to get it back, and his reads aren't all that great all the time, but he makes up for it because he has a high motor, and his skating needs work too. But again, makes up for it because he has a high motor. And when he gets the puck on his stick, it's all about dangles, problem solving. So he can find outlets in tight spaces, the angle defenders, and there's his release too. So he scored most of his goals on the power play. He can fire one-timers, a wrist shot from either legs. His shooting mechanics are his most advanced skills. And he has to work on his temper. We saw him get visibly frustrated at teammates a lot at the UA team, but also in his leagues in EU, and that might prove a problem. But he has a lot of NHL skills for such an unknown prospect for most of the year, and I think it's right around his spot. He has upside, things to work on, like every prospect. A bit of an unknown, but since he came from lower level hockey, I think he has more runway than other prospects to develop too. Because if he gets the right development coach, the right coaching, I think he could really to take off with this game, especially because he works for get the puck back, works with the puck. He's all about intensity, so it's a pretty good point.
I like it. I do.
Yeah, I quite like this pick.
Can you imagine a line with Klimovich and Podkolzin on opposite wings?
Yeah.
Like the work rate on that line is going to be like they want puck, they take puck. You know, it's going to be that simple.
But when Olsen doesn't pass the puck to him in the perfect spot, and Klimovich is going to break his stick over the ice, snap in half, yell at him, and then go to the board, slam the door, and then come back on to the ice and break another stick and then get penalized for it. So just things you have to consider here with him.
Well, I mean, that's part of his work rate is the amount he motivates his teammates. Let's call it motivate.
Yeah.
Is this so interesting? Like to take him over like some of the defenders available, they must really like him. Like
it's not about how much he can value that small sample size. They must have watched him in the Belarus leagues, but he wasn't all that great there. I watched some of his games and I came down on him a bit because he wasn't standing out. I guess it's the setting of the tournament and the fact that all the scouts were there. They just turned his game up a level because it really popped off. The first two games that I watched, I was so impressed. I thought he was a first rounder, but then the rest of the tournament happened, and I usually do this, so I get really excited by prospects and then come down after a few games. But it was really fun to watch him, and I think I downplayed his hockey sense a bit too. You can think ahead, you can plan some offensive sequences too. Not as often as some of the top prospects in the draft, but it's part of his game too. Who's next on the clock?
Ottawa.
Also,
another pick from the off board.
All right.
Looks
so
like Cam Atkinson, Jakub Voracek in the trade.
Really?
What?
Yeah, cap dump. And
Why?
the trade is finished. We just need to see the details.
It's 1-for-1?
No,
I mean,
it won't be 1-for-1. Because Voracek is such a cap dump, there's going to have to be a lot of
He's a pretty good player still, no?
No.
Oh, sorry.
well, he's still fine. Like you can plug him in your top six, but can you plug him in your top six at a fair ticket when he's making $8 million?
His last two seasons, he was not point per game, but like he's still a top six player. Feels like. I hope Mr. Jack posts some player cards so I can know exactly what to think. Disregard the honest play.
Mm-hmm. Well, exactly
okay.
what to think and to harass him as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Ottawa is sending 42 to LA for 49 and 136.
Stankoven.
Yeah, for sure. I can't believe Stankoven got. Then Klimovich went ahead of Stankoven.
It's
Vancouver taking Klimovich over Stankoven is just for years this is going to haunt them. Like it's not even Klimovich at 41 isn't a terrible pick, but you have Stankoven sitting right there.
There's a chance Klimovich ends up the better player, but it's a smaller one. Like I get it, 30% maybe.
If he can channel his anger into tangible improvement, then yes.
Yeah. Comes the Hulk, maybe.
Yeah.
At this point, every pick is a crapshoot. No, not at all.
No. See, when people say that, it's just like, oh, I know not to take you seriously.
Yeah.
That's like, oh, you're a charlatan.
I mean, they're not wrong, but like you can reduce the uncertainty if you do your homework.
Well, especially like if you have that attitude, I feel like it's going to reflect in the quality of your work. You know what I mean? Like if you're
those names everywhere.
Yeah, especially if you're in the second round. Like if you're in the 7th round and you say this is a crapshoot, I'll be like, I don't like that attitude, but I can see where you're coming from, right? Like at that point, you're talking about like a 1 or 2% chance, right? But you're still talking about players with like a 30 or 40% chance in the second round. Like, miss me with that.
Like, I'm not sure that the last 4 picks have a 40% chance of making the NHL in it.
Okay, well, most years.
Yeah. Look, Shake, Ostapchuk, and Murrow, Klimovich.
I mean, they might have a 40% chance between them.
No, that's too low. But like, I'd give them a 20% chance of becoming like decent NHLers.
Finale. The Kings.
So Cam doesn't like the Klimovich pick for a Canucks. He didn't listen to me enough. I mean, it's a bit early. I'll give him that. That's not too early necessarily.
What do you think of Pinelli going 42nd to LA?
It's again the pace problems. Always the same thing with the NHL. Like you can see him make his play quick. His brain works quick. Skates not move quick, but it doesn't matter because he can make his plays quick anyway. He's going to be able to increase the pace super easily. He even does that. He even has handling habits. So every time he receives the puck, his next play is already prepared. He already knows what he's going to do. So it's easy for him to make one-touch passes through the defensive box, to shoot on reception. He can do all of that. Those things translate to pace. Like you can see the game ahead. So it won't be a problem. Okay, skating in terms of speed didn't improve too much this year, but in terms of mechanics, the way he bends his knees, gets his knees in front of his ankle, not in front of his ankle, in front of his toes, that all improved a bit. And I think with strength training, he will be able to keep his upper body straighter as he skates and add a lot of speed between now and the date of his NHL debut, because again, he will become an NHLer, I'm pretty sure. And he has a good chance of becoming a top 6 NHLer too, because he's super deceptive, manipulative, and he sees the game ahead. He supports play very well. He arrives in the right spot at the right time. He has one of the highest hockey sense in the draft and the skills to complement it too. It's just the pace and the skating that's holding him back, and some decision-making issues. But do we really care about that for a junior player? As long as he sees a game quick, the rest is going to pretty much fix itself. And is that Ilya Fedotov?
That is Ilya Fedotov. Yeah.
At 43.
Ahead of Stankoven. What the?
Still a two-way when you're smart player. He's not smart. Guys, he's not smart. That holds the puck well. Smooth hands. Okay, maybe the rest
he has good hands. But like the first game I saw of him, I was like, okay, this is a decent, late round player. And then the more I saw, I was like, oh, he's just literally cheating for all of his offense here.
Yeah.
He's lazy. And just compared to Nikita Chibrikov, like, I don't understand how you can take Fedotov.
He hasn't been picked yet?
No.
No, Chibrikov is still out.
That makes no sense.
And the only thing I really like about Fedotov is that he's stupid physical. Like sometimes the hits he lays, like it's almost as resounding as the ones Tyler Boucher makes. But I've only seen that facet of his game occasionally. But he has some puck protection mechanics. He has good hands, like broadcast said. It's just that he doesn't see the game ahead at all. Like I have serious doubts about his hockey sense.
That's just not a good pick. I don't
see it too. I think he could have been on our board like later at very end.
I think that's still pushing it.
I wouldn't
I like on my just Russian board, I think he's like not even like top 15 on it.
just like Fedotov going high doesn't surprise me. Like he makes scouts lizard brains happy, right? Like he's that type of player. But
Look
like
at
how is Stankoven not taken? Like I'm going to sprint to the league offices and make the pick for someone at this rate. I mean, Carolina is picking right now. So if anyone's going to, end the slide, it'll probably be Carolina.
And you guys all told me that the NHL values undersized player now. I think it's a combination.
No, we didn't say they valued undersized players. We said they valued Logan Stankoven, and we were lied to. I'm going to rinse some of the scouts who told me we were too low on Stankoven. I'm just going to air out all their texts and be like, well, who's too low now? Who's too low now? The only problem is getting to those texts. I have to wade through a sea of what the fuck. Ooh, sorry, what the F just happened text from last night to get to that. And how is Tristan Bro still on the board too? Like, God, strange.
Yeah,
draft.
Bro should be going around here, in my opinion. All of his offense, all of his offense was created he kept his offensive pace against a lot better competition in the second half. That was the most surprising thing that I learned when I was writing
that. Bros?
Yeah. The
playoff tape was spectacular. I
a lot more outside
playoffs and sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, a lot more outside slot chances, way less unnecessary dangling into the slots to get shots off, a little more patience, a lot of good adjustments by Bros. I think
some one-touch passing too, which was new.
Way better catch and release plays. So I think his second half deserves probably a higher
he's got a higher upside than I would say half of the players who have been drafted. Comfortably, he has higher upside than half the players drafted.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, he's. I think David said it best. He's USHL Zach Dean, and they are so similar. It really is striking.
He's
except
the worst version.
Tread carefully, counselor. The difference is Bros had Aaron Hughlin to work with, who was like beast mode in Fargo last year. And I love to see that because I was so high on Hughlin in his draft year. So high being relative. I thought he was like a 3rd round pick. And then he pretty much misses an entire year. Sorry?
Drag City within this year. Holy moly. Just nonstop.
He was just for one, we know that Hughlin can just fly, right? And then he started to work some handles into that.
Yeah.
He used to just be a straight line attacker, but clearly when he was nursing his knee, he spent all that time working on his hands because now he can just pull off these insane maneuvers that are just unreal.
He went the Alex Formanton route, right? Where he's just a skater. And then he's like, wait a second, I like dangling people. And when combined with my speed, it's very effective at lower levels. And yeah, it was great. He was so much fun to watch this year. Really impressive.
I like the Formanton comparison because Formanton was a player who I actually had no time for in his draft year. I certainly didn't have time for him in the 2nd round. I'll tell you that right now. Because all I saw was a dude who skate good. But that's not even an insult to Formanton. I'm trying to give him credit because the amount that his game has grown since that draft is so substantial. He's such a vastly different player.
Yep. Stankoven time?
It has to be.
Definitely.
My God, it has to be.
It's the Hurricanes.
I see somebody in the chat is asking, how many center prospects does LA have? And I suppose that's in response to Pinelli. And it's Pinelli is he's a wing in the NHL, right? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you could. It would require some development in his defensive game, and the way he approaches plays to become a center, I think he's better on the wing. It's going to let him come, not necessarily come underneath, but have less puck touches, if that makes sense, to really make use of his off puck game. And he won't have to battle on the boards at the other rink, at the end of the rink, and so he's going to be able to really scan the ice and connect players in transition from the boards. It just makes more sense to me to put him on the wing.
So
Totally. Although he was a lot better at the U18s in terms of like his work rate and his defensive diligence. Like he got benched, I think, early in the tournament and just totally like took it in stride and became like a full 200-foot player. I thought that was a pretty interesting development. I thought his pace,
physical.
Yeah, he was pretty physical, and his pace got a little bit elevated too. I don't think it was elevated to the point where I would call it a strength, but it was elevated relative to what we had seen in Kitchener last season, or with HCC Jesenich, HDD Jesenich, DD. Yeah, so close. I was one letter off. Yeah, so I mean, like the Kings don't have to force it either. Like that's the thing. They don't have to do the Montreal Canadiens thing where they take somebody who is a clear winger and be like, okay, we're going to jam this square into this circle. Max Domi, you're a center now. Jonathan Drouin, you're a center now. And then, be surprised when it doesn't work out. Like the Kings don't need to do that. They've got more center prospects than most teams have prospects, period.
Yeah. And you still have Velarde, although he's played 60 plus games. And then Byfield, JAD, Anderson, Turcotte, Akil Thomas, Kupari, Aiden Dudas, probably a winger at the NHL level. Tyler Madden is arguable as well, but like they're looking at least 6 very notable center prospects and a few others who could get there with changes to their game. So the depth there is pretty unreal. Also, this draft is going to be the death. Alexei Haimel-Salmi at 44 overall. Carolina. Who wants to talk about this one?
You do.
Do I? I'm not a fan of him. So there are a lot of interesting things. He loves to work laterally, but he loves to work laterally from the middle to the outside and then force a low percentage shot. Everything that he does with the puck is to get a shot. And when you're a defenseman who's working from the outside, from the inside out, that's not a particularly translatable way to create offense. And in transition, he's a very porous defender, just gets beat all the time. He's really passive. He hasn't figured out how to properly skate defensively. Again, lots of these short committing movements that he makes. It's entirely a gamble on the skating and the flashes of end-to-end puck carrying ability that he has, and you hope that he can develop the passing around it. But interesting pick. I mean, I guess it is looking at what Carolina has historically valued, especially in the past couple of years. It does make sense. You're getting mobility. You're getting a ton of potential off that mobility. I just think there are better defensive options here. But yeah, development. And if you're a development focused team like Carolina is, and you think you can leverage that, that level of skating, that level of control is a lot harder to teach to that level than the decision making that he's going to need to improve. So there is a lot of runway here for him to improve, and by no means is it a bad pick at 44th overall.
The thing is, puck carrying, when a defenseman starts with the puck on his stick low in the zone and he carries it all the way to the offensive zone, it's not a translatable skill unless you're like Quinn Hughes or someone that's really great skater. All of defenseman rushes in the NHL start with a pass from the board. So it's more to become a puck rusher in the NHL. You need to be able to support your partners really great, or your wingers on the board, and it's more you create transition through giving goals more than straight rushes. And I don't think you can look at a defenseman who constantly carries the puck like Justin Barron or even Simon Edvidson and project that he's going to do that in the NHL. Their game won't be that at all. It's just that they have other skills that will translate maybe to the other facets of the game or to a more passing game.
Yeah, you hope that he can use that skating to find more separation on retrievals, how he can use that skating to keep pressure on his back or get it on his back rather than being more individualistic with the puck. And of course, you know, they just took Scott Morrow as well. So there's clearly a belief that they can turn these high talent, highly flawed players into significant home runs.
William Stromgren, one of the more skilled players in the draft. I think I overrated his skating a little bit because at the U18 it wasn't as good as I anticipated. But I still think he's going to end up like a 5.5 skater or slightly above average. And his hands are some of the better in the draft. The issue, like with many skilled handlers, he always wants to dangle. He just sees defenders as these traffic cones that he really has to go around, but he heads straight at them and tries to slip the puck between their stick and skates when there's better plays he could make. So he has a skill. It's all about finding new ways to use them, a bit like Kent Johnson to a lesser degree, because Kent Johnson finds better plays than William Stromgren. But Stromgren is big. I think he's 6'2" or maybe one. He's a size above average. He's probably an above average skater, above average handler. He has some physical skills, not a lot. He's more like about the soft skills or the handling moves. But he has a great package to work with. But he needs a lot of development, and really a coach is going to hammer in his head that he needs to work given goals and passes instead of just trying to beat every defender one-on-one.
To intervene really quick, Atkinson for Voracek is 1-for-1. Confirmed.
What did you say? Sorry.
Atkinson for Voracek is 1-for-1.
Oh.
For some reason.
How old is Voracek? We have a great quote from Jim Benning. When answering Sat's question about long-term planning and getting more young guys on cheap deals in the system, Jim Benning said, "You can only have so many young players in your group, in your system." So that explains the philosophy of the Canucks.
Samu Tomala over Atu Ratu and other Finnish players available. This kid can shoot the puck extremely hard. The question is, what else is exciting about his game?
Yeah, he's a lesser version of Rosine that was drafted in the first round. Okay, this is a point where we have to question why Radu isn't getting drafted. Because yes, he didn't improve year to year, but does it deserve this kind of hot take that he's now at the around the 30th or 40th slot on NHL draft boards? Because I think that's too low for him. I would have drafted him. Even me, I'm not a big fan of Radu, and I would have picked him around his range. Ahead of Tuomala for sure. I think Lassie would agree. And yeah. Stankoven. What about Stankoven? Berens, Evan Noss. There's plenty of better prospects here.
I've had a pre-written Stankoven tweet for like an hour at this point. Just chilling here, waiting to be shared for whichever team picks him. I totally thought that he was going to go in the first 7 or 8 picks of the second round. I was looking at the teams and I was thinking it makes a lot of sense for a team like Seattle or Detroit or Carolina to take him. And then if he doesn't, Vancouver certainly has to see Stankoven. But that's just not what's going to happen, I guess. He's one of those players where like I feel I like his game. I don't see him as like this elite play driver at the next level by any stretch of the imagination, but the probability of him becoming an effective NHL player with goal scoring ability is so high. And there he goes, finally.
Amazing pick.
47th overall pick. This is so far in my eyes probably the best pick of the second round. No, Pinelli. Pinelli is actually the best pick in the second round. But then afterwards, it's Stankoven. I mean, this is a potential top 6 scorer. He's undergone significant growth as a playmaker, and there's a ton of room for him to improve. And of course, the big thing is that he's just such a dynamic skater off puck. Like he's always building speed. He's always taking every pass in motion. He knows the next play quickly. any concerns that we have about his game, like size, for example, well, he answers it by being slippery and deceptive on retrievals, and he minimizes his times, just like how Niels Hoglander does it. He's so good on the boards because he doesn't spend as much time as he needs to on the boards. He makes sure that every opportunity he gets, he's going to bring that puck to the middle and then make the next play. And as Stankoven continues to develop his shooting consistency, the ceiling for him just continues to grow. Like, he's already a naturally explosive shooter. It's just about refining the upper body a little bit, refining the way that he positions his feet. The potential here, again, top 6 scorer, what he could become if he doesn't take another leap forward development wise, he's still going to be a very effective long-term third line option who can play both special teams or be effective on PP1 if need be.
They have back-to-back picks.
Oh, wow.
So this shouldn't take long. Oh, nice.
Grushnikov.
Yeah.
I like that pick. It obviously didn't play at all. But, he does just crush people. Plays physical. Really good defensive defenseman. And his draft year -1. He already looked like one of the most mature defenders in the NHL. Super smart. Really needs to work on moving the puck out of the zone. I think that's kind of the main thing that sucked with not being able to watch him all this year, is that there's no way to see how he's improved that. He could have played at the U18s. That would have been great. Just give him a few games there to see what he can do. Because a lot of the defensemen on Rush's team did not have the ability to move the puck at all. So to see him there would have been great. But it's just weird to rank him because he didn't play at all. Most players at least got a few games in somewhere. He didn't. But I still like the pick over Chibrikov. Again, that's my comparison because those are the ones I know about. Is still weird just on upside alone. But, I mean, as a bottom pairing defenseman, I like it.
David, it's your time to shine. Benjamin Roger goes 49th to the Ottawa Senators.
I don't know him.
So
should I know him?
Yeah, you do know him. You wrote.
Oh, yeah, I do know him. Sorry, I forgot he existed. I'm just trying to get my mic closer because someone in the chat told me I'm not loud enough, so they should probably fix it. Ben Rogers, yeah, he played for the London Knights. I just watched too many players this year. He's a very defensive defenseman. That's the best I can put it. The skating is decent, maybe average grade. He's really just a safe player, and it's also because he played not too many minutes for the London Knights. I think he played on their bottom pairing, so he didn't want to make too many plays. But his game is all about defending the middle of the ice, pushing players to the outside, some physicality. I guess I could say he has a good first pass sometimes, but it's really just making the safe play every time he has the puck and even away from the puck. So keeping middle productive positioning, pushing players to the outside, engaging them with his stick. Like, he's not a flashy player at all, and it just fits. That was his philosophy of drafting these kinds of player. Last year it was the big defenseman from
Clevin.
Yeah, he's not that kind of guy, but he doesn't have a lot of upside.
Yeah,
I don't know.
This is entirely, you're banking, and keep in mind, he's a November 2002. So you're putting a lot of stock into what he was able to do as a draft -1, where he honestly barely played and he wasn't wholly effective in the minutes that he did play. He's big, like he's mobile, like David said. He has some defensive instincts, but it's just, this is banking a lot on an outcome that isn't particularly high. This is what Ottawa wants.
Why did they do it?
We're seeing this. This is what Ottawa is trying to do, right? I don't know what is compelling them to do this, but you look at what they did last season. They take Stützle, and then everything just kind of goes downhill after that, right? Jake Sanderson's amazing. I'm not trying to diminish what he brings, but there's just clearly a focus on Tim Stützle being the superstar and then adding
Low upside.
low upside players around him. And I feel bad for him. Like he's probably looking at this draft and going on elite prospects and being like, what?
They took who?
This guy had
What
6
is our
points in 30 games 2 years ago, which was the last time he played.
Did we have a write-up on him?
Yeah, you wrote it.
Oh my God. Like I said, I watched too many players this year. I just forget them.
You got highway hypnosis, but draft profile hypnosis.
I wrote in zone, his reach is his best asset. Roger stands at 6'4". Gap is strong. Posture is projectable. Wow. Okay, so that's not very interesting. When that happens, it's because the player is not that interesting.
Yeah, this is it's going to be very interesting to see what Ottawa is able to build in the future, right? Just because they have such a clear opportunity, or they did have such a clear opportunity to become a top NHL team with so much access to talent, and instead they're deciding to draft potential role players.
Tyler Boucher, Ben Rogers, Rise just tweeted, Sens are going big. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Like we're at a stage now with all this draft capital that, like, realistically you can look at Jacob Bernard Docker and be like, he's one of the most exciting players and young players in the system. And Jacob Bernard Docker, while he's good, is not an exciting player by any definition of what you consider exciting. And this is a team that has so many draft assets. They punched well above their weight with some of these picks, like Shane Pinto, for example, and Josh Norris. Like, they targeted these two guys, and it turns out they're way better than we originally thought. But you're not going to have that with every single one of them. You're not going to get that with every single pick. So you need to start targeting high upside, and that's just not what they're doing. And I feel for someone like Eric Brandstrom as well, who just is, he's sitting here as like the second most skilled player on their blue line, and he's getting like seventh D minutes.
Is this the first pick of the Winnipeg Jets?
Second, because they took Lucius.
Oh, yeah. My God, I might have some memory problems. Doesn't seem like a great haul for Senators.
I mean, that would be a very charitable read. What are they doing?
I don't know.
Is it Simone Robertson time for Winnipeg?
Oh, they wouldn't they?
Yeah.
That because he would be like the dollar store Christian Vesalainen, right?
Yeah.
Like, no, the dollar store clearance aisle. Christian
It is
Vesalainen.
concerning that the guy that you go for on that is Christian Vesalainen.
I mean, I'm not wrong though. Like, Christian Vesalainen, you could see becoming something, right?
It's a dollar store version of Ben Roger.
Oh man, Grushnikov. God, I go to the bathroom and it's bedlam. What a land, huh?
All hell breaks loose.
Yeah,
Again, we need some picks.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, what a land of contrasts to go from like Samu Tuomola, Logan Stankoven, and Artem Grushnikov, and then Ben Roger. Like, those are four like such drastically different players. Like, not even in the same like world stylistically.
We have
I'm
two
curious
questions.
to see what Toronto does at 57. Maybe if there's a Sean Barron's kicking around.
That would be interesting.
Oh, there goes Nikita Chibrikov.
Finally.
Stuck long enough. I mean, this is probably, it was a good time to take him like 10 picks ago. So this is a
this is fine.
Here. Yeah. I mean, he fell down on my board throughout the year. Like, I had him probably like top 15 at one point, and then the more I watched him, I was like, well, is even a first rounder, and it's like the inconsistencies the fact that he wasn't like dominating the MHL like he should have. He looked fine, but not great in the VHL. He finds space and then doesn't use it well. He had average U18s. It's just the skating that he has going for him is really good. Really projectable skater. Very little he has to work on there. But it's just everything else, how he thinks the game, how he processes everything. He doesn't keep his feet moving nearly enough. I don't know. Again, this is a good spot for him. I just don't know what the upside is because he's going to have to put in a lot of work. He's really just a skill player. And
needs to bulk up because he does not handle pressure well at all.
Yeah.
Like
he looks to be
needs
very
so much
opportune.
runway. He needs so much space. He needs someone to get him the puck.
He's so opportunistic, like and how he creates offense. Looks for opponent bobbles to attack on the transition and everything. I don't know how much he can create off of that.
And the issue with Chibrikov is that what happens when his skill advantage isn't there anymore? He doesn't have anything to fall back on. It's more of a boom or bust prospect.
Really is.
And I think it's going to be the second one, not the first one. But it's still a good pick in that range because of the skill. He's one of the more skilled players in the draft.
Oh, this one I like. This one I like a lot. Ville Koivunen, the low pace assassin.
That's much higher than I thought it would go.
But I was told he wasn't going to go to Carolina.
Good smoke screen. I mean, he's so much fun.
Speedy player with smooth hands. Sorry, I'm reading the Sportsnet scouting report.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, I was like, what? Koivunen Speedy? When did that happen?
Koivunen is just a machine, right? Like
Koivunen does laps and laps and laps and laps, and he does them so slowly, and he goes through 1 read, 2 read, 3 read, 4 read. And he's like a cerebral assassin out there, like he will not move that puck until he has found the absolute perfect play. And it works in the SM Saria. I have some concerns about how it's going to work in much more high pace environments. That's the big thing with Koivunen.
I'm a little bit more optimistic just because I think his one-touch passing game is insane. Like his ability to get the puck like in a very tricky area and then just tap it out to a teammate who's in perfect position. He does it so often that I think that it's going to scale up. When he plays against better competition, he's going to use that skill more and more. But he definitely he's a projection player. He's not a guy who you watch and you're like, he's going to do what he does right now at the next level, because he's not. But he's going to lean on those secondary skills a bit more. And I think there's very much a long-term scoring option in the NHL for Carolina here. And at 51st overall, I know that not everyone sees it this way, but I think it's terrific value here. It's very rare that you're going to be able to find a potential top 6 forward with the 51st overall pick, and he fits that.
Now, one of the most unpredictable teams every year, the New York Islanders, who I don't even know what to make of how they scout or how they draft. It's truly a very perplexing group. I have no idea what they value.
Yeah, I'm not sure their scouting staff is aligned with the coaching stuff.
Ratu. The slide is over.
Oh, he's going to be a great fit there.
Yeah, they love... Okay, actually, as soon as I said that, they love players who can shoot and not do a whole lot.
And forecheck and play defense good. And Ratu can do all of that already. He showed it in Liga. So in the first part of the year where I watched him, I thought he was like a third rounder. His game was skill, but not projectable skill. So going straight at defenders, trying to dangle them, and doing so with a below average stride. So how is that going to translate? And his vision of a play was really bad. So he missed teammates in better position all the time. But then he joined this Liga team. And while he had some of the same problems, he played a very sound defense at the right place at the right time on the forecheck, stealing pucks on the back check. He played with intensity with a higher motor, so it masks his skating issue a bit more. And if he plays for Long Island, the Islanders, they love that kind of player. Like Judy said, he's just going to have to follow the system guidelines and fire on passes sometimes. He's going to be effective on their third line. He's not going to be a top 6 player. I don't think so. But he has a lot of NHL potential still.
And I think this is the right spot for him too, right? Like in terms of
Yeah.
his position in the draft. Oh, this is interesting. The Russians are just flying in the second round. It's Alexander Kisakov to Buffalo.
So you're gonna have an angry future. Oh boy, with Volkov and Nisakov.
They're just planning to send their opposition to the hospital. Like winning is secondary. They just want you to hurt.
I think is Kisakov the defenseman or is he
no left
the winger?
wing.
Yeah.
Okay, but he's one of the slider player in the draft. He's like 140 pounds. I think you have been mistaken for someone else.
Yeah, he's not that. He takes a lot of penalties, but they're all like stick infractions.
Yeah, he had like 90 something penalty minutes this year.
Yeah, and they're all dumb penalties because he gets frustrated so much.
Because he's so small. Like he's one of the smaller players in the draft.
Yeah, he's a fine skater. He's like nothing about his like tool set is refined. Like there's so much that's like close to being good, close to being like a standout skill, but nothing really stands out with him. His production is obviously great. He's playing on the best team in the NHL with on the top line. I don't know. 53 is probably fine for him. I think there's still better players available, but it's whatever.
I would have gone with Lazutin personally.
Okay.
I would not have gone with Lazutin.
I hope he's not getting picked. Or maybe in the 7th.
He absolutely is.
He's totally getting picked.
Like a Corey Pronman, at him in this top 60, I think. He didn't score. He's all hands, no feet, nothing else.
So you are not a fan?
No. To come back on Alexander Kisakov, he's like the Connor McDavid of the NHL, except he's not as effective. But the only thing he does pretty good is rushing through the neutral zone and going wide on defenders. But he's quite manipulative with skating, but he's not that speedy. It's just the way he looks against his NHL opponents is what Connor McDavid does in the NHL. But it won't translate to the VHL or to the KHL because he lacks that kind of speed and he's not as skilled. And he really, really needs to bulk up. We rarely say that about a player, but it's incredible. Jack Bird. He's very, very slight. Kisakov.
Cam is going to love this pick. I kind of cooled on Pert as the season went on. I respect his ability to move the puck and to get it through layers and to get it up ice quickly and efficiently, but nothing happens with him in the offensive zone. He's a shot, but he's so pinned to that coffin corner. It's really hard to project it to the NHL level. He doesn't really activate from the point. Defends well for the most part. Can process complex offensive situations with relative ease, but I mostly see a depth defender with Pert, which at this point in the draft is totally fine. Like that's a success story, but nothing too exciting going on there.
I think he might be able to correct some of that offensively. The jump from the idea around it is like in USHS, what he does in the offensive zone works, and it doesn't translate well to the USHL. I think he can potentially get better in that regard. Shouldn't help his projection.
Vincent Iorio to the Washington Capitals.
So Vinny Iorio is a pretty complex player. So he's just a laser beam passer, especially on the breakout. Just one laser beam after another. He just rips the ice up. It's like he's teleporting it. The difficulty is that he doesn't do it with any pace. Everything's in a glide. He needs a massive amount of runway to do these things. His gap control is non-existent. Tons of work needs to come on either end of the puck. He's a project pick. You're picking him because he can absolutely rip the puck around the ice. He's not unlike Lucas Johansson, who Washington picked in the first round years ago. Just a low pace passer who can get into the play, but he needs to improve everything else to be able to do it in the NHL level. We didn't have a ton of faith in Iorio being able to do that, so we had him ranked pretty low, but it's easy to see why a team would swing on him here. Again, his transition passing is one of the best like singular skills in the draft class. So it's entirely based on that.
Which insanely high upside play.
He reminds me of.
This is a good pick. Evan Naus at 56 for Florida.
Nice.
I like this. They're
bit-
crushing it. They're crushing it. Mackey and then Evan Naus, like that is unreal. David, the floor is yours.
So Evan Naus is all projection, but he's one of the better defensemen in the draft at retrievals. So when he arrives near puck, he always scans for pressure, scans for outlets, does so multiple times, and he picks up the puck at an angle, which allows him to fake for checkers with skate fakes, shoulder fakes, passing fakes. He's really manipulative on the back wall of the defensive zone. And then he can either beat the forecheck by carrying the puck up ice and eluding opponents, or he can make short passes or stretch passes. He's really just, if you find so Sports has some great clips on him. He finds some passing lanes, some difficult passing lanes in the transition. The issue is that at the offensive blue line, those kind of skills don't translate for some reason. He becomes a really simple player who only moves the pucks east-west and doesn't really commit to any play. He lacks planning skills, so he doesn't really know what to do with the puck on his stick. He doesn't think ahead at all. And this is pretty strange. And we assume that in the next few years, because he was a rookie in the QMJHL this year, in the next few years, his puck retrieval skills are going to translate to his offensive game too. So we're going to see him make those manipulative cuts and passes too at the offensive blue line. And in terms of defensive game, he's a bit passive, but considering his reach and his above average size and his skating ability, because he's also an above average skater, he's going to learn to be much more aggressive. And it's part systemic too. The Quebec Rempart didn't play aggressive with their defensemen. So in terms of pinches or all of that, they didn't do that. They really asked them to retreat against the rush, and Evan Naus did that. So he wasn't all that comfortable committing on the opponents. But again, due to his tools, we assume that in the next few years, it's going to improve a lot. It's going to become more aggressive, better in his reads. And yeah, he's all projection and development, but I think he's going to end up one of the better defensemen from this class.
Yeah, I could see that.
I hope so.
Barons would be so on brand for Toronto in this spot. I could see it. I could also see Toronto doing Svozil. That would fit.
That's definitely Sean Barons. Come on, Toronto.
I don't know if I'm too surprised to see Svozil still on the board. Especially since his last work was his worst work of the season, right? Like you bring your general manager out to the U18s and it's like, oh yeah, here's this Stanislav Svozil kid. He was great at the U20s, and then he plays his worst hockey of the year. Tough sell.
Yeah. What about Pastujov here for Toronto? They don't shy away from taking mediocre's putting it nicely, skaters.
Matthew Nyes.
Wow, that's the opposite of what I thought.
That's interesting.
This is okay. So there's a lot to unpack here. So Nyes he has a very good base of tools. His skating gets into a projectable posture. He handles the puck really well. There are some standout elements to what he's able to do, but the difficulty is the way he's not the way that he makes plays. He's a chip and chase guy, builds offense around retrievals. It's not based off quick counterattack offense. This is entirely banking on development, and that you think that based on the baseline of tools that he has can scale up to more projectable, stronger offensive habits.
I just saw the worst tweet in my life. Florida picked Nas in the second round. Illmatic selection for the Panthers.
What does that mean?
Not a fan of Nas? Illmatic? 90s hip hop thing.
Who tweeted that?
Thomas Drance. He usually tweets out the most awful stuff. He draws the ire of my King of the Hill reactions.
He doesn't even watch the draft. He has no time for that.
Tallest Leafs draft pick since 2017.
The tallest Leafs draft
Since
pick?
2017. That's
That is such a that is hilarious. Like who cares? Why would that
he's
even be relevant?
6'2".
Yeah, like it's not even like he's.
What are you
Yeti.
insinuating?
Yeah. Oh, that rules.
I'm really surprised.
Tristan Bros.
Oh wow!
There we go.
Daniel, that is your walk-up music to the plate.
Yeah, so we were a little cooler on him in the beginning of the season, and then our viewings just got better and better. So when I wrote my piece, my aim was just to find out what happened, right? And when I split his season in half, like the biggest thing that was noticeable was that he played against harder competition. He produced the same amount of points, and he had more scoring chances saved. So he actually was kind of unlucky not to score more than a point per game, in my opinion. He's kind of on an island there, in my opinion. And like a lot of inside attacks, lots of curl and drag into the slot moves. In the beginning of the season, he was a little impatient, shot a lot into sticks, into bodies. Fixed that in the second half. He has a lot of development to go, but the value of getting him at 58 is, pretty immense, I think.
Especially at 58, like that's one of the value picks of the draft right there.
He should have gone in the 40 range, probably.
If that. I mean, yeah, that's wild. Matthew Nyes, Tristan Bros, Evan Nouse. It's like
I thought Bros would have been a good pick
favorites.
Yeah, I thought Bros would have been a good pick for the Leafs just because of their development system.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing a lot of questions about why is Simon Robertson still on the board. The reason is Draft Twitter really overvalued him, and he's probably going the third round where he belongs.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not a lot there.
We had it in the first round, but I never agreed with that.
Yeah, that's not for me. I'm surprised Benjamin Gaudreau is still available. That's one that I just saw.
Probably going right there. Or the next pick.
Yeah. The Coyotes could use a goalie in their system.
Who's our best player left except for Robertson?
Let me just see here.
Wong? Trevor Wong?
Yeah, it's Svozil.
Oh, yeah.
Who totally should be getting picked.
Yeah, did y'all see Reese's tweet, quote tweeted by Iorio thing? Heavy negative, but also heavy positive. I loved his passing decisions, but the skating and pace really need work.
Yeah.
It was a perfect tweet to sum him up.
Another timeout. My God.
Imagine if Carolina gets Svozil here after what they've already done. Like,
I mean, Svozil wouldn't fit with their like defensemen from the second round, though. I mean, they only seem to want like extremely risky players, which would be the opposite. So I'm thinking like Aiden Reshuk is next. Aiden Reshuk or who else? I don't know. Drew Krebs maybe. Maybe I don't know if he fits.
I kind of like when teams hedge their picks a little bit with risk, and not in the first round, but
I'm still floored that Morrow went at 40. That surprised me, especially because his tape in the playoffs was so bad. Like he did not look good with Fargo. I didn't think.
the skating, like David's mentioned it multiple times, the skating is just so terrifying. Like,
And he just straight up cannot defend. Like he just straight up cannot
no,
defend.
in the USHS level, like for Shattuck, he basically just like committed like penalties to defend, and they just didn't get called. Like he would just goon in the corners and stuff, and he was locked to the net front, so he could just like jump up in the play immediately. And
yeah, the issue with him is that his mechanics are flawed and his space is low, so it's hard to give him like an above average grade. Like if you find a prospect that has mechanical flaws but he has good skating habits, so he takes pucks in movements, uses a lot of crossovers, those players are easier to give just a slight bump on their skating grades, because you feel like they will work to improve that skating because they value it inside their game and they value movement. And Morrow does a lot of stuff at a standstill, so he rushes. I guess he uses crossovers in his rushes, and he's pretty agile. But at the offensive blue line, receives pucks, stop, and then looks for his next play. And I don't know. I don't feel confident he's going to become an above average skater.
The pace is a byproduct of a sense issue, right? So then he has a sense and a mechanic tool issue, right? Like it's a really tough combo to overcome.
What do we think about the Leafs taking Bros over Nyes? Like, I think these are two players who have some projectable elements to their game and some ability to stack more skills, but like Bros is surely the better bet for that, isn't he? Like, I know Nyes is a better, better at retrievals, but
Nyes doesn't
Bros,
fit their
Bros like refused to dump.
Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
Sorry. Like Bros like refused to dump the puck and everything, and like I don't know. I just thought like the Leafs development system would turn him into a real player. Like he just seemed like such a a Leafs bet, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get me wrong. I like what Nyes brings. I kind of see the fit the more that I think about it, but you're really banking a lot on, like, he's probably going to be a fourth liner.
Well, why draft him? I thought the Leafs' identity was to take high upside bets and bet on skill, and
it's
usually
there is. Yeah, I mean, there is a bit of an evolution with how they've been drafting over the past few years, where it's a lot about picking players that can add new skills on top of what they already do based on posture and stuff like that David talks about all the time. But they're also not afraid to.
I don't listen to David.
Yeah, but they're also not afraid to take guys who have skating issues, like Ovchnikov, Villeneuve, Hrindell, Shingathi. So they don't shy away from that stuff, and they also haven't shied away from taking low upside guys. Like, I would argue that a lot of the picks that they've taken in the past 2 years have been lower upside guys, dispersed between lots of high upside guys. It's just the development is the commonality here. And I do think there's an outcome that Nyes can expand what he does and improves. Like if he's stops endlessly cycling the puck and brings it to the inside more, he's going to have way more offensive success. But there's also a real question of, okay, what is his route to bringing the puck to the middle in the NHL other than just protecting the puck and having good touch? Because you need to be able to accelerate. You need to be deceptive. There are a lot of things you need to be able to do that in the NHL.
This is a very interesting tweet from Patrick Bacon. He says, my take on skating concerns with players like Sasha Pastujov is that if he's so bad at skating and still scores a ridiculous number of points, all that means is that he's just that much better at everything else, which is very true. But you still have to draw a line somewhere, right? Like if you look at Pinelli, his space is low. He has some skating concerns, but he's at least he's striding some moments of the game. Like he showed that he has a motor and all of that, and he's even smarter than Pastujov. But Pastujov has no pace at all. He's just gliding and gliding, gliding. And at some point, if you're playing an off-puck game, so you're a shooter who finds scoring spaces in the offensive zone, you still have to skate to get into those positions. And Pastujov has shown no inclination to do that. So it's even hard for us, a team that values off-puck scoring a lot, to rank Pastujov high, because he's just not skating at all. Like so even for us, it's hard to rank him in the first round.
There's a baseline for these things, right? Like obviously there's, for pace and skating, you have to attain a certain level combined with the skills that you have to be able to do it at the NHL level. And right now, Pastujov is not at that pace or skating baseline to be able to play how he does at the next level. And there's obviously skating is a very fixable thing, but it's one of the trickier areas to promote game transfer just because of how skating works. It's something that you're doing nonstop all the time. It's the base of the game. And so when you've been doing that to this level, to this long, it's very hard to change habits. These are ingrained into your brain, ingrained into everything that you do. And so it can be very challenging for these players. And so that's why when you look at these summer highlight reels of players skating, then they come to training camp and the skating doesn't look the same. It's because they can't translate it to the next stage. And Pastujov is going to have to figure out a way to do that.
Yeah, and I think it's about his range though. If you draft him right there, it's a good bet because he's scoring a lot. You have to respect the numbers, and he has shooting skills, off-puck game. He can find solutions in tight spaces to escape defensive pressure, not with his movement, but with passing skills and handling skills. But yeah, you really have to change how he sees the game, make him understand and value movement, and also fix his skating stride. So it's a lot.
So they traded that pick, Carolina, 59 to LA for 72 and 109. So we had to wait like 15 minutes. I don't know how long it is. Time, my brain is mush.
You're not far off. Like the NHL has to do something about this. You can't have 15-minute picks in the second and third round. Like, give me a break.
Anyway, who is LA taking? Simone Robertson? Pastujov? Probably one of those two. If you're trading up for guys who are high skill. Actually, Simone Robertson isn't high skill. That's a lie. I'm not a big Simone Robertson guy, but Pastujov is a high skill guy.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't feel like LA would do Pastujov this early.
I don't know. The Leafs took 9, so like you know,
all bets
everything
are
is
off.
out of the window now.
I'm still so shocked by that with Bros there, because
Svozil maybe Samuel Hellenius. Oh, it's a bit early for him.
This is what Tampa Bay did last year when they took Jack Finley.
Yeah, Finley ahead of Gonçalves.
Yeah, it's funny.
Finley followed by Gonçalves. We're gonna build the most deep fourth line in the NHL.
Yeah, you're picking a fourth liner here. I like Hellenius. Yep. Like I really do. I think he brings a very locked in fourth line skill. So that's all. It's just I can't remember if he was on our board or if he was at the tail end of it or if he was off it. And
he would have been at the tail end, I think.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's just because he's a guy. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're gonna put him in the face-off dot, so that tells you what his value is in the next level. And he's gonna do some defensive things for you, and he's gonna bring a little bit of offense off retrievals and the cycle game. But there's nothing in his game currently to suggest that he's going to be an offensive force or even really an offensive contributor at the next level. In a vacuum, him at 59 isn't horrendous, but there are still lots of upside picks available here. And so it's not great. And someone's going to have to step up and take Barons soon.
I don't know, man. I think Barons is going to keep falling. Not that I endorse it, but I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like I'm lower on Barons than what? Wow, Jerome Janice Moser at 60. That's interesting. I watched a little bit of Moser, and what's fascinating is that he's not a particularly good skater. Like he's probably like average to slightly below average, but he plays like a rush activation game. He plays like a point activation game. Like so much of his game is built off of skating, and the points that he put up in the Swiss League were like absurd, even for a 2-time re-entry. Like he was almost a point per game playing top pairing minutes for EHCBN.
Wow.
Like the analytics are going to love this pick. The qualitative stuff I'm not quite as sold on. Like I think that this is kind of a player that you're hoping develops into a depth piece. But then again, he's played at the World Championships for Switzerland and held his own against pro level competition on a few occasions now. I think 3 appearances for Switzerland. So maybe there's something there. I don't know, David. I think you got a viewing of Moser in too.
Yeah, I really didn't see anything.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Like he put up a lot of points, but I'm kind of confused by how he did it, because maybe, I don't know if you saw this as well, but he, like, there is the point activation, there is the rush activation, but when you get a static in zone situation with Moser, so much of what he does is just low percentage shot, low percentage shot, low percentage shot. And somehow he turned that into almost a point per game in the Switzerland's top league. Like, so
we probably need to check if his team was really good or if he just picked up the secondary assist. I didn't look for that,
but the thing is, like, even if his team was really good, he was their top pair defenseman, so he clearly would have played a role in them being good, right?
Yeah, that's true. We have a question in the chat. Where do you guys project Peter Reynolds? Do you see him as a C in pro ranks? This is my region.
But you should answer this, and then when Mitch gets back, we can deliver the good news for him. Yeah, and I have egg on my face now, so you go ahead. Reynolds, talk about your boy.
Yeah, I don't think he's been picked. Was he?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
Okay. Yeah. So Reynolds, Mitch likes him a bit more than me, but he had great advanced stats. So he ranked very high in the 90th the personnel in transition stats, in playmaking, and even some defensive categories, I think. So he's really a play connector. He uses give and goes from the defensive zone to the offensive zone, makes a ton of passing plays. He has deception in his passing, so he can manipulate defenders, open lanes. He finds solutions too. If the passing lane is closed, he can spin on himself and use his backhand or use the boards. He's pretty creative with that. And his off-puck game is really great too. So he supports plays very well, the right spot at the right time. He chooses the right routes to support those plays. So he's going to fall underneath underneath teammates to give them a drop pass option, or skate ahead of them to push back the defense and open up space for them. So right now his game lacks dimension. He's not a dangler. He's not a scorer, but we feel that the current style of play that he has is going to scale up very well to the NHL. So he's going to be able to retain the same game that he plays in junior, in the AHL, and in the NHL too. He's probably going to be a third line winger or center. That's his most likely projection. But he has a lot of advanced skills, a lot of NHL skills. It's just he has to diversify his game, add a bit more one-on-one move, but protection moves, and he uses a really, really long stick. So it's good defensively, but it prevents him from shooting as fluidly as you would like. So yeah, you can imagine a kind of Mark Stone that only passes and is not as skilled. That's pretty much Peter Reynolds at the NHL level. We really believe in him. It's right now at 62, 63, 64, that's his range.
But Mitch, you got up, and within 3 seconds of you getting out of your chair, it was your large, well, maybe not large, your average size adult son. It was his time at the draft, Sean Barons. So who better to talk about what he brings to the table?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best playmakers in the draft class. Just consistent habits. He can be dynamic. He's highly deceptive. He manipulates. He creates off the one touch. just every part about his game is extremely exciting. The play killer in the neutral zone. The skating has a ton of room to improve, I think. He has some evasiveness. It's just about getting his hips more into his posture, and then he's going to be fine. I think this is a perfect pick for Colorado. They value this skill set immensely, and he's going to thrive there. And now the next pick is Colton Dach to Chicago, of course, because who else was going to take him? It was pretty obvious that this was going to happen at some point.
You had to know it. You had to.
Yeah. Colton he can't move. That's the difficult part. If he can move, he would have gone earlier. He's not a WHL caliber skater, average WHL skater at this point. And it means that right now he's a long range shooter. He's got some passing skill. He's mechanically a very sound shooter, but his game is just low percentage shot after low percentage shot. You really hope that the other parts of his game come along, but it will be solely dependent on how much his skating improves. Right now, he's a low to moderate upside pick with a ton of risk.
But he's also Kirby Dach's brother.
Things that I didn't consider.
What a weekend for brothers, right? Like, what a dudes rock. Like, you got the Jones kidney to Montreal. That's early.
Yeah,
David, do you have
it's really a bet on skill. I'm reading the Central Skating Scouting Report, and it says super intelligent player, sees the ice so well. I think those are weaknesses for him. He's another player who's all about showing off his skill every shift. It's a game that's very skilled at the junior level, but that won't translate in its current form at the NHL level. So he's all about finding ways to thread the puck under stick, move it around stick, in between skates, around skates. That's really what he does. He has some flashes of playmaking skills that show planning and thinking ahead and knowing where his teammates are going to be in half a second and all of that. But there's a lot of issues of decision making in this game and vision too. So we'll see. He could end up a prospect that really improved. He had some great numbers in the playoffs. He scored a lot, but I think some of that was luck driven. I don't think he's that's good a playmaker, play driver. Sorry. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with him. I think it's very early. He wasn't on our board.
He was not. Kapanen, I like. Kapanen at 64 is interesting. Turned it on in the second half in a big way. I need to find what I wrote about him. This all feels so distant now. Younger brother of Kasperi. Which again, this is the draft of brothers. That's right. Here's what I wrote about him in the draft guide. This game is all about his instincts in the offensive zone combined with lethal finishing abilities from close and mid-range, recognizes space well and takes advantage of even the slightest mistakes by the opposing defense. He has some gravitational elements as a playmaker, being able to draw in pressure before dishing the puck to an open teammate. Our type of player. We do love a player with a gravitational pull, don't we, folks? I don't think he's as fast as Kasperi, though. That's one thing he's going to need to work on is his foot speed a little bit. But I think that he has the capacity to be a middle six scoring winger. I think that's totally within his reach. And now the Rangers are on the clock. Anyone remember the Will Quile pick from last year? Wasn't that cool? Or Will Cooley, I suppose.
Yeah, is that how you say his name?
I always get his name wrong. Like it's.
I heard Cooley. I heard Coyle.
It's definitely not Coyle. I think it's Cooley.
I think it's Cooley.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It is.
Yeah, I hated that pick.
Yeah, that was one of my least favorite picks of the draft.
Wasn't it Lee Sanderson for him 1-for-1 too?
Yeah, 1-for-1, which like. I mean, you turn nothing into nothing, I guess is the way to put that. But I mean, the Rangers have gone like 200 hockey men that
we just have to think about like who hits the hardest, and that's their pick. And so let's look at our own board. And I'm surprised they didn't take Leroux. That would have fit. Cole Jordan can hurt people.
Yeah, I thought he would have gotten drafted a lot earlier than this.
Why have worse skating defensemen with lower skill levels? Or why have one of the best skaters in the draft class with a high skill level when you can have a worse skating, lower skilled player?
I was sure he was going to go in the first round, just based on his tools. Like, it just screams an NHL pick. He has decision-making issues, but yeah, it's very weird.
You know who I think they're going to draft? All right, I've mapped this out. It's going to be Ethan. Sorry?
They picked Jaden Grubb. Very interesting. So it's the 65th overall pick.
They took Grove?
Yeah. Very interesting.
Very early?
Not necessarily. If we had a full season, this might be a steal. The difficulty with him is that he only played 5 games this year. He is, in flashes, a standout playmaker. He can manipulate opponents, make them move over. He can pass through them. He's very creative down low. He has some interesting deliveries, hook, slip passes of the like kind of stuff. He does them in motion too. So it's really interesting. He's strong defensively, but it's mostly a sort of an off-puck play supporter. The skating has improved, and he can deke guys like crazy. One touch, beat him off the backhand, but it's all reactionary. He's a system offensive player right now, and it's limiting his offensive projection because he just plays what he's told to do rather than actually maximizing what he's able to do. You're picking him to be a 4th line center with potential to improve. I like it a lot more than Hellenius just because there is more puck handling and playmaking skill there. It's just a massive project to be able to hit on that given his situation and given his lack of any sort of shooting threat.
I was really hoping for Del Mastro. That's what I was. Pastajov went?
The Ducks, yeah. 66.
You know what? Like, I don't like. Let's put it this way: if I'm running a team, I don't want to draft him because I think the risk is too substantial, and I don't want to have to be the one to draft him early. If that makes sense, right? Like, I'd rather let somebody else make that move. But like in the 3rd round, I think Sasha Pastajov is totally fine.
Yeah, I agree. We talked about him a bit before, but it's just he has no motor, no pace,
no motor at all.
Middle average skating. It's part of his game too, because he likes to trail the play and just find soft spot to get passes and fire off those passes. But he has passing skills, stick handling skills too. So it's all about getting him to move. You could have one of his winger push him around the ice. Maybe it would improve his play. Or you could just hire a skating coach and show him on a video where moving more would improve his game. And there are a ton of areas where it could. So it could create space for his line mates of the rush by pushing back the defense, by going ahead of them. And you could create more controlled zone entries if you move his feet more also in between blue lines. So there are a ton of inefficiencies in this game right now, but a ton of growth potential too.
And we've got Rachel Dory joining the chat. Rachel, what's happening? What's up, G?
Hey, Rachel.
What's happening, everybody?
We are just soldiering through the draft 1 hour and 40 minutes at a time through each round, apparently. Have to use 8 timeouts every 10 picks. It's been grueling. How are you hanging in there?
I have a new rule for the draft. If you take more than 60 seconds to make your pick, the other team gets to pick like while you wait. Like it's a 60-second off. This is ridiculous.
I like this. That is one way to speed things up. And there was so much talk going into today too, where they were like, the NHL has addressed how slowly it went last year. And it's like, did they? Did they really? Because 2 hours for round 1 tells me they did not.
So,
you know? Oh, and also
I need to catch up on on the Canucks thing, do we love that Francesco Pinelli went directly after Danila Klimovich, or?
I mean, I was okay with the Klimovich pick. Like, obviously, I would have gone with Pinelli,
Pinelli,
or Svozil,
or Stankoven.
Stankoven, yeah. I'm
I
so
don't mind
glad that you
Klimovich,
joined
though.
us when you just did, Rachel, because we got an OHL pick too. We got Ryan Winterton to Seattle, which to me is like, why are you swinging for fourth rounders? Like, we're barely in the fourth liners. We're barely in the third round. Like, why? Like, be a little bit more adventurous.
I think this is kind of like, I was tracking this morning and I was kind of looking like, okay, who's taking home run swings here? I like the Ducks to getting both Zellweger and Pastujov. The fact that Ottawa drafted someone in the OHL that I've never heard of is probably not great. But, like, with Ryan Winterton, like, the ceiling's not particularly high. Do I think he'll play? Yes. But, like, you should be swinging on a guy like Svozil at this point, right? And it's
totally.
Like, for me, if you want to actually hit home runs, like, watch Svozil fall to Carolina or something like that, or LA. Like, they're just going to step right up and pick him. And it's one of those things where I'm very much of the mindset, and especially like based on all the research I've done, like if you've got good development, you absolutely should be taking full blown like Aaron Judge home run swings. And Ryan Winterton is not that.
We really see the importance of the U18 tournament this year, when the picks that we've seen, because Stanislav Svozil has been falling, and even if he had a good U under 20, his U18 was pretty bad. So I think that's probably what's happening here. Same thing for Robertson.
Yeah, that's Simon Robertson as well. Oh, there, Columbus just took Svozil.
Yeah, I just talked about him. Svozil is all habits. So his skill level.
I was just writing about how it's criminal that he's still available. Like, I was just writing a tweet about how, like, deeply
I just tweeted about him too.
Yeah,
just cleaning up in the draft this year.
They are, and Stanislav Svozil, like, I know why teams are a bit cooler on him, because you have the U18s where he underperformed significantly. You have the fact that a lot of teams don't view him as carrying much offensive upside, but he can move the puck. His defensive habits are elite. His defensive intelligence is high end. Like, his supporting instincts, like he can be a one-man breakout, and he's proven that in the Czech Extraliga, which is no small feat for a player that age. Like, this is one of the steals of the draft, even if he's not like a Jeremy Poirier of last year. You have to work with what you have this year, and in this year's draft, there is no Jeremy Poirier. And so I think it's suiting that his version in this year's draft is somebody who profiles as like a number 4 defenseman in the defensive zone, can kill penalties, can play against the opposition's best. Like, Columbus is going to love this pick. And if you just, like, for elite prospects readers who are like, well, they also took Corson Kuhlmans and you guys don't like him. If you just do the mental math here and you go, okay, let's imagine they took Svozil where they took Kuhlmans, and they took Kuhlmans where they took Svozil, then we love their draft. It's a perfect 10 out of 10.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, David, you were the hater of Svozil, and even you came around. I was happy, because I mean, like, you hate everyone, right? Like, the David draft ranking is like 15 players long, but we finally, after enough bullying and peer pressure, got David to see the light on Stanislav Svozil, and he can say much more eloquent, intelligent things about his game than I can. So the floor is yours, since you are the converted.
Yeah, it took me a little while because he's not all that skilled. It's all habit. So even at the U18, you could see that he's able to think ahead. He never really made, when he had time and space, he never really made passes to cover teammates. He always look or drag defenders away, attract them to make sure to create more time and space for his teammate before feeding them the puck. And that's very projectable quality. And he defends relatively well, maybe not at the U18, but at the U20 and in the his European league that he played in. And He also on retrievals and in the defensive zone, he scans a lot. He has good habits all over the ice. So you won't get a super skilled defenseman, but probably a number 4 or number 3 who just holds down the blue line and makes good passes at the right time. And he's going to be a simple player, but an effective one.
I think we just got our first player who wasn't in the draft guide go.
I don't know what that is.
That actually matters. Carter Mazur goes 70th to Detroit. He's a re-entry, if I remember correctly. Played with Matthew Nyes in Tri-City. He's pretty, I don't know. I think you're picking him to be an AHL guy or a fourth liner. He's got some passing skill, a little bit of shooting skill, but what you're bringing him to do is to win pucks down low. That's pretty much it. Not a very exciting player.
Detroit shouldn't. Sorry, I just Detroit shouldn't pick from North America. Like the last 2-3 drafts, they've just been so bad. The only pick they've done from North America in the last 2-3 drafts that has worked out so far is Sam Stang. And even then it's granted, I actually, I'm talking out both sides of my mouth here. I like the Cross Hannes pick, but it's not looking good one year in.
I legitimately, I've been driving for the last hour and a bit. I just saw the Voracek trade.
It's interesting.
Oh, wow. Okay. Is there money retained on that? Do we know yet?
Do we think Columbus
no
is going
salary
to flip
retained?
Do we think Columbus is going to flip him to another team, or because it doesn't fit their rebuild that much?
Yeah.
No, but I think there's fewer years on Voracek than Atkinson.
It's one less year and for $2 million more or $3 million more.
Maybe they can trade him to the Arizona dumping ground.
Yeah, the Arizona retiring home.
Yeah. I love that they're talking about Carter Mazur on the TV right now, and the first thing is extremely high compete level and tall. I'm
that's the sign of a good player.
Notice him each time he's on the ice.
Is Mazur tall? Isn't he 6 foot?
Well, yeah. He's a big boy apparently.
I am
170.
Question it.
That's not a big boy then.
No, he's huge.
Yeah, there we go. Finally, getting some respect on the 6 foot people.
Wait a second, wasn't Stang a re-entry too last year?
Yeah, he was.
What is with Detroit? They just love their mid-round re-entries out of the USHL.
I can't remember if
they can't help themselves.
I can't remember if he's a re-entry, but they also took Chase Bradley and Keenan Draper and Kyle LaCoin. They just in that draft, they just went super deep on these sort of physical grinders types who have questionable skill. Although Keenan Chase Draper Bradley is really good if he can get over his urge to run the goalie all the time.
Obviously bias noted, Hakan Anderson is the man and talk to him all the time. He rules. Definitely not what you would call an impartial observer. But when I look at Detroit's draft history these last few years, it's why are they letting anyone else make these picks? Because you look at what happens in Europe and it's oh, wow, okay, Vollinder and Lucas Raymond and Tuomisto and oh, wow, such talent. And then you look at what happens in North America and it's Michael Rasmussen, Keenan Draper.
I also just found out that Daniil Chayka went at 38.
Yeah, he went to
Vegas.
He went to Vegas.
That's probably about 60 picks too high.
Yeah.
At least he didn't go in the first round. That's a win right there.
Honestly, yeah. I was half expecting him to go in the first round, but I feel like there were worse picks made in the first round. We all would have taken Chayka last night, given the circumstances that played in. So
yeah. I mean, Tyler Boucher to Ottawa is still that. I honestly, Rachel, I don't know if you saw that part of the stream, but when Boucher went, I actually had to pull my earplug out and be and listen to my TV because I thought it was Chaz Lucius because it just Tyler Boucher, my brain couldn't even place him in that context. It wasn't Chinikov. It was one tier below Chinikov though.
Yeah, but then they went out and drafted Ben Roger.
which
Yeah.
Which is second round Chinikov.
We're also forgetting they took Ostapchuk 39th overall, who is big and skates fast in straight lines.
They're going to have a team
Pierre
full
McGuire
of liners.
is doing work.
Pierre McGuire has shown up.
Ottawa would have
Ostapchuk was one of the left.
Michael Fuda probably.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they would be taking Tyler Boucher at 10 and Ben Roger in the second round if the man who ran the LA Kings draft the past almost decade actually was running the Ottawa draft. But big boy can skate is the theme.
Ottawa.
That's Ottawa. Like, and I will say, like, here's something I love about Ottawa is how they stick to their guns. And what I mean by that is just like every one of their picks is a middle finger to draft Twitter. You know, it's like Tyler Clevin, you think he's terrible because he is? We're trading up for him. Jake Sanderson, you hate him for some reason that you invented in your head? We're going to draft him too. Shane Pinto, you think he's bad because he's not slow and lazy like Artur Kaliev? Shane Pinto, we're taking him. And it's just like their antipathy for the public sphere is so noteworthy to me and so like persistent that I kind of respect it.
It's a commitment to the bit. And now that McGuire is there, it's an extreme commitment to the bit.
Yeah, that was like them taking the bit into overdrive.
Yeah.
At least they know what they want.
Oh, yeah, there's no ambiguity there.
And what is taking so long again?
Oh, I know. I got to tell Doug to.
Hey, Doug, can we we got things to do here. Namely, I would like to have dinner tonight.
Did we talk about Doug's hair yet? Did we talk about that? Did anybody see his locks?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Rachel, you got my back on this one. Like my man's rocking like Fabio style hair right now. It's truly impressive.
It's like Italian race car driver hair.
Yeah. I half expected him to walk up to the podium and just be like,
yes.
The San Jose Sharks are proud to select.
Proud to select an individual that should not have been here.
Yeah. You know what's funny is I bet there was that talk about the Sharks trading up to the Devils' 4th pick.
Yeah.
I bet you anything they were trying to move up for William Eklund.
That's exact. So what I had heard was Timo Meier was also involved in the deal.
Damn.
And they wanted 4 because they thought Columbus was going to take Eklund at 5 if like everybody knew Hughes was being taken. Like that was not. And I think Hughes would have been there at 7 had New Jersey flipped anyways. But I feel like once San Jose realized, okay, New Jersey's taking Hughes. If he gets by Columbus, and Columbus obviously took Kent Johnson, which we love here in Rachel's brain. And then you kind of say, okay, it's like 50-50 if we get Eklund or not. And he ended up getting them and they didn't give up a single asset and they may have gotten the best player in the draft. Like that's pretty tidy business right there.
Yeah, Blues took Robertson.
Yeah, so they traded. So San Jose traded down, St. Louis traded up, and St. Louis took Simone Robertson at 71 overall.
Okay.
Who wants to talk about him?
I won't have much nice to say.
Where is Cam? He loves Cam.
I have some nice things to say.
Like he's high energy. He has a decent shot.
Is he? Oh yeah, he does.
What you get instincts are completely lost on him.
Yeah, he tries to be a playmaker sometimes. I like when he glides from blue line to blue line across the zone, and he's just showing pass the entire time, and then he passes and it gets easily intercepted. He's a shooter who isn't all that good at shooting. That's kind of the core of his game. Like, he's a difficult.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about Robertson, not Atu Ratu.
Yeah. I don't know. This is about the range for Simone Robertson for me, although many people see it differently.
Probably get a bottom 6 like defensive presence if he learns it, and maybe he can fire some pucks in on a power play. Really needs to increase his motor if he's going to make an impact at the NHL level. I don't think his skating ability is a problem, but a strong shot, powerful player with excellent work ethic. well-balanced skater with speed. That's the central scouting report. I don't think his energy is all that high right now, and he had problem finding teammates at the U18 level. So connecting plays, that was hard for him. When the pace increases, his decision making is problematic, and that's not a sign of an NHL player. But we have some people on our team that really likes him, so we respected that with our ranking. You're really going to have to ask Cam to know what makes Robertson so good.
Is it Artem Martino time?
I mean,
I was just thinking that.
If anyone's doing that, it's got to be Carolina.
He's probably the least surprising faller so far out of the players who we expected to fall in the first round.
I mean, the disparity between how much I like Martino's game and how much I think Martino's game is transferable, there's like a canyon between the two.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like he's entertaining to watch, but how much of this is actually going to be effective at the NHL level?
Because he don't move good.
So freaky. Yeah. People are talking about him having breakaway speed. And it's like he does not have breakaway speed. He just anticipates openings against weak competition. And he's better defensively than he gets credit for. But like still, a lot of his offense comes because he has freedom that most players don't get in their draft year. And he's intelligent. His game is just, it's very hard to see a player who skates like that, especially when they don't do the stuff that Logan Stankoven does with his off puck routes to be able to find space in the NHL to operate.
I feel like that was
creative
really
player though.
With Stankoven, like Gagliardi owns Dallas, Gagliardi owns Kamloops. Like as soon as Stankoven got there, I was like, "Yep, that's done."
Yeah,
I'm still floored that he dropped so much. Like I thought he was going to go in the first. Should have.
I thought he was going to go potentially top 20.
Yeah,
But then again, like Judd Brackett strolling up and getting another steal in the first round for the second year in a row is incredible. Like Marco Rossi last year, yes, for Wallstead this year, like, and even like Jack Pert in the second round, like that's
like
hometown Pert.
Yeah.
It's a quick question. How many timeouts do each team get? Because Carolina's taken another one, and this is getting ridiculous.
Every single one of these is like the end of a close basketball game. Every single pick. It's just like we have to go through the last minute of a competitive basketball game, and each team has 3 timeouts remaining.
I am going to send Darren York a text and be like, buddy, what is going on right now? This is unacceptable.
What are you doing?
Just pick Martino and move on, please. Make it stop.
Yeah, just like...
Yeah, you should get max 1 timeout. And also, other rule, if you trade up for a pick, you have to make the pick right away. There's no like 3 minutes to think about it. Like you traded up for the pick, you clearly know who you want to take. Let's go.
Errors and omissions. Apparently, I called Oliver Kapanen Kasperi's brother. That is Kasperi's cousin. Lassie just shot me a line. Lassie, of course, I'm going to call out now for not being on the stream. Just judging our work.
It's silence.
And silence, complete cowardice. I don't think that's unfair.
That's such a Finn thing to do.
I agree. Especially with so many Finns going in the second round. Oh, yeah, that's right. Lassie's probably just so hungover. Which is a draft tradition, right? Like if you're in town for the draft, you get so drunk on the Friday, and then trying to cover day 2 is just the most hellish experience.
I mean, the scouts do that too, and like they're actually picking, so that's not great. Yeah. But I think the best part, like the biggest argument of we need to have an in-person draft is everybody has flights to catch on day 2. So it's like ding, 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 we're going. And that is very much not the case. This draft and last draft, and yikes.
I mean, I'm meeting up with Cam and Dimitri later, and we're tying one on for sure. I think after this year, it's been earned.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to write the grades for this draft.
They have literally called another timeout. I can't.
How many do they have? Like, is it an unlimited?
Yeah,
Too many.
It's starting to seem that way.
My third eye says Martino's going to go to the Flames.
Oh, you're stealing David's bit. I would be
Yeah.
careful. Tread carefully,
Works so
counselor.
well for him.
Well, I mean, he's won for like 45 at this point, but
That
It's still
one.
pretty good.
just make the pick.
It's gonna be Dmitry Rashevsky.
Oh,
I was just collecting all my Klimovich picks, and man, he's just such a lizard brain player. Like,
He's going
Every
to be a
clip.
fun one to follow for sure. You're
Yeah.
going to have to write a bunch of articles on him because
apparently he might go to the Quebec League or something. So
yeah, I think it's
Who is that?
Klimovich.
Oh, yeah. He's going to go to the QMJHL. He's going to Ruin Noranda or the KHL,
Jeez.
one of the two.
Yeah, I think he's going to the Huskies next season.
That's good. That'll be good for him.
Going to destroy this league, like literally.
Yeah, how many goals do you think he's going to score? Like,
As
Do
many
you
as
think he
there are
has
games.
more murders or goals by the end of next season?
Murders.
Yeah, and half of them will be teammates who had the gall to miss a pass.
He's going to score 30, but he's going to be suspended for the other half of the season.
We call that the Jameson Reese.
They're all gonna be-
complex.
they're all going to be one-timers or curl and drag wristers off the left-hand circle.
Did
Yeah.
you see? I think it was Trevor Timmons say that they wanted Leroux, and when he wasn't available, they went in the other direction. And I was like, there's more than like two players, right? Like, you don't have to take a dude that has a French-sounding last name. Like, there was so many.
The Montreal Canadiens would disagree with you on that one.
Well,
Say that, but they haven't been picking from the queue that much in recent years. So maybe it's just talent, but I'm not even sure Mayu speaks French, so it doesn't really.
That's
he
true
does have
because
a
he's an
French
OHLer. That's right.
I wonder. Okay, so who are some French Canadians in the draft next year that could go first round? Because draft is in Montreal, and that's
Tristan Luneau.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Xavier
That's the one I
Simoneau.
Finally, after 5 years in the queue. Yeah. Antonin Véro, Nathan Gaucher. I'm not sure he's a French Canadian. Probably.
Jordan Dumais. Come on. He's awesome. Same with Marcus Vidicek. The two 2004s on Halifax, Vidicek and Dumais. They scored a ton. They were awesome.
Extremely French Canadian.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Verreau as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
But the best, I don't is Yoan Loshing French Canadian? He has the best name in the draft that year.
I don't know. I have to
No,
check.
we had to wait all that so a team could trade up and take Anton Olsen.
Oh, forgot about him.
Are you kidding me? That was what we had to wait for? Jeez.
20 minutes.
So they just drafted their 7th D in 2 years. So that's pretty much what Anton Olsen is. He's just a defensive defenseman who has trouble making reads, making passes out of his own zone. He had some flashes of transition ability at the U18 and in Sweden, but he's mostly just a defensive defenseman with a high motor and physicality, but skating issues. His upside is pretty limited, but what he is right now, it's going to be the same thing in a few years. Strong skater that plays a mature game. He's not a strong skater. Central. He's an average skater. But it's a decent pick in this range. Like I can't say the opposite. Right now in the 3rd round, all you want are NHL players, and I think he's an NHL player.
Ayrton Martino to Dallas. Wow, Dallas is
Nice.
really going all in on
love it.
lower pace, skating problems, small but insanely skilled players. I like
Hire a skating
Martino.
coach.
He's so much fun. like he gets so many breakaways, some of them because he cheats like crazy, but then others because he backtracks exceptionally well. Like he always is in the right place at the right time in the neutral zone. He always picks up his man. He as a joke, he is the strongest player in this draft from his elbow to his hands. Like his ability to stick check and steal pucks is unreal. And that's how he gets a lot of his breakaways, that and cheating like crazy. And he's so creative. He's got fantastic hands. He can problem solve. He doesn't really plan a lot of his plays though. Like he's very much a get the puck and go type of player. But I mean, like if you're shooting for upside at 73, you can't do any better than Martino, I don't think.
Off puck positioning is really good too. Like
that's one of my favorite picks in a while.
Okay, so who's Ottawa going to take? Anybody have any guesses?
Roman Schmidt.
Oh yeah,
that is
not
the best.
That equal in this world.
Right
okay,
on.
we're not bullying Dylan for a whole round. You get a whole round off because of that. Like that was the perfect answer.
Can't bully Dylan for the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
The next 6 hours.
No, well, here's how it works. We can't bully him for the next 3 hours, but we're gonna get Jack in here, and then
God.
it's
I'm
it's going to be only that.
I'm gonna throw another name there. Frédéric Brunet from the QMJHL is another big defenseman. Was very rough.
Sorry, can we say that again?
Frédéric
Nodak,
Brunet.
that is anybody committed to Nodak? Oh, Oliver Joe.
Brent Johnson. That's the one.
Isn't
He's
there
going to Nodak too.
They
there's a
just made
goalie?
their pick.
Oliver Johansson at 74.
And do I know that guy?
That's always a good question in the third round.
How do you spell his name?
Exactly
Oliver,
how you would.
and then
expect.
Johansson.
Yeah, it's.
Uh,
How does Ottawa keep doing this? Like their commitment to the bit is like, it's almost overkill at this
It's
point.
respectable. I mean, it's respectable.
Yeah, but it's just like chill. We get it. You're doing your thing. Like,
yeah, I don't think I watched him.
and you went pretty deep on Sweden too, so that's bad. Like I sent David because David just doesn't sleep. I assume.
No,
Like David will send me a message at like 2:00 Quebec time, and it's just like him yelling at me because I missed something or I forgot to do something, or I don't know. It's a whole bunch of threats, half of them English, half of them French. A picture of my family from like 12 minutes ago because I forgot to post an article. But I sent him the longest list of Swedish players because he works so hard, and just like I think he would be upset if he didn't have film work to do. So I
really don't know that guy.
Has anyone seen Chris Cuthbert's tweet about the Sens?
No.
It's a picture of their draft room, and it says, hopefully whoever selected this carpet doesn't have input into the Sens draft choices. It is
I need to find this
ugly carpet, and in the picture is Pierre Dorian and Pierre Maguire and an ugly carpet and a bunch of really interesting.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's like a bad acid trip. Like what the what's going on there? Mitch, while you were gone, the Ottawa Senators were the Ottawa Senators. They drafted a Swede that we haven't even heard of.
I got one bit of insight. I asked my one Swede, Mikael Holm, anything on Johansson. He said Johansson is good. So this is a good pick.
Johansson,
thank you.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I watched him, but I don't remember a thing about him, and I took no notes. So that pretty much indicates that I didn't think it was draft worthy.
It's always encouraging when they play more games in the under 18 circuit than the under 21 in Sweden. That's always a great sign.
That might be why I didn't watch him, though.
He scored 3 goals in 5 games in Hockey Allsvenskan, although he was pointless in the 7 games. Anyway, this is the extent of my knowledge about him.
Yeah,
so.
Let's just move on.
Okay, so between picks 70 and 72, there was 21 minutes. That is too long.
I hate this.
Like that's like
Maybe 2
10
minutes.
times too long.
This is just like, I suppose we should know better than to trust the NHL at this point on literally anything, but like them sending out all those messages about how they were going to prevent this. Great job. Nailed
As
it.
soon as I saw one of those, I was like, okay, so this is another 10-hour draft.
Yeah, like I'll be getting drinks with Cam on Monday. Yeah.
I feel Cole Jordan right here. They love their big defenseman from the WHL.
Ooh, that's a good call.
Looks like there's a move for them to move down.
Oh my god.
My God.
Stop trading.
Or if you're going to trade, just not spend like 4 hours on it, you know? Like
Just do it before the pick.
yeah.
You're behind the Senators. They're not going to take who you want.
No.
And if they do, we need to have a different conversation.
Hey, do we know which college Roman Schmidt's going to? Or no, Roman Schmidt's going to the OHL next year. So that's Rachel's.
Why?
Rachel
Have
gets
fun
to
with
see
that.
Schmidt do one fantastic deke every 4 games and then play like the worst defenseman she's ever seen for like the rest of
Yes,
it.
but I also, you know what? If I have to watch Roman Schmidt in order to watch Francesco Pinelli, then I'll take it.
I mean,
here
Roman
we go.
Schmidt is just so Shakir. Like he is American Shakir, like times 1,000.
More
Just
skilled.
like, more, yeah, he is more skilled, but probably his floor is lower too.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Shakir's
About the
floor is
same.
pretty. It's like near the Earth's core, so I don't know. They're
I got
both
some
so
more-
bad.
I got some more insight on Oliver Johansson. He is teammates with Victor Lodin.
Okay, that's why. That's why they picked him. Makes sense.
I
That
send
clears
that
up everything.
in our group chat. That's like the 4 Venn diagram circles. That is like, is that North Dakota, family bloodlines, is friends with somebody on the team, and like something else. And literally every single draft pick fits in there.
6'5" goalie.
Yeah, Ottawa loves those. Which reminds me, I'm surprised Goudreau is still on the board. That's strange to me. I thought he was
Yeah,
going to
that's
go in the
strange.
second.
Everyone was like, "Oh, we should have. If just if Vossa was available in the third, we would have taken him." And so they don't have any other goalies ranked.
Why is Roman Schmidt going the OHL route?
No college wanted him.
Oh, jeez.
Is that why?
No.
I mean, Alex Vlasic got a job. Like, if Alex
That's-
Vlasic can
okay.
play in Hockey East, then there has to be room for Schmidt.
But I mean,
Which
that-
did Schmidt decommit, or was he just never committed to
I
anywhere?
think he was supposed to go to North Dakota.
Was he really?
Like, I could be wrong, but I think that was it. And I think
Mhm.
he decommitted.
Should be
Hmm.
easy enough to figure it out.
I could be totally off base though.
It didn't appear that he had an active commit.
it's
I mean-
really weird. Like, does he think he's like 2 years away from the NHL? I don't think so.
I don't think he's 20 years from the
Yeah.
NHL.
He might play, but it's a very, very low chance, like 5-10%.
We're only 10 picks into this round.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's even
75
slower than
for
the other
80
one.
and 75 to the Rangers for 80 and 176. And
You know what might have to happen is the NHL might have to go to the NFL route where they have day 1, day 2 is rounds 2 and 3, and then day 3 for the rest.
Yeah.
At this rate, because like 2 drafts in a row of this, it's like
I feel like it's because it's virtual though, and nobody has flights to catch or beer to drink. Like,
Yeah,
you can't go
maybe.
drink together, right?
Ryder Korzak.
Roman Schmidt was committed to BU before. And Ryder Korzak's an interesting player. He has no ability to manage pressure or play inside contact, but the tools are really interesting. He's an above average skater, shooter, passer, puck handler. It's just that he doesn't do anything with them at an NHL level at the current moment. He did improve his defensive game significantly.
my sample. Sorry, go ahead.
He did improve his defensive game significantly from this year to last, but that's pretty much it. It's just he needs to figure out a way to get pressure on his back, or at least somehow draw pressure in towards himself. But his understanding of how to maximize his tools is very, very, very limited.
I think that's a good development candidate, though. Like, if you have a team that spends money on development, I mean, like Carolina, LA, Toronto come to mind. I don't know what the Rangers are doing, quite frankly, but like, if you have a good development system, I think you take the player that's raw with tools like Brad or Korzak, and then you kind of give him to your development staff and say, okay, like, this is what we see in him. This is what needs to be developed. This is the future. Kind of like, okay, make your plan. Because I'm always if you have the tools, like, we can work with that. But if you don't have the tools, then, and you're big and mean, then I probably can't work with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there is like some tangible skills with Korzak. It's just a matter of finding a way to leverage them. Like, it affects his ability to play in the WHL, not just pro hockey, right? Like, you need to be able to use pressure in the dub. And he's not quite there yet. But we've also seen significant growth from his brother, for example. And, you think Moose Jaw is going to be a better situation next season just because they have so much young talent like Brandon Yager and Jagger Furcus. So there's an opportunity there where he's going to have much better line mates and the offense could take off and he starts figuring things out.
We have a trade.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
What?
Make it stop.
It's not Montreal.
Devin Levi and a first-round pick next year for Sam Reinhart.
That doesn't feel like
Great for Florida.
My goodness. And I want to know if that first-round pick is protected, though.
I think it is there because they were delaying it. It was supposed to happen last night, but they had to delay it because the condition on the first was like complicated or something like that.
Yeah, but then think about it for a second. If the condition is it's Shane Wright protected, and then it goes to 2023 and it's unprotected, now you're in Bedard Michkov territory, and that is not a pick I would be leaving unprotected.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right? I think the condition should be like, if Florida wins the lottery, then it's like a second round pick as opposed to getting a first.
That's what they were saying. Got to become a second.
Do you know what Reinhardt was looking for in terms of contract?
No.
Evolving Hockey has them at like $8 million, I think. I could see him getting like 6.5.
Florida's offense is going to be scary.
Lundell coming.
Going to be. It's already scary.
Yeah, but even scarier.
I mean, like, I don't think they get enough credit for how far they pushed Tampa Bay. Like, nobody else gave Tampa Bay a run, and they did it with like sub 900 goaltending. Oh yeah, I suppose the Islanders put up a fight too.
Yeah, like this whole thing about Montreal made it to the Cup final. Like, they literally did not have to play the Islanders or Florida on the way there. Like, Tampa absolutely had the hardest run to the final. But I still think like that Vegas Colorado series was unbelievable. But I think the Islanders and Florida gave them a way bigger run for their money. Like, I thought both of those series could have gone either way.
Tyson Hines, just a minute. The Anaheim spec is a pretty fun one. Doesn't have a lot of upside. He's probably a bottom pair guy, but he works hard. His skating has potential to improve. It's below average right now, but it's mostly that he collapses at the hips, and I think it's strength related because he's 6'3" and just grew, I think. Like I said, he works very hard. He scored a lot of goals by activating down from the blue line this season, scoring off passes, of backdoor plays, and he was very engaged defensively. He could make some breakout passes. Other times he was panicking under pressure. So he has decision-making issues, and not sure about his overall vision, but in terms of work rate and tools, reach, skating ability, I think he could play. Like, not a big chance, but it's a fun developmental project for Anaheim, who's known for developing defensemen. And back to the Reinhart trade, I don't think that's a lot for him, honestly. Just the Devin Levi, who had a pretty good World Junior and a first-round pick. If it's protected. If it's not protected, then... Oh, does it say? No, we don't have information on the first round.
I wonder if they even like need to protect it though, because like it's Florida.
You never know. You never know.
But,
yeah, you never know, but like they're pretty good, you know.
Cole Hawkins, another Acadie
Another
batter.
Q guy.
Yeah, another Q guy. He's one of the worst skaters in the draft. Like, very
Hell of a
bad
start.
stride. Very bad stride. It's so upright. He has no knee bend, and his stride is super short. But he uses a lot of crossovers. So he finds ways around his bad stride. He's always crossing his feet, go up and down the ice. So alleviates some of his speed issues because it's easier to accelerate with crossovers. And he's a pretty good playmaker too. He finds teammates all over the ice. It's just that his skating is a big problem. He's a big guy too. And another development project. I'm not sure how Cagliari develops skating, but he really, really needs work with a skating coach to have any hope of reaching the NHL. I think Mitch likes some of it.
Dawn Braid. I think she's with Calgary and Arizona, and like she's Barb Underhill territory good. So
that's good.
Yeah.
And it should be easy to at least get his stride to passable grade, because right now it's so bad that anything you teach him is going to make a massive difference in his game. Like just teach him to bend his knees slightly more and flex his upper body down.
Ankle flexion,
hip
angle.
Yes,
all
none
that
of that
is correctable for sure. And I think, if you're learning from Dawn Braid or Barb Underhill, you're in pretty good hands, I think.
Because I think we rated his hockey sense above average, or at least average. He's smarter than Riley Kidney, who the Habs drafted a bunch of picks ahead. It's just that in terms of skill, his technique is really bad because of his skating and all of that. But his hands are average to above average. It's all skating. It's the reason he wasn't on our board. We don't feel confident he will be able to improve enough to become an NHLer, but it's possible, especially if he works with someone as good as Barb Underhill.
Our highest ranked players still left are Trevor Wong, Cole Jordan, Kyle Masters. So we got a bunch of Dylan Duke, Dmitry Kuzmin, Victor Huenbori. My Swedish needs some work. And Peter Reynolds is still available. So
I like Kolosov to the Flyers in the third round.
Coach DJ Smith got a text from Brady Tkachuk saying Tyler Boucher is our kind of player.
Oh my God.
This team is just such a meme at this point. They're such a meme.
Again, the 4 categories: University of North Dakota, friend of another player, American, dad was in the NHL.
I needed you here last night, Rachel, because I was telling them the story of when Pierre Dorion was explaining the Josh Norris pickup, and he's like, well, first of all, he's Brady Tkachuk's best friend. And everybody was like, I don't remember that. And I was like, that was like a solid meme on hockey Twitter for like a whole week, which would explain why Mitch and David hadn't heard of it. I mean, they don't ever use their Twitter accounts.
I did hear of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Dylan was still in elementary school when that happened, so.
Still in elementary school?
Come on. I thought
That's where you learn about all the memes.
Oh, David, you're gonna love this pick that Dallas just made.
Oh, geez.
Did you see Justin Ertl this year?
No.
What a name!
All right, so Ertl's a Cornell, I think, commit. He played in the MJAHL, so he played Junior A in the Maritimes, and this kid is a very interesting pick. He big, and he's got some passing skill. But that's pretty much all that I know about him, though. Unfortunately, very interesting. I'm
supposed to watch that league, like.
Dude, I've heard some murmurs that he might actually be a draft pick, but at this stage, it seems a little rich. Again, I know nothing about him, but it is weird to take a kid who's playing Junior A in the Maritimes in the draft, let alone in the third round.
You say that,
better
but
than Peter Reynolds.
Kieran Rushinsky worked out for Montreal.
Yeah, they drafted him. He was Kieran Rushinsky he played midget in his draft year.
Yeah, 5th round pick, right?
He's surely the next Colton Pareko. They're the same person.
Ooh, that's going to sting for Ottawa. Brent Johnson off the board at 80.
Oh, no, what will they do?
They just threw their list in the garbage. Like, their draft is over. Who else are they going to pick?
I had someone
sort by height
to the Ottawa organization say, Does their management just sort by height and weight and go off of that?
Height, weight, and Pierre Maguire's favorite analytic, which is friendship. His second favorite analytic, North Dakota-ness.
You can't measure it.
You can't. Now look, Eddie, I'm telling you, you can't measure heart. When you tell me there's an analytics equation for that, I'll listen to you. But we don't have one right now. Boots on the ground. Boots on the groundness is the analytic that I measure. Now you got North Dakota. There's 2 Dakotas. You got a South and a North. You know why North produces talent? They're on top. That's what I'm telling you, Edo. Eddie.
Except literally all of those things I would believe if you said he said that.
Yeah, North Dakota. You know why it's the best? It's on top.
It's on top.
Yeah.
And then something about somebody's cousin being the equipment manager there.
Oh, yeah. And what that equipment manager's like birth weight and height was and what their favorite color is. And I used to get in so much. Here's a little peek behind the curtains. I used to get in so much trouble at TSN because they'd have Pierre Maguire on. I'd be like, I'm right here, guys. Like, you can have somebody who actually knows what they're talking about. So I got this reputation at 1040 as like the Pierre Maguire hater. And it's just like, no, I just think the audience deserves better. Like, they can just read these players' elite prospects page. Like, come on. Get the same information.
Goudreau went.
Oh, I like that for the Sharks.
There you go, San Jose. Well
That's
done.
like a great pick, especially considering what they need, which is like literally anyone who can stop the puck.
What does San Jose need? Well, a lot.
Yeah,
like
they
lot?
need all of their overpaid old players to retire tomorrow. Start there.
Yes.
And what about Brent Johnson?
LTIR them.
Yeah, Brent Johnson. I actually didn't see much Brent Johnson this year, but I feel like Daniel would have, because Daniel is in the David category of not sleeping.
Who, sorry?
Because sleep is the cousin of death. Have you seen much Brent Johnson?
No, I haven't seen much of him actually.
Oh, okay. I just, every one of you who had seen him was like, this guy sucks. So I was like, he's not on my short list for viewings.
He's an upside pick. You know, you're picking him because he tries to be manipulative in transition, but his skating holds him back, and he's a strong offensive zone playmaker. He's inconsistent in how he activates into the rush. He's slight, small. The skating is very problematic. He lacks ankle flexion, hip depth, very limited on his edges. So he does the Brant Clark thing where instead of doing one turn, he has to do 18 to find separation, but he doesn't understand how to flip pressure like Clark does. So there's a big projection concern in that one area. And, you know, he's going to North Dakota, a team that likes to activate their defensemen, a team that likes to get their players involved frequently. And so he's going to be a perfect fit there. And hopefully in a few years' time, he's going to be a decent upside bet.
There goes Dmitry Kuzmin to Winnipeg.
Nice.
Yeah. They've been getting Chaz Lucius too. Like, hey, pretty good.
They're having a good draft.
Yeah. Well, it's like one of the things where it's like, oh, this guy fell into our lap. Like the Islanders getting Ratu at 52. No chance they thought he was going to be there.
I'm going to say it. Kuzmin is going to be one of the better defensemen of this draft. Mm-hmm. He's on a smaller size, but everything we talked about Brent Johnson, his trouble finding escapes under pressure. It's one of Kuzmin's main talent. I think Mitch is better to talk about him because he wrote an article on him. But I really like that pick.
Yeah, he's super deceptive, real modern principles defenseman, always in the play. He can activate down low. He fills space really well. There's a lot of interesting elements to his game. Like defensively, he's very reachy and committing, and he can tend to back off a little bit too easily. But there's a lot of instinctual elements to his defensive game too. The way that he reads plays off puck, the way that in the neutral zone in particular, how he gets on attackers' hips early and drives them wide. And of course, the sheer entertainment value is just nonstop with him, right? Lacrosse goals, he's always in deep, trying to make something happen. It's just a matter of reining it in a little bit. He should have been in Flint this season, where he probably would have been a top guy in the OHL and probably could have done a lot to boost his draft stock. And I think long term, this is going to look like a steal. Like he's going to be a top 40 player in the draft class. I'm pretty confident in that.
Yeah, and we already made the distinction between planner and problem solver last stream. And Kuzmin might not be planner. I think he sees like 2 or 3 moves ahead, but in terms of beating pressure, he's one of the better defensemen in the class at doing it. So his skating could be better, like you said. It's just when a forechecker arrives, he knows how to imbalance them, make a fake, and then go around them, and does so again and again in games. Something that's very projectable to the OHL and to the NHL too.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching him this year for sure. He's definitely one of the guys I have penciled in where like I want to get a lot of viewings because, I mean, he seems kind of exactly like a guy that goes in the 80s, like in the 3rd, 4th round, and then just absolutely pops the next year. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing kind of his development curve. And Flint is Flint, so I wonder kind of how that plays into it. But he's got a ton of tools, and so that's definitely a player I'm looking forward to.
And anyone who does the lacrosse goal is good in my books.
Correct.
Oh yeah, he's pretty creative too. And guess who's wasting time again?
Guess who? Did they just take another timeout?
Is it Carolina?
Yes.
Is it actually?
Text Darren York right
he picked
now.
2 more
Aaron,
times
buddy,
in
you're
this round
killing me.
too, on top of the next pick.
There's a long shot. Mark Yaruda, he's a Belarusian, played in the MHL. He scored a lacrosse goal this year, so or at least he tried one, I think. So he's gonna get drafted too. He's not good, but he'll get picked now.
Was that their pick?
No, I was just bringing up a random name because he's also Belarusian and tried a lacrosse goal.
Yeah. Belarus is producing some talents this year. But Carolina, so it's probably going to be another draft inefficiency, a smaller player, overager, someone skilled, someone smart. With
Well, they're just going to trade it
again and waste all of our time with calculations. That's Eric Tulski's work. Who is the best available player on our board? Cole Jordan again?
Probably Dylan Duke and Cole Jordan,
No.
Kyle Masters.
Yeah. Why are they not being selected? Like Cole Jordan is like 6 foot, $1 million.
Carolina has officially taken another timeout, according to someone in a draft room. It's their 4th one.
Just limit them. Like
they are putting on a time-wasting clinic that soccer teams could learn from, and that is saying a lot.
What?
What's happening?
Who is it?
They took a Patrick Hamrla. He's a goaltender who plays in Czech Republic. He plays top tier, or he played 6 games in the top tier and then 6 games in the second tier. He was at the U18s, it seems, but he didn't actually play. And it seems like Lassie was ahead on this because he sent something to the Slack that said something odd coming.
We don't know him.
No,
he's a goalie.
Odd, yes.
He stops pucks. Very big, calm.
He had an 826 with one team this year. He had a 921 with another team and an 881 with another team, and then a 916 with who knows. He's the number 3 ranked goalie by Central Scouting for EU, though, so we might have missed out on that one a little bit.
What's his size, Mitch?
He is a absolutely monstrous 6'3".
Oh,
I got a question. Butterfly goaltender? Good laterally?
He has used the butterfly once or twice, presumably.
Challenges the shooter, perhaps?
Does he inspire confidence in his teammates, though?
Big gameness. Big gameness is a big one.
His poise.
Big gameness.
These are the metrics that I now look, Eddie, when they got an analytic for a big game for challenging the shooter, that's the analytic I'll trust. But when you don't have an equation for big gameness, for challenging the shooter, for coming outside of the crease and making yourself big, I don't want to hear about that equation. I want to hear about the one where you come out and challenge the shooter, Edo. A lot of people think I hate analytics. I just hate when you think you can count saves and say that a goalie made this many saves. I want a boot on the ground who can see the saves.
What are your thoughts on his on goalies playing the puck?
Look, I come from the era. There was Martin Brodeur, born in Lac Saint Hyacinthe in Quebec. He went to the elementary school named after our first prime minister. He went to a secondary school that was named after the second premier of Quebec. He taught history class. Well, his grandfather taught history class at that school. At recess, he was picked fourth for roller hockey once. His favorite color is purple.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I don't know who's in charge of clips. Clip that and put that on Twitter right now. Oh, they're interviewing Stankoven. That's so nice.
What are your thoughts on the owners of your junior team?
Why'd you fall so far? Are you bad in the locker room or perhaps a criminal?
Do you plan on getting bigger?
New Jersey just posted a video of who they took at 68, which was
Samu
Salmonen. And literally the headliner on the video is size and production. Just say production. He's good enough to justify the pick. We don't need to talk about how big he is. Don't do it.
No self-awareness.
This is the issue, though. NHL teams are the reason why fans are so obsessed with this stuff, because NHL teams just force feed it to you, and the media force feeds it to you. They're like, "Hey, this guy's big, and that's his defining characteristic, and he works hard." So then fans go off on when they go off and hold their own opinions. They base it on what the media is telling them.
And that's why we have people that are like cross-checking people in front of the net is a good character trait of a defenseman.
You can't actually measure that, though, like the number of cross-checking a game. That's a good metric.
Yeah.
You got
an equation for cross-checks, Edo? I loved editing the David. I think David did the write-up for Ben Roger, and I remember because David alternated between Ben Roger and Ben Rogers like every other time.
Yeah, I was confused.
I could tell because it would be Ben Roger does this well, and then the next paragraph it would be Ben Rogers does this well, and then the third one it would be Benjamin Roberts.
I think his name is written differently on Instat and Elite Prospects, so I just didn't know what's happening anymore. Just use all of them to make sure one of them was bound to be right.
Editing David's work is still like low-key one of my favorite things to do, because like somehow the one French Canadian on our staff is the one who always writes American. So like missing U's, he writes center ER. It's always so funny to me. It's like, wait a second. If anyone should write the strange Canadian way, it should be you. Somehow it's not. No.
Part of America.
It's all that time you spend in Maine.
How his name is spelled.
Yeah.
You're wrong, David. You just don't know how his name is spelled. It's Ben Roger on Instat too. Quit trying to pawn off your
somehow.
You're slandering our partner Instat. This is unacceptable.
I'm going to find where the mistake is.
The mistake was in your write-up.
No, I saw it somewhere. Even if it's in my own write-up. I saw it written.
Yeah, he was rereading his own thing. He was like, "Why is it Rogers and Roger?"
Just
up there, it's written Rogers. So like, I'm going to continue.
No, he was going through his game reports, trying to do the write up, and he's like, "This idiot! They can't decide whether it's Ben Roger or Ben Rogers." Not reading anyone else's reports.
No, that's not what happened.
Is there an analytic equation for spelling names?
LA just traded up with Calgary to get the 84th pick.
Hey, this would be an immediate pick. It has to be in within 50 seconds.
What you're going to pick. Just make the pick.
It's going to be a good pick because it's LA.
That's a bad one now.
Cole Jordan.
Now they're going to pick some dude.
Yeah. This is
We've never heard of.
When's Ottawa's next pick?
Real Kirsanov. Dylan,
Kirsanov. Okay, I like that.
I get a player.
I like it.
Don't get cocky, kid.
He's all right.
That's it. That's all you got is Kirill Kirsanov. It's all right. He was really skater. He stuck out at the World Junior A Challenge. I actually thought he outplayed Chaika there. Not
did.
Obviously this year, but last year. Sorry, you go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, I mean, I really like his skating ability. Like, if he can just have like any semblance of offensive instincts, like as soon as he gets into the zone, he's not just an instant turnover. There's definitely a player there. But I mean, he's one of the older players in the draft, so for him to be still like a mold of what he should be is kind of worrying, and I get that's kind of a big reason why he would fall this far. Like, there's not a lot of him that's refined. He's inconsistent, like with how passive he plays in the defensive zone or how aggressive he plays. And when he plays passive, it's just way too passive, and he lets plays just develop in front of him and tries to get last second, fix what he's caused. But the skating, the poise on the puck, he's a really good passer. He makes smart decisions with the puck on his stick. It's just there's in the offensive zone, defensive zone, you just like there's not a lot there to really go off of, other than that he's just a player that you can mold and kind of plug into your bottom pair in the NHL if he gets that far.
Oh my God. I thought that was Carolina. Calgary is trading down. We need to talk to Friedman about the way he does team acronyms. Okay, it's not Cal, it's CGY. This needs to stop.
Sounds like
trade
California.
That trade was the trade that got them Kirsanov.
Oh, okay.
We have a bunch of questions for you, Rachel, in the chat, and they're in German, I think, so I can't read them.
They're actually for you. You just, can't make them out.
I can't even see the chat. I don't know how to operate this stuff. I love my dad. He's literally watching this on YouTube. Hello, Dad. And he's like, can I call you in 20 minutes? I'm like,
just send a message on YouTube.
What?
I sent you the link in Slack.
Yeah, the link is in Slack. I mean, I could try to read it. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try and read it. This will be fun. All right, where do I start?
Good luck.
Haha, kommt mit der deutsche Homerpix. Natürlich. Rachel, no, that's English.
I feel like you butchered that, and now I'm going to have to go and see it for myself.
Würde es dem Jungen wünschen, denke 7 Runde oder war riesig für ihn.
Okay, I sort of made that out with your...
Gehört, Wien, sorry?
I feel like that's Swedish. He was asking who are some of the guys that could go in the 6th or 7th round that are high-end skill.
Can you answer in German?
I don't know. Like, who are we thinking that could, like, there's not a lot of high-end skill.
Well, if you want to throw some red meat to our base here, you could say Hakan Hanelt. Just default to the German kid.
I wish there were fun German kids like Stutzla and Pacherka again, because
I got one. Bennett Rossme.
But here's the thing: is I haven't seen any of these guys, so like I can't.
Oh yeah.
That's I can. I'm trying to figure out how to find this YouTube stream so I can answer, or even.
Oh, David sent it in the Slack.
Thank you, David.
We have a OHL pick, Brett Harrison to Boston at 85.
Or even.
David sent it in the Slack.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Brett Harrison, I actually liked him in his D- 1 year, just strictly based on the fact that he was like playing a role in Oshawa. He was on that fourth line, which like, okay, you're getting sheltered minutes. He was good on the forecheck. Didn't love his skating back then. I don't love it now. But when you think Boston Bruin, he's big, mean boy who throws hits. So think like Trent Frederick. When I see Brett Harrison, I actually thought of Trent Frederick, which I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. The skating is hunched over. It's not good. The work rate is questionable. I know that Lassie saw Brett Harrison in Finland when he was over there this year and was not particularly high on him. There's a lot missing there for me. And his redeeming quality is that he's big. Like, this is Ottawa territory. There's stuff there, but if Boston can develop him, then yeah, he's probably like a fourth line player who can forecheck, probably fight if that's still allowed when he's in the NHL. But other than that, yeah, like there's not a whole lot of scoring that's happening there.
We have Caden Bankier to Minnesota, and we have Dmitry Kostenko to Montreal. I feel like Kostenko is Dylan territory, and Bankier is
Mitch territory.
Yeah.
So Bankier is he's more skilled than he is intelligent. He works hard defensively. He brings some creativity, but it's mostly as a playmaker. His most skilled element is his shooting, but he's never open. He's never ready to shoot off the pass. He really struggles with his off puck reads. Skating's probably average. His game boils down to get puck to net in transition, no creativity. He's an interesting pick because you can obviously see the NHL skills there as a shooter and as a passer. It's just that there has to be so much development in terms of his decision-making and the way that he sees the ice to become an NHL player. He was a very late admission to our board. He would have, if we had it to like the 120 as we did originally, he would have been in there.
And then with Kostenko, I mentioned with Svechkov how at the start of the MHL year and to the end, there was clear improvement. Can't say the same with Kostenko at all. If anything, he looked worse than he did at the start of the year. Just really lacks defensive awareness, allows so much on the rush. He has a really cool shot, I'll say. He puts his stick like all the way over his head and then keeps going to get as much power as possible. And I mean, for some reason it works against MHL defenders. They don't see it coming, even though it's very clear that it's coming all the time. I mean, this is probably still a bit early.
He has no upside.
Yeah, I don't see an NHL player.
It's a bad pick.
Yeah, it's not a good pick.
He has the technical flaws. His decision-making awareness are pretty poor. It's not a pick I would have made anywhere in the draft. Is he big? Like, I think he has size.
No. I think he's like 6 foot flat. If I'm not
He's 6'1", according to the thing, which means that he's massive for hockey standards. Have some respect. 5'11", you're short. 6'1".
Just as a heads up, I'm going to do some article sharing on the Twitter account, so I might be, I might look predisposed, and I will be for the next bit. So I am defaulting to the host. Host duties now go to Rachel.
Oh, I am host duty now. Okay.
Yeah, you're on host duty.
All right.
Nice. There's some rules to this chat, Rachel. We don't say nice things to Dylan.
Okay.
Wait, but I have some insight.
I like Dylan's
class.
classic.
Isn't from Russia.
Okay, we sometimes are nice to him.
Carter Missouri's favorite player growing up was Darren Helm.
Steven Sardarian.
That is so.
Wait, Steven Sardarian just got picked?
Oh,
what?
Mike Babcock loves this pick.
Wait.
Why is the name?
Wow, I don't know him.
Wait,
okay, so we have figured out
you can spell Steven like that?
Steven, I guess. He's going to New Hampshire next year.
So I have figured out the chat situation. He was asking, now that I read it, he was asking if Florian Elias was going to be picked. I personally would. Like, I mean, look at the dudes being taken right now. I would take him for sure. Like, take a swing, see what happens. Like, it's one of those things where now these are legitimately pieces of chicken in terms of pick value. Like, if you're going to take a home run swing, at least take a swing on a guy who's shown he can play with skill players and gets to the net well. Like, of course, he was not the premier player on that line in the World Juniors, but it does take talent to play with elite talent. See Pascal Dupuis and Chris Kunitz. But, like, yeah, he's somebody I would absolutely take a swing on.
All right, let's hear about Steven Sardarian. I need to know.
I have nothing good to say about him. He's
okay.
fine.
Well, give me everything.
I mean, he's a fine NHL player. He was on my board for a day, and then I watched him, and he was off my board. So, I mean, his production was fine. I think he was over half a point per game. Yeah, 30 and 50. But I mean, that's not a pick. He wasn't anywhere near a pick for me.
This has not been a good draft for the Habs. Or it would not have been a good draft, and there was no way to redeem this on day 2. But
it doesn't matter who they take on day 2.
Yeah,
it's a joke of an organization between hiring Sean Burke, and all the other questionable decisions that they've almost made with D'Angelo and Voinov.
Oh no, I think that D'Angelo thing is legit. Like, I think it
is legit. And there's a host of other questionable decisions that have yet to be put into the public sphere that will eventually come out, because this is going to cause a massive storm, as it should. Just a joke of an organization, arguably the league's most hypocritical team. Yeah, screw them. I feel bad for the kids who who get picked by this team on day 2. What a position that you're in now, because either you denounced the team that did that, or you just pretend that nothing happened. And that's not to mention the fact that Mayo interview this morning was disgusting, that the Habs hosted on their Twitter. And that's not to mention that the victim has still never been mentioned in any of this.
Yeah, like, honestly, I mean, I think I probably have a bit of a different perspective, just, being a female. Yeah. And it's one of those things where, like, I had actually fully planned to join kind of like the wrap up last night, to wrap up like the first round. And after that happened, I was like, I can't. Like, it's a law. The message that it sends, just to have no regard. All it says is basically, if you're a good enough hockey player, you can commit crimes, and that's okay. And to me, like, this whole thing about his life shouldn't be ruined. If we want to talk about whose life was ruined, we should probably be talking about the victim, because she's the one that's going to have lifelong effects. And the fact that not only did they do it, but then they carted him out in front of the Montreal media today. And credit to Arpon Basu for his piece. Ken Campbell absolutely knocked that one out of the park. Even Eric Engels. But, like, some of the French-speaking Montreal media, they were like, should he be stoned for what he did? No one's saying he should be stoned. We're saying he should lose the privilege of being selected to a professional sports league.
Jack Todd was also on one.
And Kevin Paul Dumont this morning. What was that?
Yeah. I just, like, it's so bizarre, because it's like, it's not like being drafted to the NHL is a special privilege. Like, you are in the top 0.5% of hockey players in the world.
That's even lower than that.
See, yeah, it's even lower than that. Like, then I got canceled, then Mitch got canceled. Daniel got canceled. We all got canceled. If that is your basis for determining who was denied a career path, like, sorry, that just so bugs me.
Was it Sam Cosentino who said that he was a victim of cancel culture or something like that on the broadcast last night?
That's not really what he said, though.
No, he said he doesn't believe in cancel culture and that he believes in second chances, which, okay, couple things. Him getting picked shows that cancel culture doesn't actually exist, because if it did, that wouldn't have happened. I also, and I said this morning on the radio, I believe in second chances, of course, but those second chances have to be earned. They are not just given. And you need to earn them by showing that you are going to counseling, by, I don't know, making a meaningful apology to the victim, by showing remorse for what you've done, not doing a calculated withdrawal from the draft with a PR firm and having Mark Hunter talk about how good of a person you are when you were just convicted of a sex crime. Like, that doesn't tell me you're learning. And also, having your agent attack me in my DMs is probably also not the way to go about it. So I think that do people deserve second chances? Yes. But when you have a situation like this, that second chance needs to be earned. And I do feel bad for all of the other picks that Montreal is taking in this draft, because it's all overshadowed. Like, their special day is going to be overshadowed by the fact that the team that picked them, which is a storied hockey franchise, was absolutely erroneous in their decision-making last night.
Yep. So shall we, so Cam Wynot goes to Calgary. We have our first German, Luca Munzenberger, goes to Edmonton at 90th. And then at 91, we have Tage Harding. He's born in the UK. He's committed to Providence. He's an overager. He's a re-entry. He plays in the AJHL. He had 13 points in 16 games as a 6'7" defenseman. So I'm very curious to go back and watch some tape on him and see what the deal is with that. But does anyone know anything about Munzenberger or Cam Wynot?
Why not? I know him. He's a defenseman who had a good reputation coming out of AAA. He was picked pretty high. It's just that he has skating issues, decision-making issues. So it's not a good combo. He really panics on retrievals, lacks poise there. He just wants to get rid of the puck most of the time due to a lack of awareness. That can be fixable. But right now, it's hard to really project him to the NHL due to his problem with decision-making. And his stride sometimes gets a bit better, but he lacks agility, quickness, speed. He has a lot of mechanical flaws. He makes the occasional creative play at the offensive blue line. He has some offensive upside, but a lot to fix to really get there. We didn't have him on our board.
I regret to inform everyone that Kevin Paul Dumont is at it again on the Twitter. Someone said to him, "Why would any women want to work for the Canadiens after this? Are you absolutely out of your mind?" Kevin Paul Dumont, to become the boss of her offender.
What? No. What? No, you can't say that.
And then, thank you, Jesse Marshall. He goes, yeah, sexual assault victims everywhere lining up to work with their abusers 40 hours a week.
That's
disgusting.
This is one of the most insane things I've ever read in my life. Has Kevin Paul DuPont ever spoken to a woman?
You know the answer to that. Does anyone know Andrei Bujalski?
Yes, I know him. So he's a 2000 born player, if I remember correctly. He played in Kazakhstan, if I remember, and then he came over to play in the USHL. He's very fluid. Like, he can take passes off the backhand in stride, knock him a foot in the air, whack him back down, beat defenders wide, tons of pace, a really creative player. If it weren't for his age, I think he probably would have ended up on our board. It's just really uncertain to figure out what he's going to be at the next level. And it's just such a small sample, really tricky projection. And of course, the USHL is a bit of a lower pace league. And, you know, his guys with high pace kind of have their impact overstated there. And I think that might have been the case with him. But very, very interesting situation. He came over, and I think he's going to Vermont, if I remember correctly. So hopefully that means that Dovar Tingling can get a little bit of offensive support.
What about Tage Harding?
6'7".
He's verified.
Yeah.
First rounder.
Crap.
All right. Why was he not on our board? We need to go into an extensive review of this. Unacceptable.
I'll go on Insta and watch some highlights.
Also,
good man.
the Luka Munzenberger pick was traded 3 times before he was picked. First being for Patrick Marleau, and then being for Ryan Donato, and then being a part of the Jesper Wallstedt move up from Minnesota. So he has a lot of value, it seems.
Oh, he's going to Providence next year. He's from the AJHL.
Mm-hmm.
A re-entry from the AJHL.
Next
Parayko.
Yeah.
Fort McMurray too.
Holy crap, he's 6'7".
I got Instat pulled up right now.
Wait, so
I don't even know the jersey numbers, and I already know who he is.
They took,
he'll be the one who hits. I can guarantee that's his role.
So they got, what's his name last year? Louis Crevier, who's 6'8", and they had Alex Vlasic the year before, who's 6'6".
Islanders just took Tristan Lennox.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
That's
Carolina's
a good pick.
on the clock, so we have 10 minutes to talk.
Yeah, let's go on lunch break right now.
We need to talk about his butterflies and his
side-to-side mobility.
His bigness.
How big his glove is.
His big gameness. When I got an equation for that, I'll tell you, like, look, I'm not against analytics. I'm not. Edzo, you know I'm not. Oh, Aiden Reshuk. That, you know what? That is a Carolina pick.
That's, yeah.
Like, Aiden Reshuk, like, I would have games this year where I was like, oh, there's something there. And then I'd have other games where I was like, this is absolutely do not draft, punt him to the sun from a cannon. Like elite level Roman Schmidt almost. His development kind of plateaued a little bit too. He was supposed to take a much bigger step this year.
He had a lot of flashes.
He did have a lot of flashes, yes.
We only have one more pick of the 3rd round. We are almost done 2 hours later.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, that means that the 3rd round was twice as fast as the 2nd round. That's a step up.
I'm watching Tage Harding highlights right now. 6'7" from AJ that we were just talking about, and
does he look big?
He is a destroyer of water bottles. Also, it appears that he likes to get up into the rush, and he showed some creative playmaking skills. So I'm actually thoroughly intrigued right now. I might have to watch him.
Huh.
Like, he's not a good skater, but you can see the room for him to improve. Oh, Josh Bloom just went to Buffalo, 95th overall. He's sagging off.
Josh Bloom?
Uh,
in this economy?
That's not great. No, that's not great. That's not good value at all.
Come on, Rachel. He scored 14 points in 54 games as a rookie.
Yeah, and I literally, like,
Is he a defenseman?
No.
Wow. A goalie? Is he a goalie?
Also, no. Like, they have him rightfully listed as a left wing. Like, they were trying to say he plays center. I'm like, he does not play center. No, at no point does he play center. There's like no backtracking associated. I haven't even had a chance to like look at Mitch's tracking data in regards to him, but like there is nothing special about what this kid does. Like, you know, at this stage of the draft, you're trying to take guys that have like one special skill and you can build on that. Like, there's nothing here. So I don't know what's going on here.
He, in last year's data set, he actually was among the leaders in neutral zone breakups and expected goals per 60, although it was 8 games in very small minutes. So obviously it's extremely noisy. However, if there is a Saginaw player that does have a special quality, it's obviously Davis T-Bone Codd, who it is a crime that Bloom went above him on purely name value alone.
Yes.
I made sure in my data set that T-Bone Codd is listed as T-Bone Codd. Don't want no Davis Codd on this. We need to make sure that we're using his nickname.
But where does it come from?
Probably America.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. The best player in the draft.
Oh, what has happened to Tampa Bay's scouting room? Like, what has happened?
Pissed.
Their last two drafts have just been absolutely insane. Like, what is Roman Schmidt
bad
doing?
Of a pick at the 96. Like,
that is like, you could justify that in round like 6. We're like still 2 days away from when that pick could be justifiable at the pace the draft is going.
The issue with Roman Schmidt is that if his current game was at like 16 or 15, it would be a pretty great prospect. But it's just, unless he's a very late bloomer, I don't think he gets out of I don't think he reaches the NHL, because there are only flashes of skills. And in terms of decision making, awareness, there's so many problems. But I think Mitch would probably describe that better. Is he still here? No, he just left. Okay, so
he was so disgusted by the pick that he just like up and left. He was like, I can't abide by this. I can't sit idly by while Roman Schmidt goes in the 3rd round. That is preposterous.
So what he does is he's going to dangle one defender a game in a very highlight reel worthy way, and then attack down and find a pass inside or shoot on net, and you're like, oh, where did that come from? And then the rest of the game, it's going to drag Sean Burns down because he misses defensive reads, misses offensive reads in transition. So do you project on the flashes of skill, or do you think his constant game is just those misreads, and it's going to stay that way as he evolves? I don't think he makes the NHL, but if Tampa Bay is very lucky and Roman Schmidt gains confidence in the OHL, that is a better league than the USHL, maybe they get something down the line, a bottom pair defenseman who scores the occasional highlight reel goal, but there's a low chance of that. Olivier Nadeau, that's a good pick.
Yeah,
Great
like
job,
honestly,
Buffalo.
we're at the point
That's
now
an awesome pick.
OHLers are going, like Roman Schmidt is going to play in the OHL, like Josh Bloom is going, and I'm kind of sitting here going, okay, like Ethan Cardwell is there, like Bryce Montgomery, James Hardy, Francesco Arcuri, like these are all guys, even like Connor Lockhart, I would take a chance on before I took some of these OHL guys. Like to me, I would take Ethan Cardwell for sure. I think there's something there. I mean, even Del Mastro at this point, right? Yeah. Like, if we're taking Roman Schmidt, we should probably be taking Ethan Del Mastro and Jack Mattier in terms of defenders. Bryce Montgomery, obviously, as well. But yeah, Cardwell, Arcuri, Hardy, for me, are the OHLers that should absolutely be going off the board pretty soon here, especially given what we're seeing.
Jackson Blake, Luke Lewandowski, Jack Harvey, all these higher upside guys that are just...
My life depends on Jackson Blake.
Yeah, you're really kind of a fan of the team there. Think so.
Yeah, whoever takes him is my new favorite team. No way, it backfires.
What should be the Habs?
Yeah, I mean, they were my backup plan too. Like before the draft, because I was like, I like Cole Caulfield. I'll just flick them, and then they do that and they ruin it.
Yeah, to talk a bit about Olivier Nadeau. Rachel talked about earlier drafting players having at least one NHL projectable skill or something that makes them special. And Olivier Nadeau, it's really his playmaking ability and hockey sense. He sees play in advance and he can hit tight lanes in between defenders to reach teammates. He protects the puck well, like maybe not at an NHL level, but it could get there. And he makes play off the boards, inside. So it was really great for Xavier Bourgault this season, who is not that effective along the boards. Olivier Nadeau shouldered that weight a lot. So he would go dig pucks on the boards and then spin off a defender and found Nadeau a lot. The issue is really pace and mobility. His skating is clearly below average, and it's probably going to stay that way because he looks already physically developed. So he had a strength advantage too. You have to take that into account when you project him. It was easier for him to make plays in the junior QMJHL because he had that strength advantage. He could push off defenders. So his skating is going to limit him. And is he going to retain that strength advantage at the next level? I don't think so. So there are some clear red flags in this game, but just the way he sees the game, it's going to help him a lot, both defensively and offensively. So he has a chance to play in a fourth line, third line role. He's not going to be a top 6 guy, but he could connect players at the NHL level and become a forechecker. That's a really great pick at this range. Another player from the queue that should go in this range is Peter Reynolds. That's not
He should have gone much earlier.
I feel like both of those players should have gone earlier.
Yeah, Peter Reynolds is on the smaller size, and his skating is maybe average, so that's hard for the NHL.
Seattle just took Ville Ottavainen. Did I see that correctly?
Yep. He can play in the AHL next year. So
there you go.
Okay.
Oh, Josh Lopino went. That's interesting.
Why?
Oh, he's a double re-entry at UMass. Don't usually see those get drafted.
Right.
Played in a depth role. Actually had pretty good numbers if memory serves. Let me see here.
23 points in 29 games as a rookie. He's an 0-1. Points.
But yeah, he's a double re-entry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about a huge step. Increased his output despite going from Lincoln in the USHL to UMass in the NCAA. That's pretty impressive.
I think this is Bryce Montgomery here.
Third eyes opened.
Yeah.
As soon as New Jersey comes up, you're like, okay, who is a big defenseman?
They took a goalie. They took Jakub Malik.
Is he big?
I don't know. Is there an equation for that?
There's actually a statistic for height.
Yeah. Well, I want
to popular belief.
Yeah. Well, I want a boot on the ground.
Analytic. He has an analytic for height.
I'm surprised Nadeau lasted to the 4th, to be honest.
I thought Nadeau would have been gone in like the late 2nd, early 3rd. He grew on me over the year. I got to be honest. I was doing some film work last week, I think, and I was actually messaging David about this. I was like, there's something there.
He's just chugging along, but he still gets the puck and then moves it quickly to the inside. Lots to like about his game.
Real hard skill player.
Yeah. Him, Bork, and Bourgault have a really good dynamic. They're great to watch together.
I kind of honestly preferred Nadeau to Bourgault in some of those games.
Same.
Like I definitely came away from a few of those viewings like I like Nadeau more.
Without Bork, Nadeau was better. Like Nadeau was at the play driver where Bourgault was still the same player. So like maybe there's a little more scalability there for play driving potential provided his skating comes along. Whereas I think Bourgault is probably mostly just going to be a get puck, shoot puck guy at the next level, no matter really what happens from here.
Who's still left on our board?
Trevor Wong, Cole Jordan, Kyle Masters. Everyone hates the WHL.
Why?
Except for Mitch in a paradoxical.
Yeah, how the tables have turned.
Yeah. I told you this, Mitch. I had a scout who texted me and was like, does your WHL scout like anyone last year? And I was like, no. And we wouldn't have it any other way.
Linguini Richard.
We still don't have Peter Reynolds. We still don't have the 2 Swedish players that David really likes, whose names escape me at this moment.
Stjernborg.
Yeah, and Nystrom. Yeah.
Oh, they're both getting drafted. Maybe later, but they were both getting drafted.
I have some stats on the goalie. They're actually not terrible. So last year in the Czech U22nd League, he had a .913 in 2 games. And then in the Czech second league, he had a 9-12 in 14 games. So.
But what does this mean?
Do
we know anything about projecting goalie from the second tier of U20 hockey?
We do not. We do not.
There literally isn't an analytics equation for that.
Unfortunately, through all of my prospect research, have not come up with that yet.
Dang it.
I have some insight on the Colton Dach pick. This tweet states, Hawks just need to sign Nikita Gusev to make a Dach Goose line.
Wow.
Rob.
Now banned from.
Yeah, let's ban Dylan from the chat.
That was so good. No,
wow.
I take it.
That tweet was hilarious. I'm gonna retweet that. That was.
Oh no, that's so bad.
Guillaume Richard goes to Columbus at 101. He's He's
big.
Yes. He plays in the defensive end and the offensive end and in the neutral zone, and he plays everywhere because he can skate there. And I don't know. He's an interesting player, honestly. I kind of like him. He's just very bland. There's potential that he can start figuring out the skating side of things to maximize what he's able to do. He has flashes. He had one game this season of like the 13 that I watched where he looked like a first-round pick, and in the other 12, bad. So who really knows what to think of this?
How can your name be Guillaume Richard? You be bland.
See, what do you mean?
Guillaume, fun name.
It's Guillaume Richard.
Guillaume.
Wow, Dylan just going straight for David's throat with that one. Guillaume. David just, what do you mean?
Guillaume. That sounds almost better though.
No, it was Guillaume.
Guillaume sounds like a type of cheese.
I said Guillaume.
Well, Dylan is from the cheese state.
If I have kids, I'm going to name one of them Guillaume. Everyone is going to come up to me and say, "Oh, is that Guillaume?" No, I'm just going to say no. It's better Guillaume.
Guillaume. Oh, geez. You missed out, Rachel. Did you catch last night the revelation that Dylan doesn't like cheese?
I did catch that, and I have concerns given where he lives.
I was born in Illinois.
Okay, so do you like deep dish pizza? Like,
no, there's too much cheese on it.
Do you like pizza at all?
So, yeah, I like pizza
with cheese.
So, okay,
just
the thing
with
is,
what on it?
There's still cheese on it. However,
so you like cheese?
Light cheese? No, I like cheese.
Why don't you like cheese? Wait a minute. I think that's the bigger concern here. Why don't you like cheese? Like, it goes on everything. It goes on pizza, pasta, burgers, charcuterie boards.
You just don't put it on those.
Okay, well, you can't have a charcuterie board without cheese.
Yeah, that's not.
Watch me.
It's not an option.
I will be eating salami and crackers. Yeah, that sounds way better.
I've invited Jack to the chat now because this is getting out of hand.
Oh, great. Just what we need.
Yeah, no, I think Jack will help get it back on the rails.
Yeah. Jack enters the chat and Dylan's just like, I like cheddar.
I only met one person that wasn't a big cheese fan. It was the first year of university. I lived on this floor with like 30 people. And one of the people that I lived with didn't like cheese, but she loved pizza. So she would just order cheeseless pizza from Domino's all the time.
Okay, that's just a crime.
That is appalling.
That's not acceptable. In other news, the Buffalo Sabres Twitter account thinks that the draft is moving at a fine pace because their tweet is, the picks are rolling in. Are they rolling at the speed of like a
turtle?
Wait, what?
They're gliding in like Sasha Pasternak.
Yeah,
Oh, trade. Oh my god. Detroit trades. I lost my tweet.
102
trade something
for 114 and 155.
Who are they gonna pick? Doesn't matter in the end, as long if it's Cole Jordan, Kyle Masters, or Trevor Wong,
or Ethan Cardwell.
Or Ethan Cardwell, then it matters. But
Yeah,
otherwise, it's probably not a huge needle mover.
Carter Mazur's best friend.
Don't be Jackson Blake. I don't want to be a Vegas fan.
What's up with Cole Jordan? Does he have off ice issues that we don't know about or something?
He was a number 5 defenseman for his junior team.
So what? Like, he's big and he skates. That's like first rounder material.
Also, the public has didn't watch the WHL, and so I wonder if there is some. I wonder if everyone just kind of had a difficult go watching the WHL this season.
I love the people that are like, I watched the WHL, and I was like, how many WHL games did you watch that didn't involve Connor Bedard?
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
And the answer was none for 99% of those people. So you did not watch the WHL, you watched Connor Bedard.
Play against the same 6 teams over and over again. Vegas, just pick.
But I do like that Connor Bedard was literally an underage player in a league where there was a bantam draft and was still arguably the best player in the league.
He was the best player in the league, definitely, which is crazy.
Yeah,
and he was the best player at the U18s. It's just nuts. He's already. I graded him just for fun, and I gave him an 8.5 for shooting. And it's like next year he'll probably be a 9. We might have to he's just going to be the first player who has multiple 9s that we've ever graded. I
saw the World Junior Camp stuff, and I get the whole, we don't want to invite underage players, but, there were people on that invite list. I'm like, Connor Bedard is straight up better.
Yeah.
Straight up, he's better.
And by the World Juniors, he's going to be better than, all but a handful of players on the team.
They're going to have to take him by December. He's just that good. They're just – because they're going to go, oh, we're going to take these WHL guys who are currently 25 points behind Connor Bedard.
Yeah, but they have veteranness.
Yeah.
Can we measure that?
I don't think so.
There's an analytic for it, actually.
Is it? Is there?
Games played.
How about analytics for scoring? Do we have some of those? Maybe a goals metric that we could use?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can use unadjusted goals, but goals per 60 is basically an act of heresy.
Goals per age.
Goals per height. Goals per inch.
Oh, Jacob
Elmer Soderblom is just killing it right now.
Jacob Brabenitz.
Oh, yeah, that guy. He's one of the youngest players in the draft. I think he was born in September, so maybe he has more runway to develop than other prospects. But I rated his tools as below average for the most part. I like his awareness. He's more a playmaker than a scorer. But yeah, he has to use that runway because he's very far from the NHL game right now, both in terms of decision making and the way he makes his plays. It's partly a lack of strength, I think, with him because he's so underdeveloped right now. So maybe those tools improve in the future. He's a long shot to make the NHL now.
Well, San Jose, come on up. Who's next to have their draft pick destroyed?
Gannon LaRocque.
Oh, Gannon LaRocque goes. That's awesome. That is so interesting. So Gannon plays for Victoria. He's big and he's mobile.
He's big.
Yeah. He's pretty fluid. He's interesting. He can make a breakout pass. Nothing too complex, nothing in motion, no deception. There are moments where it all kind of comes together and you can see a guy you can see him turn into a bottom pairing defender. But really we have a 24, 25 game sample to work with. He barely has played in a WHL. And this year, Victoria won 3 of 20 some games because they couldn't get a stop. And so LaRocque might be a victim of that, or he might be propped up by being in a situation where on a bad team where he's going to get more minutes than he would elsewhere. This is not a pick that I would have made, but I understand it given that the flashes that he does have are legit. But if we're looking at WHLD who have flashes and are big, Noah Dory would have been the guy that I would have taken. More manipulation, more skating, better shot, very inconsistent. And now it is Daniel G's time to shine. We have Brody Lamb going to the Rangers, 104.
That's interesting.
The moment we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, he was the highest scoring USHS player on. I don't think he was the best available here, but his explosive weight transfer through his shot, huge wrist roll on it. Just strip pucks like crazy, just so dominant at the USHS level. USHL level, a little more muted, but limited minutes. But surprised he's the first USHS guy in this range.
We all know
to go here.
We all know Eden Prairie High. We all know Hermantown High. We all know some other ones that I forget, so I clearly don't know them. But have we ever heard of the team that this kid plays for? He plays for Dodge County Wildcats.
I mean, the games were like, 14-1 and stuff like that. So you have to take that with a grain of salt. But there are some translatable tools here. Like what Rachel said, you look at one kind of skill and move on from there, right? And he does have a shot.
EDM season, who's up?
Oh, it totally is.
Yeah, let's go, Rachel. EDM time.
Is he being taken? I'm on a commercial right now.
Chicago 105.
Yeah, I'm on a commercial too.
Chicago 105 EDM.
EDM. Okay. Honestly, this is lower than I thought he would have gone. Like, I know a lot of the hockey men like him. Honestly, like the U18s, he did not look very good at all. Like the decision making left quite a bit to be desired there. But I think he's got some interesting tools. Like, okay, skating, good skater. He's big boy, so like that's good. He handles the puck well. He doesn't do anything special with it. He turns it over. But when he has the puck and isn't trying to do a whole bunch other than just like being an effective puck mover, he can do that. But when he tries to be like big, bad, and bold and like make all of these nice offensive looking plays, like things can go awry. The biggest concern I have both offensively and defensively though is the reads. Like the reads offensively, they're poor and that leads to turnovers. The reads defensively, like we watched him in the U18s literally leave Mitchkoff the entire middle of the ice. So like not great. There's a lot of in zone problems there. That's basically EDM. And also my dogs are apparently trying to say hello.
They're speaking German as well.
But yeah, like EDM, I think, listen, if he could be developed, and I mean, Chicago does have like Kendall Coyne Schofield. They do actually have, based on kind of what I've looked into, a pretty good development department. So I think this is actually a pretty good spot for EDM. And he does lack that special skill. Like to me, if anything, like if he makes it, he's a bottom pairing defenseman. But I think there are tools there that he could be a bottom pairing defenseman. Like I think there is an NHL player in there somewhere, or like he's one of those like quad A like bubble guys where it's like in a call up, like you're playing him. But yeah, there's definitely nothing special there. And some of those decisions, my goodness, boy, we need to work on those.
So the next pick is 106 to the Rangers. They picked Calais, and I'm sorry, I'm going to destroy his last name, Vasainen. He's the 6'4" center. Here's what Lassie wrote about him. If Jokerit's season hadn't ended early by the restriction, never mind. Here's what he wrote on him. Poseidon made solid strides during the past year and was over a point per game for top PS at the U20 level. Though he's listed at 6'4" and brings a decent amount of physicality, he's primarily an effective playmaker with decent speed and skill. Sounds like Joe Thornton. Though he played some games with the national team in the past, this is his first showing in the Finnish colors. So basically, they got the next Joe Thornton here with the 106th overall pick.
Nice.
Larceny.
Yeah, I think they did.
Really impressive work. I can't believe that I have no recollection of him other than the under 18. So
Lassie saying that he's not a center. He's a winger.
Yeah, he is a winger. I was just reading the wrong profile and then I corrected myself.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Dylan Duke is still on the board?
Yeah, that's surprising.
There's
a strange one.
I'm gonna check Slack in a second.
Like, okay, and like Justin Robida, his father is Stefan, so like I'm shocked that he hasn't been picked. Where is Ottawa? They'll do that. But it's like there's some guys that are falling kind of inexplicably here. Like even Del Mastro, I didn't expect to fall that far. Dylan Duke, like that seems kind of nuts. Yeah, there's definitely some head scratchers here.
And then we have a Norwegian, Emil Martinsen Lilleberg. I don't know how they use that ending in Norwegian. He played in Norway for Sparta Sarpsborg. He is a player who plays defense. He played the World Championships for Norway, so that's kind of interesting. This might actually be an interesting little pick. He's going to Sweden tomorrow or next year to play for EK Oskarshamn. So that might be an interesting player to track through his development. It's always cool when you get to see a player who goes from a non-normal, non-established hockey country.
Canada.
Yeah, Canada.
How dare you, sir? Oh, Ethan Del Mastro is going to Chicago.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Sorry, I was tweeting out articles and I just totally gapped on that. Our social person is
broadcast just now.
Yeah, our social person had something come up today, so I'm also having to do tweets. Trying to catch up on that.
Cool. Chicago picks again. Who do we think they take this time?
Wait,
somebody take Ethan Cardwell.
Yeah, why? Why is Cardwell still available? I'm so confused by this because teams like him. I don't get it.
Oh, it's David's time to shine.
Oh yeah, it's your boy David
Ortiz.
No, no,
that's my boy.
Victor Stjernborg.
Oh, nice. That's another good one. So he's all motor. His skating ability is maybe slightly above average. At least he projects that way. But it's really all about intensity, energy, work rate, all things that NHL teams should have loved more than the fourth round pick. But what he does is he's not going to be a top 6 player. He's going to be play on your bottom 6 and be all over the ice in a good way. So he's going to pressure every retrieval, pressure every puck carriers from the opposing team and create steals that he will turn into offense. And his main offensive skill is playmaking. So he's not really a scorer, but he can find lanes and thread pucks into between defenders and all of that. Don't expect a lot of points, but he's going to be a penalty killer for you. And yeah, just great through his pressure on it. He's probably going to complement more skilled players on our third or fourth line. He will certainly play I give him an 80% chance of making the NHL in some kind of role.
One of the best backward skaters in the draft.
Maybe he should be playing defense.
Yeah, his gap control is wild. Even for not just for a forward, but his gap control is nuts. The first shift I ever saw of him, he backpedaled through the neutral zone like a pro, and then just kept his weight properly. He wasn't committing too early, and he drove the play wide, and then he pivoted and got the retrieval. I was like, holy moly. And then I realized he was a center, and that was even crazier.
That's what he does. Just shuts down his way.
All right, so Carolina's up now. So I say we go to break for an hour and a half, and then we come back.
Oh, geez.
Jackson Blake. There we go. It's time.
Of course, Carolina.
Here you go.
So on brand.
It's a perfect team to become a fan of right now with Seth Jones and the allegations. Yeah.
So Daniel, this is you, bud.
I was muted. Sorry.
Okay. I was
huge value. Huge value.
You have to be the one to talk about him.
73rd ranked player by us, right? Tons of pre-scanning, above average shot mechanics, great in tight puck handling, ups pace when he has the puck. Absolutely just exploited defenders at the USHS level. Translated a bit of it to the USHL level. One of the better Chicago Steel players available, in my opinion. He just needs that strength. He's really small. He's 140 pounds or something like that. But great pick, though. Yeah,
I'm a really big fan of this. He's a great addition to an already high-skilled prospect pool. He's really fun to watch, constant entertainment value. He scored some big goals this year, and he really seems to improve his ability to get to the inside. And of course, he can manipulate and deceive. Just a really, really well-rounded offensive toolkit that you hope that as he gets stronger, his skating improves, his pace improves, and then he's going to go on to likely have a pretty fun and enjoyable NHL career. Great value here, like just fantastic. He's one of those guys who, when I was writing the draft guide, I was thinking to myself, yeah, we probably should have had him like 20 or 30 spots higher. Like just everything that I was writing about him was way too positive to be in the 70s or wherever.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Dylan, how do you feel right now that now you're a Carolina Hurricanes fan?
I thought it was Chicago. My bad.
No, he was previously a Chicago fan.
Yeah. Within a minute of I replied to my tweet and said at Canes, hey, ... Within a minute, Yoki Nevalainen liked it.
Amazing.
So he must have had something to do with it. I have the Pavel Tutinov trump card though. If he gets picked.
I don't know if you're going to be able to play that card.
That's why it's a trump card.
Yeah, I mean, Carolina picking him with like their next pick would be the funniest thing. Like, yeah. I would be so for that just for the lols.
Brian Zanetti is another big dude. He played for Switzerland. Interesting player. He was supposed to play in the OHL this season, which obviously didn't happen. He has flashes of playmaking brilliance, but there's nothing really consistent from him. Just not a great bet in my opinion. But there are some tools there. Maybe
Honor Roulette.
Oh,
Roulette at 111. I like that value. I like that. I'm not particularly fond of Roulette, but I like Roulette at 111.
Yeah, there are lots of better WHLers available still. But Roulette's an interesting player. Like, he's in a weird sort of situation where he's skilled, but he plays a hard-nosed game, but he's not good enough in either of those elements to really thrive in one of them. He's a classic, hands and feet locked in rhythm, puck in front handler. And while he's very skilled within that limitation, he's not going to be able to find separation at the next level. He's a below average skater. He's good on retrievals, and he makes the pass out of the battle real fast, but some questions about how he's going to be able to win those races. Some off puck instincts give him some scoring threat, but he's the classic case of a guy who might just not have enough to make the NHL. I don't see a huge difference between him and Doc, so I guess this is a pretty good value for Dallas here. Again, it's an upside play. You hope that you can work on the skating and see what else comes along, but yeah, decent pick.
And Talon Boyko.
He's big. Very big.
Is he in the dub? I just punt on goalies.
He's Tri-City.
Okay. Yeah. Right. I think I've exhausted the Pierre McGuire bet, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, he's 6'8" according to Elite Prospects.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's 6'8". He had a 901 this year in 14 games. So that's Tri-City. So that's actually like a 940 everywhere else.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add other than that. He just tall and goaltender. Tall goaltender. We'll see what happens. Who knows? And now we have that team.
Which one? Oh, the sport.
William Trudeau. That sounds like a Montreal pick.
It kind of does.
Maybe.
No, it's Trudeau.
Is it really?
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing I don't like about this defenseman: his neoliberalism.
Yeah, for sure. This is a massive problem he needs to work on. The skating, you wish he had a little bit more skill. You wish he wasn't a neo-lib. All these little things. Yeah, he's interesting. His offense is pretty much step in and fire. He has some interesting little shooting elements to his game.
He can break up the rush. He's kind of an average-ish skater, probably a little bit closer to below than above it. Just a perfectly vanilla sort of defenseman who is probably a little bit too bland to make it, but could become a useful player, a useful depth piece in a few years' time. Not a player who was in our draft. He was in our draft guide, but not ranked on our board. Just again, where I think when you're even at this stage, there is high upside available, and this is taking a number 7 defenseman. Ooh, we have Detroit now too, which is exciting. It's always interesting to see what Detroit's going to do. Which random USHL player who no one knows are they going to take?
Well, they took Draper's kid last year, so whose kid are they going to take this year?
Ryan Savage's.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You know what? I like Red Savage at 114.
It's awesome, yeah.
Yeah, he's like he's kind of in the Martino, like he's the opposite end of the opposite side of the same coin as Martino, where it's like the distance between how much I like watching him play and how much I like his game going forward is like you could drive a truck between it. Like it's huge. But I do love watching him play hockey. He's so high energy, such a high motor. Like he brings it every shift.
Yeah, he's motor, skating, and puck handling, and he needs to figure out how to use those things to create more tangible offense at 5-on-5. But we also
going to Miami too, right?
Yeah, Miami. Yeah. And we also have to consider, though, that everyone on the NTDP this year took kind of a step back from their U17 team, like Justin Janicki, for example, Liam Gilmartin. These were guys who were better last year. And maybe Savage is one of those guys who also took the step back, and it was just bad situation, tough year for everyone, and he bounces back. But really like his game. At the very least, he's going to be your fourth liner and just be a murderer on the penalty kill. Like he's just going to eat a full minute up before he gets off the ice by himself.
Go at 150.
That's an interesting pick. I have a little bit of time for Ufco. Like he might just be a product of the Chicago Steel, being such a good team that loves to activate their players, and he activates, he can shoot, he's physical. There are a few elements, you wish he was a little bit more creative as a playmaker. You wish he was more aggressive in the neutral zone, but he's a fine pick here. A little bit of upside, large variance in his outcomes, just because of the uncertainty with projecting these Chicago Steel players. It's a fine pick. I like it. Again, Kyle Masters and Cole Jordan. Someone do the thing, please.
And Dylan Duke.
There's got to be something else there. There has to be something else.
Yeah, that's with this year's draft. Like, I don't know. I got in trouble yesterday, so I shouldn't talk about character anymore at this point. I give up.
There must be. It doesn't even have to be a character thing, right? There must be something else that we just aren't privy to that's leading to this fall.
Yeah,
it's just rare to see a guy who has the components that he does go this late. And I'm not saying that
he's pretty limited, though, right? Like
of course, yeah.
There's not a lot of variety to his game.
Yeah, I agree. Like I think we had him in that 40th, right? I didn't agree with that. I was perfectly fine with him being towards the end of our board, and this is towards the end of our board, I guess. But I just think there are a heap of players who have been picked who he's better than, quite frankly.
Why is Ryan Ufco going before Cole Jordan and Kyle Masters? Why is William Trudeau going before these two players?
Yep. Yeah, all of these great questions.
I don't know, man. But I tell you one thing right now. William Trudeau, he needs to stop this sale of weapons to the Saudis.
Yeah.
Makes me sick. Jake Chasson. Oh, geez, that's a womp womp of a pick.
So they watched the WHL clearly. They just
did
they did that thing. So Chasson is a former big time scorer, and he was like a point-ish per game this year. And so there's some hope that maybe there's more than that, but he's really just a net front guy who isn't very good at finding space or getting the puck. Some playmaking ability, mostly off the backhand, off retrieval stuff. So maybe there's an outcome where you can move the puck at a fourth line level. Skating needs to improve. He's He's a negative in transition. This is a guy who you're picking him to be a fourth liner in like 5-6 years.
Love those picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing against Chiasson. Like, I like what he brings, and I think it can impact an NHL team. Like, I don't think in a particularly notable way, but there's so much talent available in that region still, that I have a difficult time believing that Chiasson was the best pick here.
We got a tweet from Jim Matheson.
Oh, hell yeah.
Presume Oilers had some intel from Draisaitl on their third-round pick from Cologne, defenseman Luka Munzenberger.
You said it, Maddie.
Thank you, Maddie. Another great tweet.
I love Maddie so much. He rules. Does anybody else remember when he had like a solid 3 weeks last summer where he was only tweeting about like politics, and they were all like fire tweets? Like, he's tweeting about COVID and COVID precautions, and they were all like 10 out of 10 tweets. And then as soon as hockey started again, it was like, oh yeah, there's Maddie. There's Maddie.
Can't believe he dunked on me.
He owned you.
Oh yeah.
He actually, he owned you and he owned Jack. Actually, both of you, I don't know if you got this email, but I had actually requested that both of you commit seppuku for dishonoring EP Rinkside by getting publicly owned by Jim Matheson.
Guys, we have another goalie who we've never heard of.
Here, the Canes responded to me. That's awesome.
Did they?
Yeah, they waved.
Wow. I'm so proud of you, Dylan. The social media manager for the Carolina Hurricanes recognized your existence.
Should just give Elite Prospects account to Dylan and have him tweet whatever he wants.
Well, you have to give it to somebody.
I had such a good tweet. It got 5 likes. I tweeted Dwayne LaRock Johnson after
You actually?
Yeah, it only got 5 likes.
Jeez. Holy shit. Dwayne LaRock Johnson.
Elite tweet right there.
There's a Zelda tweet in there too for Gannon, who went earlier.
Oh, Redmond Savage got drafted. I missed that.
Oh, Kyle Masters to Minnesota.
Finally.
Minnesota's killing it.
Yeah. The Canucks
Brackett.
don't need Judd Brackett, though.
Who did Minnesota take? Oh, yes.
Finally.
Judd Brackett coming through again. Great pick. Absolutely great pick here. This is maximizing your value. All these other teams above them take notes on this one. This kid flashes some skill that's right at the top of the draft class. It just comes down to doing it more consistently. He activates into the play. He wants to be a difference maker. He's physical. He kills plays. He completely evolved his defensive game throughout the season. There's a ton to like here. If he can figure out how to be more deceptive consistently, and if he can translate those last 4 or 5 games that he had in the WHL to a full season, he could end up being a first-round pick in a redraft in a few years' time.
Joaquin LeMay? Who's Joaquin LeMay? Anyone? So we're a fan of this pick, obviously.
It sounds. Oh, he's a BCHL kid. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I remember him very vaguely. Plays for Salmon Arm. I don't even know if he was ranked by Central Scouting, but he has some interesting passing stuff, but that's pretty much it. That's the only thing that I remember seeing that excited me. Moves the puck effectively, brings it up the ice sometimes, but he's mostly a passer. Some few flashes in the offensive zone, but nothing too significant. Yeah, I don't really remember anything much more than that, to be honest.
This is why we need to have Reese on the podcast or the vlogcast. He would have all the takes.
He's a re-entry too, and I'm a little bit surprised that he went over Noah Serdachny, because Serdachny is the reason why you watched Salmon Arm this year. So kind of an interesting one. Curious about that. Need to watch more.
Panthers have had a pretty good draft.
Watch, look at Cole Jordan here. Watch.
Yeah, it fits.
They just mentioned on the broadcast that Jake Chason is somebody's nephew, and immediately I was like, oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Edmonton and Ottawa are friends.
This sport is cool. You just love that. It's just like you joke about it and then it ends up being true or worse than that. Oh, wow. Okay. Florida took Lukashevich at 120. I like that.
That's a good spot for him.
Yeah. Dylan, go off, King.
So he didn't really develop a lot throughout the year, which is kind of why I've been shy to move him up any lists. And he didn't make our board at all because of that. But there's definitely a lot of tools with him, mostly offensive. He hates being in the defensive zone, as most NHL defenders do. But it means that he gets the puck out quickly. Really good offensive instincts. It all kind of goes back to the development. He hasn't improved at all since last year. But what he has is draftable qualities. I would have taken him over someone like Kostenko. Not that either are really going to be fantastic NHL defenders or anything. That 120, this is a fine pick. He's a good enough skater. Yeah, it's fine.
Can move the puck well.
Yeah.
Relatively well.
In this range, he's a pretty great pick.
Yeah.
I really like Florida's draft.
I
don't remember their pick, but I just remember liking them.
Well, San Jose takes Cardwell. Rachel, go off, Queen.
I am so excited about this. My dogs are apparently excited about this. Ethan Cardwell is a guy that, like, when I was talking to teams last year after the draft, there were at least 10 teams that were shocked that he did not get drafted at least like rounds 5, 6, and 7. But you get super myopic in those rounds, and it's like, oh, whose son can I draft? Or like, what favor am I doing here? Ethan Cardwell, whenever I showed up to watch Brant Clark, he plays in Barrie. Fantastic forechecker, and on a power play that had Evan Vierling, Tyson Forster, and Brant Clark, Ethan Cardwell was the one playing the bumper. Like, he's a really smart hockey player. He fills lanes well. He's small, like he's a short king, but he's very stocky, right? He has that low center of gravity, so he can win his puck battles. I really like this pick for San Jose. I think with some development, you've got like a third, fourth line energy guy that can contribute. There is some underlying skill there, clearly. Like he shoots puck well, he passes the puck well. Like there's a lot to like here. There's nothing that's elite other than like his absolute monster. Like, he's just such a monster on the puck, like just always trying to get after the puck. If he turns it over, he goes right and gets it back. Like, on the forecheck, he's consistently the guy that's recovering the pucks, separating guys from pucks, even though he's small. Like, to me, this is just like, it's such a good pick. It's a no-brainer pick for me. I really like that. San Jose is having a pretty good draft. Big fan of that for sure.
I mean, they're just addressing their needs, like one by one. And at this point, their needs are high quality prospects, and Ethan Cardwell at 121 definitely qualifies. We got another goalie off the board for Arizona. They took Rasmus Korhonen. I probably butchered that. And if the cowardly Lassie Alanin were on the chat, he could tell us all about him. I just keep calling Lassie a coward in the hopes that eventually it'll spur him to action and he'll join us. I know he's listening. Last time I did it, I almost felt bad because he responded with a sorry and an upside down smiley face, a sad face in the chat.
An upside down smiley face.
Look, okay, yesterday we found out that I don't know how to describe emojis or the salute or the high wave.
Wasn't that today?
Was that today? Yeah, that was this morning. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all blending into one day at this point. I mean,
that's fair.
By the end of this round or the end of the, next 3 rounds, it'll probably be Tuesday. So we'll be talking in terms of weeks.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Seattle just got their team 2 days ago.
Was it really 2 days ago? 3 days ago.
3 days ago?
Yeah, geez.
I've never heard of this guy. Rasmus Korhonen.
Like 6'5".
His 2 games in Liga were pretty bad. He allowed 10 goals, 11 goals, I think, in 2 games.
But he played in the league.
Yeah.
So you guys saw Reese's tweet, right? Becoming increasingly confident that Doug Wilson Jr. is a sleeper agent for the EP Rinkside crew.
We won't say anything.
No, we can't, because then it ruins the bit.
His stats in the U20 were pretty good.
Doug Wilson Jr.?
Yeah. When he played goalie in Finland, he was decent.
Did you see Reese Jessup's tweet? He's like, I'm becoming more and more convinced that Doug Wilson Jr. is a sleeper agent of the EP Ringside crew.
We just talked about that. Yeah, like as soon as you got up. It's a good tweet.
Mitch, you should check your Slack.
Max Boltman of The Athletic. For those looking for themes, all 3 of Detroit's day 2 picks so far are from the USHL.
Shocking development. Seems like they love their USHL kids.
They really do seem to. Yeah, I don't get it.
So, what's the deal with Robida? I know he's small, but he's also the son of a former NHL player. So I feel like that should be balanced out.
He's not that. The issue with Robida is that, yes, he's small, but he's also an average skater. Even if we read everywhere else that he's an above average skater, he's an average, and he's better off puck than with the puck. So he's all about connecting plays like Peter Reynolds, but he doesn't have the same passing skills. He was the third best player on his line, and at 5'7", and our player is better defensively than offensively. It's hard for him to find a role in the league. So I wouldn't draft him, but I'm surprised that AHL teams aren't going to take a chance on him. Because in the 6th or 7th round, I would draft Robida.
How do we think that Montreal takes Robida with one of their 2 picks in the 4th?
It'd be like the first good choice they made in the last 24 hours.
Yeah. I don't like any of their pick.
Yeah, I wonder if we see them go that route. But first, Carolina, and 15 minutes will pass, and then we'll know who they're going to take.
I go do my laundry.
Yeah. Carolina Hurricanes are trading back. They now have every single pick in the 7th round.
Yeah, literally. Carolina
going to take 15 minutes
their timeout of the day. I had a scout text me that no way Carolina takes this many timeouts on a draft floor. They'd get smacked.
Yeah.
Could you imagine just like another GM walks over? What are you doing?
They traded it. What?
Oh my God.
Ottawa traded up.
Here we go.
Carolina
Right,
and he's getting taken with Cole Jordan.
No,
it would be too good.
He plays too good.
Also, it's not going to be Robida because he's too small.
He's too small. Yeah.
I'm saying Jack Madier.
Ooh.
It's a decent pick.
Yeah, that's a decent pick.
And he plays for Ottawa, so they would have seen him.
No,
well, yeah, they took Ben
someone more violent.
You traded up. Make the pick. Let's go.
I feel like an Ottawa move.
Okay.
Latimer is one of those kids who probably doesn't get drafted unless he's on a stack team like Edmonton, right? Because everyone's watching Edmonton, and he didn't score a lot. He didn't really have a big profile coming into the WHL, so he probably wasn't on a ton of watch lists. He's interesting. You're betting on him being able to translate the power that he generates into effective skating output as he improves his mechanics. He has some passing skill. He's occasionally deceptive. He can shoot at least an NHL average level. He's just very inconsistent with his decision-making. Lots to work with, but it's a project pick for sure. And the outcome, again, is like a third liner. It's probably one of the best picks Ottawa's made in this draft, to be completely honest.
Which is an indictment of their draft if there ever was one.
let me just find this. Oh yeah, he's the best player they've drafted today.
Yeah,
definitely.
What is the chance that Carson Latimer becomes better than Tyler Boucher?
Not high.
Not particularly high.
Jack Madier goes to Nashville, 124.
Is that confirmed? Oh yeah, it is.
Yes, it is confirmed.
Oh, that's all you, Rachel.
Jack Madier. I know my counterpart or my colleague Lauren is very well versed in Madier's strengths. Makes good short passes. So I mean, Nashville obviously like no shortage of defensemen that have been very good to say the least there. So they clearly know what they're doing in terms of developing defensemen. Right now, like he's big, good reach, he's a good skater, makes those simple passes, but man, that end zone defense, like that leaves a lot to be desired. Like there's a lot of puck watching going on, and like puck watching in places you don't need to be puck watching, like on the penalty kill. You need to be identifying lanes. You need to be looking for identifying threats. And it's just very myopic. And so I think he's got the good skating perception. He's got the size, got the reach. I think he could be a little bit more physical, but that in zone defense, it's tough. Like the transition stuff isn't as bad as the in zone stuff. It's once he's in the zone. Like if you think about Duncan Keith right now, he's abhorrent in transition defense, but in his own zone, he actually still ranks better than what people would expect. Jack Madier is kind of the opposite of that, in that like he's pretty good in transition defense, but like, oh Lord, in the defensive zone, like I don't know if John Hines will be in Nashville when Jack Madier gets there, but that's going to have to get fixed because it kind of reminds me of Will Butcher in terms of going like totally space cadet in your own zone. And he doesn't have the offensive tools that Will Butcher has. So I think there's work to be done, but there are tools there. And I think this is a good range for him. Like if you're going to take a swing, why wouldn't you take a swing on Jack Madier?
And Cam Berg goes 125th to the Islanders. He's a re-entry. He's high paced, but very flawed mechanically. He struggles. Skating mechanics are bad. His shooting mechanics are bad. There's some skill, some pace here, but it's mostly hoping he can tighten everything up on the mechanical and technical side, and then the rest of his game shines. But he's mostly just skate real fast down the outside and then hope he doesn't get caught. And then when he gets caught, he's not creating anything. When he does, he just takes the puck to the net. That's pretty much his game. Nothing too interesting.
He's a re-entry too, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's no two. I think there's a bit of upside to be had, but it's going to take a real targeted, very focused development plan.
And he's going to Omaha, right?
All right, I think so, yeah.
I actually kind of liked him last year in flashes. Like there were moments where I was like, oh, okay, this was interesting.
Yeah, he was really good with Muskegon. Like as soon as he came over from Omaha, I think he was in the Rep Pitlick trade, if I remember correctly. His game really, really took off.
We call that the Daniil Gushkin effect.
Yeah.
Yes, he is going to Nebraska, Omaha.
Someone on Twitter tweeted me, please tell your NJ contacts to take Dylan Duke.
Oh, it's that simple. Just, yeah.
One.
Rachel, were you taking requests on like?
One, am I taking requests to be helping New Jersey is one. Two, I could text anyone to pick anyone within an organization. That doesn't mean they're going to do it. Like, what?
I just love the idea of a war room. They're just like, oh, we got a tough call to make with this pick. What
Better
are we gonna
check
do?
my text messages.
I got a text from Rachel.
Yeah, like, what?
You just light their board on fire.
Honestly, some of these teams would be much better off if they did that.
Enough about Ottawa, though.
Oh my.
Jeez.
All right, you have back-to-back picks. Come on, just figure it out.
They're worried about.
They're trading them both for next year's pick. Habs love to trade back.
Yeah. Who would be the most Habs pick in this spot?
Dylan Duke.
Yeah, based on the way things are going. I mean,
speaking of Dylan's, I gotta head out. It's been a pleasure being made fun of.
Enjoy your shift at the cheese factory. Peace out, buddy.
Hey guys.
Oh, Montreal's taking Tutenev.
This screams USHS.
You actually had me for a second there.
Yeah, I agree.
I had to do a double take.
This is definitely a high school kid.
Yeah, they always go high school around here.
Yeah.
Like
Smith and Biondi over Farrell.
That was so bizarre. And geez.
Farrell had 10 times the amount of points as Jack Smith did this year, and they picked Smith over him.
Smith was so bad. I saw that pick and I was like, maybe I need to do more film work here because I'm not getting this. And then it became evident very quickly that I did not need to do any more film work. It was just, he sucked.
And Smith is a good example why you need some live scouting sometimes, because I look at his tape and thought he was an average skater. Turns out he's very not an average skater. His skating is very problematic, and it was a problem for him at the USHL level this season. I think he scored like 9 points in 40 games or something.
Ooh.
This doesn't bode well for his future.
He was so bad.
Like I said, Sean Farrell outscored him by 10 times. So
wow.
Some USHS games, you go on the Instat and you're just like, no, I'm not watching this one because the angle is literally
before.
You just go, okay, go through 6 games. Oh, this is an acceptable angle that I could actually scout it.
Every single Kyle Klopanen game. And then he also had 8 points in all of them. And the score was 15-2.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, maybe Kyle Klopanen here.
Feels like a Habs pick though.
Kyle Kuka, yeah, this is traded to Tampa.
Now Tampa's going to take Robidas.
No, they don't do that anymore, man.
And the Montreal media is going to flip out.
Yeah.
That would be funny.
They drafted 2 players from the queue. I think that's enough for them to spare them you're not taking enough queue players. Okay.
Watch it be Joshua Joshua Waugh. I don't know how I butchered that so badly. A name I've probably said like a million times in my life. Joshua Roy. There you go.
Roy.
Yeah.
Like Patrick Ward.
Like Patrick Roy. How is Peter Reynolds still available?
He's small, average skater.
Yeah.
That would be a good pick for the Habs. They're still getting an F draft grades, but
that's locked in.
Yeah. F minus. Is it Dylan Duke?
Names.
Yeah,
like,
Tampa
Cam
trade.
tweeted out names from our list that we've got. Like Duke is on there, Cole Jordan's on there, Trevor Wong is on there, Peter Reynolds is on there. It's like, okay, everyone, what is going on here? Like, I think we're at the stage of the draft now where it's like, okay, time to get my op-ec and pick my guy.
Yeah. Even though you're still in the 4th round, which is crazy, right? The 7th round should be the my guy picks. We're in the 4th round, and teams are just like, who's the tallest my guy that we have available?
Exactly.
Unless you're Judd Brackett and you're actually just taking the best player available.
Yeah. I think Minnesota is crushing it. Minnesota, San Jose.
Kyle Masters at 118. Just, oh, man. So good.
I would say Carolina's crushing it, but like if I see another timeout, they're in the loser category, specifically on the timeouts.
Oh, yeah.
Dylan Duke.
You have to factor in how much Carolina is making this a grueling process into their grade.
There's Dylan Duke.
Y'all just traded the other one.
Yeah.
I called it.
Did they just trade another pick?
Both of their picks. I called it.
It's Judd Brackett season, though. Let's go.
Good God.
Cole Jordan. Yeah.
Cole Jordan. Let's do it. Come on
Yeah.
up.
Cole Jordan or Trevor Wong, maybe?
Yeah.
I could see Judd being in on Trevor Wong. I could see it.
Now we wait.
Carolina. I can't believe they just traded
Josh
another
Pillar.
pick. Josh Pillar?
We had him on the board last year.
We did.
He didn't make the cut this year. But
Sorry, Minnesota just took Josh Pillar.
Yeah.
Judd is also an EP Rigside sleeper agent.
Yeah, clearly.
Truly. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Pillar. He didn't quite make the board this year just because I didn't get to see enough of Kamloops before we put together our ranking. I wasn't focused on him, but I really like him. Last year, the argument was that he can skate and handle the puck. It's just a matter of him being able to add more skills. And this year, his development wasn't quite as stark as I would have liked. But again, this year was the one that we emphasized base of tools and how much you can add on top of it. And he's a good pick in that category. I really like this one. He needs development. He needs to focus on getting stronger. He needs to focus on being a little bit more patient with the puck. But everything here checks out for him becoming a decent NHL player in the long term.
Mitch, like, you must feel so validated to see like Riker go into the 2nd, Pillar go into the 4th, or are we in the 5th yet?
Yeah, we're in the 4th still. Kyle Masters. Kyle Masters getting picked feels pretty good. Ethan Cardwell. So I think we all were all in on Ethan Cardwell last year.
We were all, yeah. We let Rachel have that one. That's Rachel's dub. And we just need Reshevsky or Mauricio Ortiz to go for David to get to have a victory lap.
Yes.
Finally.
Sorry, un lap de victoire.
Yeah, that works.
We should also start timing now from like rounds 5, 6, and 7. Whoever takes the shortest amount of time to make their picks on average, you go in the winning category.
Ottawa's probably going to win because they have a spreadsheet right now that's just sorted by height. And then
height and weight. And no, the Venn diagram, don't forget. It's like one of those, I remember when I was in New Jersey, we'd make these, like, we'd have categories of like, does this player XXXXX, whatever. And then they get like a check mark in the box if they like filled that category. I feel like Ottawa has that, but it's just like the Venn diagram of like American, bloodlines, friend, North Dakota, big, and weighs a lot. And it's like, okay, how many boxes do we have ticked? Okay, we'll take him.
So we have an interesting pick here. Jakub Demic. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, unfortunately. He's an 03. He was picked in the 1st round of the CHL import draft. He's going to play for the Oil Kings next season. His defining characteristic appears to be that he is 6'4". Although I'm sure there's some skill here. He looks like he has a decent little track record, but nothing too noteworthy. Anyway, player to watch going forward, I guess. And now with the Devils. David, what's your third eye telling you?
Bryce Montgomery.
It's gonna be Bryce Montgomery until they finally pick him.
It's going to happen. Who else is big and plays defense?
Find someone who cross-checks someone in front of the net. Who took the most cross-checking penalties? Pick them. Watch the Devils take Peter Reynolds.
Oh, that would be from the left field.
I actually really like, so the Devils Quebec scout is Pierre Mondu, was one of my favorite people. Him, Andy Schneider, Greg Royce, like when I was in New Jersey, they killed me. They're so funny. And I actually liked Pierre's way of looking at, it certainly is a lot better than Pierre Maguire's, I'll say that. Like he actually looks for skill. I like this. I don't like this.
Is there an equation for it?
Yeah. But no, I actually really liked his way of looking at things. And like, he would email me and be like, what do you think of this guy? And I don't know, he was just like so nice and cheery. And every time I saw him, I'm like, oh, you made my day better.
That's nice. I don't know him, unfortunately.
What did they? I don't know who that is.
Wait a second. Nobody has drafted Jack Harvey yet.
Toronto, come on down. Where are the Leafs picking next? 153rd. All right, there we go. They'll pick him at 153.
Peter Reynolds?
No, Jack Harvey, Chicago Steel player.
Oh, yeah.
Topias Villain.
Actually, I have a sneaking suspicion if Ty Voigt's available at the Leafs pick, that's probably who they're taking.
Yeah, that's a good call right there.
So we'll just put that one in the bank.
Topias Villain to the Devils.
He played in Liga this year. Pretty steady, unspectacular defenseman.
Yeah, defensive defenseman. Was he with JYP? No, Pelicans.
Yeah.
High motor. Off the puck reads are good. Yeah, just meat and potatoes type of player. Although 8 points in 35 games is pretty good in Liga as a draft eligible player. Like that's nothing to scoff at.
No, that's pretty good in a men's league for sure. Can I read you this Twitter exchange? It is excellent. There are 107 picks left. Allison. No, that's how many years we've all aged in this drawn out process. Jangle. My son's going to walk on stage in a 3-piece suit and a full beard to announce the last pick of the 6th round. Allison. He might need a cane. Steve Worrier. Don't worry. At the rate Tulski is trading down for picks, there will be lots of canes to choose from.
Oh, Steve. I have to. Okay, I talk to Steve sometimes. Steve, I don't know. That's unacceptable.
That is a dad joke. He is.
Yeah, he's embracing fatherhood to a level that is too much.
David, who do you think here? 130 Anaheim.
Jack Barr.
Bryce Montgomery.
It's a defenseman for sure.
Yeah, some defenseman.
Anaheim equals defenseman factory.
It's going to be a forward now who has never played defense. Like they don't even skate in their own zone.
They should take Joey Pierce.
Fun fact, this is for all the people that tuned in. Based on my research, Anaheim, in terms of producing, like drafting and developing players, defensemen that produce like basically game score average value, Anaheim has 82% more than the second place team.
Holy moly.
Yeah. 82% more.
That's nuts.
Yeah. Well, if you look at it, like, okay, Cam Fowler, Sami Vatanen, Hampus Lindholm, and now you're looking at like they're developing, they're going to get a whack ton from Jamie Drysdale. They're developing Hayden Fleury. Well, they just lost Hayden Fleury.
They were developing Hayden Fleury.
Like the actual like game score that they've been able to drive. So it's like if they drafted and developed them, so if they were like there for basically 23 and younger, that counts as like was developed by Anaheim, essentially, right? And so they have 82% more from a game score perspective in terms of contributing value at the NHL level than the second place team.
That's unbelievable.
For defense.
Here's who Anaheim took. Sean Shigel.
Shigel. Yeah. I like Sean Shigel's game. He's one of those guys who, he's a shooter who isn't all that great at shooting. He's pretty adaptable in his release, but he struggles to get open off puck. He's lots of As soon as someone leans on him, he's not going to be able to find that pocket and he's not going to contest for it. But his defensive game has really improved. This is a pick entirely based on the fact that his game took a massive step forward this season, and you're hoping that he does it again.
And we also have Jacob Melanson to Seattle. That's David's territory, correct?
Is that not like Melanson, like Rolly related potentially?
Oh, I think he's an overager.
Isn't he an 03? Yeah, he's an 03.
Okay, so I don't remember him that well. I have game reports on him though. I thought that skating was below average, but not his hands. His hands look pretty good to me.
Who's your player? From your local team too.
Played for Bathurst this year.
No, yeah.
Oh, I thought
for
he
the
was
same team as Kidney and Hawkins, and he played on their lines sometimes.
Yeah.
He looks like a net rusher, creates from the walls in front of the net. Skills limited overall. I call him either a no draft or a late round selection.
Yeah, he plays with some pace. He likes to get to the middle. He has some physicality to his game. It's probably a checker.
And we have got Nikolai Makarov to Columbus in the 5th.
All right. If I remember
Which I have no notes on.
I remember some. Let me just go pull up his elite prospects page. Yes, it's this kid. Okay, he plays for Krasnaya Mira Moskva. He at the U18s was the only time that I actually watched him this year, and for the most part, he was not very good. But he had interesting flashes where he gets the puck, does something in motion, gets into the play. He had some really, really intriguing flashes that, if we had more time going into this process, I would have doubled back on. But yeah, didn't have time.
Looks like he has good stopping power, according to our cheese correspondent Dylan. Russia and cheese correspondent.
I'm gonna be slightly upset if
James Malatesta.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Oh, nice.
So James Malatesta has only one speed, whatever his full gear is. He just bursts up and down the ice all the time. He tries to outspeed defenders, rushes mostly in straight lines. He has above average skating ability, so he will be able to do that at the next level too, but maybe not in the NHL. He really needs to improve his vision, misses teammates constantly. Decision making is pretty poor, but he has high level shooting skills and speed. He could use his speed to check at the national level and just score the odd goal off the rush. So he has a lot of issues. I think he's on the smaller side too. But at this point in the draft, he's a pretty good bet.
Oh, you'll like this one, David. Liam Dower Nilsson to Detroit.
Another player who's just one-dimensional
playmaking.
USHL player though, so there's a break from trend.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's a playmaker, mostly from below the goal line on the power play. So he's good in fixed situations like the power play where he knows where his options are, but his awareness of teammates is pretty good, even at 5-on-5. It's just that he lacks this skating speed and the pace and the dangles to really open up lanes and all of that at 5-on-5. But he's very deceptive when he's standing on a half wall. He can fake the entire defensive box, make them think he's passing to the point, but he's really trading a puck in the middle of the defensive box. And yeah, he's a great playmaker, but that's pretty much his only skill. If he wants to fulfill a checking role, have a big game that will carry him to the NHL, he's going to be able to fall back on like in a checking role. He really needs to improve his skating because he doesn't have the speed to play that kind of checking role. So yeah, he has a lot of flaws, but it's the same thing for every pick around this range. He has one special ability that you bet on, and he needs to develop the rest of his game.
We've got scouting report on Nikolai Makarov from Dylan Griffin on Twitter. He says he's a physically dominant defenseman, good gap control, and a knack for ending rushes. Poor puck movement and skating limits his offense immensely. Just thought I'd pass that on. Artem Guriev. Geez, Dylan, crummy time to leave. Does anyone have anything on Guriev?
I don't remember him.
Doesn't he play for Peterborough? I think he's like he played for the Toronto Marlboros, if I remember correctly.
How do you spell his name?
Artem, ARTMGURYEV.
He played in the OGHL.
And the O for Peterborough.
Yeah.
Sorry about the Vancouver anthem in the background.
I didn't watch him.
I had no recollection of him.
The analysis you can only find at DP Rinkside.
Yes.
Carolina, so help me God. I dare you to trade this pick. I dare you.
Big
Call
Jack
timeout.
Harvey.
Oh, the Canucks pick at 137. Trevor
They
Wall.
they better do that.
Yeah, somehow only their second pick this draft.
That would be
Which is
perfect.
totally normal for a team that just finished last in their division.
It would be frustrating if they managed to get Wong at 137 and then they imagine if they got Stankoven.
Oh, we're going to like this. Carolina picks Robert Orr. They're back in our good graces.
Yep.
Bobby.
I
don't think he's going to live up to the name, but he's one of the youngest players in the draft, so he has a lot of developmental runway. I think he's going to become a much better playmaker next year because he was doing it in AAA before, and he has a high motor, above average skills pretty much across the board, or at least in terms of skating, handling, not a lot, not very above average, but like slightly above average. So he's a bet on tools and motor and engagement in the game and some playmaking skills that could resurface in the next few years. It's really a high upside, a bottom six high upside pick for someone who didn't score a lot. And it was his rookie year in the QMJHL because he's so young. I really like him. He was quite high on our list.
Good pick.
So we have Trevor Wong and Cole Jordan that really are the omissions here for us, right?
Cole Jordan is a complete mystery. He should have been selected much earlier.
Peter Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds.
Steal of the draft at this point.
Well, the Canucks made their selection.
Aku Koskenvuo.
Who?
That was not Trevor
Finnish
Wong.
goalie at the U18s.
Oh yeah.
He was awful.
Yeah. That was not good.
He was terrible at the U18s. He's so unrestrained. Like he has to make these insane athletic saves because he's always out of position. It's like the Jonathan Quick complex. Like, I don't know. I was not a fan of Koskenvuo. And I don't suppose anyone else is either.
This is an Ian Clark pick?
It is an Ian Clark pick. Yep.
All right, Dallas, you will have Logan Stankoven, which means you also are now obligated to draft Trevor Wong. That's how this works. I make the rules.
Mitch, do you want the first 16 teams or the second half? 16 teams?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, where's Montreal in this? Do you want Montreal or wait?
No, you can have Montreal.
Okay, so I don't know if it's the first or the second, but I'll take that half.
Yeah, okay. I also have to make a presentation. I haven't had any time to sit down and do it, but I have to speak at Greg's conference tomorrow. So tonight's going to be another long night.
I can write it alone if you prefer.
No, I can at least contribute a little bit. There we go. Jack Barr.
There we go.
Koskin is going to Harvard eventually.
Yeah, apparently.
Huh.
I used to coach Jack Barr.
Was he good?
When he was at St. Andrews, I did like skill stuff with St. Andrews, and Jack Barr was he was a youngin at that point. Him, Mark Hillier, Xavier Henry, a couple of those guys. The guy that got picked by Colorado, Matt Steenberg, as well. But yeah, I liked Jack Barr back then. Haven't really tracked how he's developed, but at least back then I thought I was like, hey, this is a pretty good skater. He's a pretty good defender. I think Daniel, that's your area of expertise, right?
Well, I didn't. He like multiple clips. Just even watching other players, like his body positioning was just really, really bad, and a lot of scenarios like facing the wrong direction, just getting destroyed. I didn't come away super, super high on him, but I haven't watched him a whole lot either. So I
I haven't seen him since he left St. Andrews. So obviously USHL is a pretty big step up from like CISS or CISAA, whatever.
Manix Larry, good pick around this range. He's a grinder. Pretty much you can hardly define him. The game he plays right now is going to play it in the NHL too if he gets there. Some playmaking skills, some scoring ability, but it's mostly pursuing the puck and creating from the walls that he does well. And I like his motor, but I think he could improve that even more to make him even more effective because away from the puck, his energy tends to go down. But when the puck is near, he has a chance to steal it. Like you see his energy, intensity, and work rate. Just he needs to lean on his physical skills and that even more if he wants to roll in the NHL because he won't be a top 6 player. You can already call it. It's just he could find a role in the NHL, and for that he needs to become an even better checker.
I'm surprised Landry got drafted. Honestly,
I thought he would be drafted even higher than this.
Really?
Yeah. Because he's a captain of the. Yes, he has some leadership skills or qualities, I should say, and yeah, the grinding skills. NHL teams like that.
Canucks just took a kid who was verified on Elite Prospects.
The goalie?
Which one?
The Swedish defenseman.
Who is it?
Jonathan Mierenberg.
Oh, I know him. I don't remember him, but I know him.
Cole Jordan is right there.
Must be something with him that we don't know. So Mierenberg, I'm just gonna read some of my. Oh, I didn't write anything. Never mind. I'm pretty sure I watched this guy. Well, sorry everyone, he escaped my memory. But I watched him and I didn't rate him, or if I didn't take any notes, usually it's a bad sign. Didn't think he was an NHL prospect.
The Canucks are just killing the draft. Very impressive stuff.
I was told Jim Benning was a scout, though.
Yes, of course. He probably knows more than us. We're wrong.
But he did say that he didn't have too much room for young players in his farm system. Like he couldn't have too many draft pick. Because then it gets crowded and you don't want that. So you have to trade them away, I guess.
Cole Jordan, Calgary Flame. About time. Somewhere Joel Henderson right now is smiling. Shout out, Joel. So Cole Jordan is one of the most mechanically sound skaters in the draft. He's pretty explosive. He's a strong handler. He's very deceptive. It's just a matter of figuring out how to maximize those tools. He's also a really strong rush defender. His in-zone defense, he has a good posture, but he tends to watch plays. He can be aggressive in one-on-one situations, but it doesn't translate to how he's going to minimize threat away from the puck. It's a really interesting projection with him. The upside is significant because of the tools, but there is some questions about his decision-making. Honestly, he probably should have gone in the early second round. So this is this is a terrific, terrific pick by the Calgary Flames.
Still trying to figure out Muhlenberg.
Yeah.
That's a strange one.
Who is Daniil Sobolev?
Oh, he's an OHLer that was supposed to play in the OHL, but he was stuck in Russia, so he didn't find any place to play this season. I liked him, honestly.
He's listed right now. He was previous on EP. He's 5'10", 154 pounds. On the NHL website, he's 6', 210 pounds.
Yeah, he grew a lot. I remember liking him a lot at the start of the season when I watched him. I think we have a profile for him in the draft guide. In terms of strength, I know that puck moving, he makes plays through defenders, attracts for checkers, takes the inside lane to puck. Okay, I mean, on retrievals, he established body positioning, gets the inside line for checkers to be first on the puck. He moves on the blue line, so skating habits, receives puck in motion, tries to find lanes, and he's very aggressive defensively. Yeah, I remember that, especially of the rush. So he pinches a lot, he boxes out in front of the net. And all that, he's constantly shoulder checking. So he has some awareness and skating habits. The weaknesses is handling is stuck to his top hand is stuck to his hip. Skating lacks ankle flexion, and I bet that didn't improve if he grew like 4 inches in a year. That's probably going to make his skating worse for a bit. And I didn't rate his hockey sense that high. So in terms of decision making and anticipating plays, processing speed, that's maybe a weakness. It's a player that could have been on our board. It's just that he didn't play this year, so we didn't get a good read on him. At least I think he did. Yeah, he didn't play. So maybe if he had played, he would have been on our board.
Jacob Holmes, Sault Ste. Marie Greyhound, goes to the Dallas Stars at 143. David, I think you watched him, right?
We lost Rachel.
Did I watch him?
I'm pretty sure you did.
I think I did too. We'll see. I had notes on him. This is what happens when you watch too many players. Like my brain can't generate a clear picture for all of them. Yeah, Jacob Holmes, a conservative, effective defender, but he's a bit like Benjamin Rogers.
Roger.
So he's
which one is it, David?
They're all
Pick up your mind.
Yes, but this is definitely InStat's fault.
Yeah, he's static in the offensive
sure.
zone, Jacob Holmes, and he differs to his partner a lot in transition. So he's not willing to make plays with the puck, but he's an effective defensive defenseman. But again, we didn't play this year, so we don't have a good read on him, but I think he has size and skating ability. So there's at least some projection there. Yeah, I wrote. It didn't feel like. Go ahead.
I'm very curious about what the Rangers are going to do with this pick. I feel like the Rangers are always one pick that is really good, one pick that isn't. And so far, I mostly like their draft, to be completely honest. I think Grubb was a little rich there in the third, but I like Korzak, I like Lamb, I like Othman at 16, especially because it's very clear they were targeting a specific mold.
Yaroslav Shemilar. I have no idea who that is.
It sounds familiar. Oh yeah, he's in our we had a notes thing on him, although I don't think we had any game reports filed on him this year. But yeah, he plays in Finland at the under 18 level. He was also at the under 18s where, let me just pull up some under 18 stats. Let's see. Hey, okay. Pretty average data tracking results with below average playmaking. So nothing too interesting there. Yeah, we just don't know anything about him, unfortunately.
It happens. We can't know absolutely everyone.
This kid's 6'4". If we need next time when we're making the draft guide, we need to fill out like players who we don't know, and then we just sort it by height, and then we just work down that list until we've exhausted all the 6-foot players. Because it's always the tall unknown guys who go high. It's never the short unknown guys.
Well, can't we just steal Ottawa's board and we'll know exactly what to do?
St. Louis took Tyson Galloway. He's really interesting. He's very fluid. He's a strong handler, like top free hand. He's very impressive when he's moving the puck. It's just that the decision making does not follow the skill. He's the type of guy, he'll beat one guy, create an open passing lane, and then he hammers it straight down the ice. You're like, well, that was a very much missed opportunity, and it's just nonstop with him, unfortunately. He's a very passive rush defender, although he does have some projectable elements to the way that he defends. Interesting pick, a toolsy pick for sure. The outcome is probably a bottom pairing guy, 154. I like it. Nice little pickup by St. Louis there. Reshevsky time. Reshevsky time.
I can't help but think like we played a small part in this. Like
we had to. Oh my God, this is so funny.
They take it from here, Mitch.
No, someone else take it from here.
This is all you, David. Like you
I'm writing tweets. Okay, Reshevsky, motor, handling skills, like he's one of the better problem solvers in a draft. Like maybe not the best, but one of the better ones. And he's always going at maximum top speed, which isn't great, but he's working very hard to get the puck back and to make plays through defenders. His release is pretty impressive. He can fire off either foot, off passes, especially his wrist shot. He has some decision-making issues, so he does this thing where he goes from the goal line, moves to the top of the zone, and then fires on net from the blue line, which isn't very helpful because usually his teammates are in front of the net. It's just some desperate play that he makes. But in terms of handling skills, motor, and straight energy, I think it's enough to carry him to the NHL in a bottom six role, and he could be a fan favorite. Like he goes so hard all the time. I really like him. Anything else to add, Mitch, while I write this tweet? Did he leave? Yeah.
Mitch, yeah, he just pieced.
We had him on our board last year, and he should have been drafted last year. He's one of the better prospects in Russia, and he played in the VHL this year and the KHL, and you see the same energy. He still hasn't adapted fully to the pace. His decisions weren't all that great with the puck all the time, but he has high-level skills in terms of his handling and a motor. So that where are we, in the fifth round, like fourth or fifth round? That's pretty good value there.
I wish Dylan was here for this.
He would have hated it.
Oh, I know. Especially ahead of Tutnev.
Yeah, but he's much better than Tutnev. Like, it's not even a contest.
Yeah, I agree. Especially like in terms of his ability to create offense off the rush. His pace could be a bit higher, but I like Reshevsky. Who's on the board next? Or who's on the clock next? I mean, sorry.
Ducks.
The Ducks.
Gage Alexander, 6'6" goalie.
I told you earlier we were going to manifest Reshevsky into the draft. And I think his agent owes us. Dylan just responded to my tweet. I sent him a smiley face attached to the Reshevsky tweet, and he just responded, "Oh my God."
It's a perfect pick, like one of the best in the whole draft.
Oh yeah. Justin Robidas to Carolina.
That's in this range. He's a good pick. Honestly, like we said before, it's all off puck value with him. He improved a lot defensively this season. He was one of the better defensive forward in the QMJHL, and that helped him retain his top 6 role on Faldor Fahar. And so he connects plays all over the ice, and he arrives in the right spots at the right time. It's just that he doesn't have a lot of skill to offer in terms of skating, handling, even his release. It's all average, and at 5'7", that makes it a hard player to project. But I still like him in this range. If our board was slightly longer, he would have made it.
All right, who's Boston taking? David?
Oscar Jelvik.
Oh, I know that guy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure you have a read on him, David?
So Jelvik, I think he's a playmaker. Let me just pull up my notes because I said I don't remember everyone I watched, fortunately. I gave him 5 across the board in terms of grades, so that means that he was projected as average in every category. His skating hits most of the right cues, so his knee bend, ankle flexion, back straight, and angle over knees, hips tilted forward. So he projects as a decent skater. He has off-puck abilities. There's the timing, handling skills too. And I wrote that his puck protection was interesting. So he managed to nudge against defenders to create space and then escape inside. He has a lot of qualities. I think I debated putting him on the board, and I wasn't sure because of the level of competition, because he didn't play a lot, if he was really going to be a good enough NHL prospect. His main weakness is that his space is slow, and he plays a game on the periphery, so he doesn't attack inside a lot. And he made a lot of hole plays, and by that I mean he would just throw pucks into areas without really necessarily looking. So some decision-making issues, but a lot of skills to offer, not above average skills, but decent skills to offer. And maybe as he rises in level of competition, his space is going to increase, and he's going to be taught to hit teammates instead of just open spaces with no one there.
And David, we've got another one of your guys, which is, well, not really your guy, Joshua.
Yeah, and this range, it's a good pick at 150. It's his release.
I hated his tape last year. I hated it.
Yeah, me too. But his release and handling skills, they're above average. It's just that he plays with no pace, no engagement in the game. In certain games, in other games, it's a bit better. And he's not that smart about finding open space and complementing the play away from the puck. So again, decision-making issues there. And his skating is a lot of work. He's decently quick, but his speed and agility, it's not there. His stride is very upright. Sometimes lack of strength, but it's also mechanical. So skating issue, pace issues, and some hockey sense issues. But in terms of high-level skills, he has it with his handling and release. So this is a pretty good pick for Habs again, I think, with Sobolov in this range. He's another player that if our board was like 20 picks longer, I would have put him on.
Some higher end value USHS players still available, like Luke Lewandowski and Luke Mittelstadt,
Jack Harvey.
I'm kind of surprised Kyle Kukkonen hasn't been taken, but his skating is an issue.
Oh, Kirill. Oh, wow. Hakon Hanelt, who is a defenseman, but
the TV coverage has him as a center. That's not right.
and Kirill Gerasimyuk.
One of our rated goalies who played for Russia at the U18s.
And now it's the Leafs. Are they going to go for bottom six guy or someone with more upside? It's hard to find real upside in this range, but I mean, Joshua Roy is an example of someone who could become a top
Peter
six
Reynolds.
forward. Yeah.
Trevor
I
Long.
can't believe he hasn't been selected. Same for Trevor Long.
I like Ty Voigt and Jack Harvey here as well.
Ty Voigt, yeah. He's better than a lot of these players. Like 100 of them.
Yeah.
Ty Voigt.
Wow.
Nailed that one. Mitch, this is your time to shine.
Yeah, I'm a big Ty Voigt fan. As an OHL rookie, he was standout playmaker. He's one of those players who, for all of the pace, all of the manipulative abilities that he has, he understands how to play within the framework of a team, how to get his teammates involved. He's a shockingly refined 16-year-old in the Ontario Hockey League. And, the game is going to go, his game could go up, it could go down, but I think this is a pretty solid bet in the 5th round for him to become a high upside swing. Absolutely love this pick. I would have had no problem with it if the one in front of 50 and 153 was gone. And I'm sure David, you have a lot of thoughts on him too.
Yeah. It's just manipulative skills, finding solution in tight spaces. His skating is probably above average too. It's just he has a tendency to want to make a flashy play, which is the case for many players in this draft and in every draft. Just a player I really like that should have been drafted somewhere in the 2nd round, but he's on the smaller side, so that prevent him from reaching that spot. He's a playmaker. Like, you want to find him scoring many goals, but he connects plays. And he has a smaller game. Like, he's not going to protect pucks, but he scans before getting possession a lot. So he knows where his teammates are. It's just that sometimes he wants to make that passes through 3 defenders, and it doesn't always work out.
He's fun. That much is very true about Voigt. I'm surprised he didn't get invited to the U18s. That would have been way more fun than, say, Brett Harrison, or Ryan Winterton.
Yeah, maybe there's something
Isaac Beliveau to Pittsburgh. So you're a fan, is what you're saying, David?
Yeah. I'm not. There are skating issues, decision-making issues. Defensively, like, he's either over aggressive or overly passive. He misses a lot of reads. I think the speed at which he reads the game is capped off at the junior level. I don't see him making productive reads in the pros at all. So I would not have selected him in this draft. And I don't see why you would select Beliveau ahead of someone like Ortiz. Like, it's just better in every category. The only thing that is like Beliveau flashes that is interesting is like offensively. Some passes inside the defensive box and some interesting shots sometimes, but makes so many poor decisions because he doesn't scan before getting the puck, and then he shoots at shin pads and he has to recover. But since he lacks speed, he can't recover all that well. I don't have many positive things to say about him.
Poor Mauricio Ortiz.
He won't be selected again.
Oscar Plandowski to Detroit.
That's a good pick in this range. A lot of decision making. I keep just repeating the same things. Oscar Plandowski is not the skater right now, but he's going to become significantly above average skater in the next few years. And his mother is Jill Plandowski, a skating coach, and it shows like just he lacks strength in his upper body, right in his core right now, so it prevents him from raising his torso and keeping it in that position for the duration of his shift. But in terms of agility, forward mobility, so the range he can reach in about a second by shifting his edges, he's going to become one of the better skaters in this draft. Like I said with Isaac Beliveau, can he make reads at the professional level? I don't think so. He had trouble using his skating, and that's very sad because like there are so many occasions for him to create plays and with his team this season, and he missed so many of them. Like he had trouble beating other players one-on-one because he can't really manipulate them. He lacks the timing. He doesn't see ahead or through layers. He can make plays in this vicinity. So if there's a teammate open, clearly open, he can hit them, but making productive reads when he has to look through the defensive line, he can't really do that. He was really at his best when he was on the half wall, just firing pucks on the power play. And so that's why he fell so much in the draft, but he's one of the draft's best skater, or he will be at least when he gains more strength.
I love Beliveau, terrible skater, and Plandowski, great skater, going back to back.
Yeah, but they share the same problem, like a hockey sense.
Great symmetry.
Yeah. Max McHugh goes 156 to San Jose.
Ooh.
Oh boy. He's yeah. He has, like, in terms of just strictly a hockey thing, he's vaguely interesting. Like he had some real flashes with London last year. Plays with a bit of pace. He can get inside. He makes the odd crafty play. He's like the discount Ty Voigt, basically, with just a much greater degree of uncertainty. Yeah, not really. When you're picking these players this late in the draft, so much uncertainty, but there's just way more uncertainty with him.
Who's next?
Islanders
Picks are truly rolling in this time. So
Who do we have left on our board?
We have Trevor Wong,
Peter Reynolds again,
Ortiz, Jeremy Hansel, Lewandowski, Mikey Milne, Drew Krebs, Jack Harvey, Simon Moteau, Jake Martin, Dmitry Katalevsky, Luke Middlestat, Justin Janicki, Alexei Malinin, Theo Rochette, Liam Gilmartin, Pavel Tutnev, Damian Carfagna, and Hunter Strand, and the last guy is Viljami Jusula.
I'm surprised that Strand is still available.
Yeah, that was one that made a little bit of sense for him to. I think probably we'll see him go in the next 2 rounds for sure. He's not an exciting.
You have
player,
to think he'll get picked.
Yeah.
E2 Lucas. Oh wow, that I watched his tape for his write-up. He loves to hit. Like there's not much more to E2 Lucas than that. Like he's straight north-south, loves to seek out contact. Got a lot of penalties, played in Liga a little bit because he's an early birthday. If he makes the NHL, is going to be like the heir apparent to Cal Clutterbuck. That's what you're looking for with E2 Lucas. Skating is a huge problem. Like everything is mechanically wrong. Like he tilts at the hips. He's top heavy. Recovers wide. Doesn't get any depth through his stride. Like it's just ugly. It's terrible. I hate watching him skate. But when he gets enough runway and he gets to lay the body, it's a lot of fun. And it's like not fun if you're on the receiving end. But that's his game. It's just to play the body, throw hits, be on the forecheck, go to the net front. And if you just work within that framework, you could have a fourth liner.
Yeah. Ty Murchison goes 158 to Philadelphia. He was one of those guys.
That's reasonable.
There were a lot of NTDP players who were just better as a draft -1 player than their draft year, and he's one of them. He showed some legit playmaking ability last season. This year, he was mostly just a bottom pairing guy for them who could hit occasionally, clear the net front, beat guys down with cross checks. There's some potential there for his game really to expand. I think he's going to ASU, so he's going to have a lot of opportunity, big minutes from the top. Just a pretty unspectacular player with a track record that suggests he could become so much more.
And now Buffalo. Oh, E2 Lucas would have fit in with Buffalo.
Ottawa probably kicking themselves right now.
Yeah.
I don't know Bardakov. Someone asked about him in the chat.
Oh, yeah. So Bardakov is very angry, if I remember. If I have the Zakar Bardakov, right? He was at the under-20s.
I think so.
Yeah, okay. So his skating needs a little bit of work. He played in the KHL for Vityaz, which kind of, like, based off what Vityaz was previously, kind of reflects his style of game. He loves to run into people. He's physical. He's aggressive. He's strong on the forecheck. There just might not be enough skill there to really make it work at the next level. He's also a 2001. So you're probably picking a checker guy or someone who is sort of a long-term call-up option. Nothing really too exciting. But again, there's some merit to an NHL team taking him.
Viljami Marjala.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we talk about Dar Nielsen, and Marjala is the equivalent in the Quebec Major Junior League. He always looks for the highlight reel play. So he's someone who uses pace manipulations all the time. So he's going to approach the defender at a slow pace and then slow down even more to create even more space, and then wait for his teammates to get in the right areas to reach them with passes. His passing skills are pretty advanced, but uses backhand, slip, hook passes, and he finds them in scoring areas pretty often. He scored a lot for a rookie this year. It's just that he needs to upgrade his motor and find other ways to create offense. So attacking high danger areas, he plays on the periphery right now, and just making use of his shot more and participating defensively too. Although he makes some pretty great reads when he gets his mind to it. So he's a low pace playmaker right now. He needs to become a high pace playmaker to make the league and become a more projectable player.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I like what he does. He's entertaining. Just really hard to envision him being in the NHL and being effective.
Cameron McDonald to the Lightning.
Move over, Jack Finley. You got company.
He played in the Q, right? He was with St. John, yeah.
Big time resume coming into the Q and didn't quite live up to the hype. Very surprised to see him go over Reynolds.
Who?
Cam McDonald.
Oh, yeah. He just doesn't have enough skill to become an NHLer. I guess his best attribute is like off puck. It's getting into right areas to receive passes and driving the net, but he doesn't find any solutions to defenders. He's really a junior scorer. And I think he's going to put up a lot of points in the next few years, but I don't see him making the NHL. I don't really have any refined thoughts on him. Like, I watched him quite a bit, but he doesn't stand out that much.
Yeah, he had some good moments last season, like finding space, popping open in perfect timing, but he's not a great shooter. No, there's some difficulty, some question marks there protecting his game going forward. He's probably a checker at the next level, although I do wonder, based on the resume coming into the queue, that maybe St. John kind of limited him a little bit. We'll see.
What's Buffalo got up their sleeve? William von Barnikov.
Oh, David, you saw him.
I did.
And you weren't impressed.
No, I wasn't. I don't remember why, but I'm going to check. And Barnikov. How do you spell that again?
Barn.
Bon
Barnekow, I believe.
Yeah, I got him. I wrote that I didn't see an NHL player. He barely touched the puck, and he didn't seem to scout enough offensively or defensively. He was late on most plays. Yeah, he played in the SHL for most of the season, not a junior league, but anticipation and awareness were in strong points of his game. He's just big, honestly. I don't remember his size, and he has many of the problems that you often see with bigger players. So below average skating stride, it's a bit on the slower side, and in terms of handling coordination, it's not up to the level that you wanted for an NHL prospect. So yeah, I didn't see much in this game.
Kyle Kukkonen to the Ducks. Daniel, you were summoned.
Yeah, so Kukkonen has a ton of patience, ton of small ice, small area handling skill. Just dominated at the USHS level. Exploited poor body positioning, poor defending. All you really have to do is get into space in that league, and he just converted. Props to him though, like he put up numbers in the NAHL too, and I think skating mechanics, skating pace is a major issue for Kukkonen. I'm not sure how translatable he is as a player at his size and with those mechanics in consideration, but you can't deny that he scored at pretty gaudy rates across all the leagues that he's been in. So he's not the best USHS guy that we rank right now, but figured that he would be picked around this range. So yeah. He's a classic, like hopping his crossover, just a lot of inefficiencies in his stride.
Is it Blake Biondi bad?
No,
galloping
but
Blake Biondi.
It's not that bad, but I just don't see a lot of translatability in his game. He might he's probably worth a pick alone just because of the production, but yeah.
Are there any physical or two-way goal-scoring wingers that I should look out for at Florida's pick at 184? That's a question from the chat. Physical two-way.
I mean, Trevor Wong projects to the wing.
He's also very physical, but he's
also yeah, like he's physical as hell. Like nobody's told him that he's 5'8". Like he just doesn't know. He thinks that he's Milan Lucic. That's my answer.
I don't know. Like there are bits and pieces that kind of fit in, right? Has Petrov been taken yet? Because he likes to shoot it, and he occasionally gets in the dirty areas, but he's not particularly a two-way player by any stretch of the imagination. There's
I got one. Justin Janicki.
Yeah.
Physical two-way player.
Yeah. Liam Gilmartin a little bit. Connor Kurth, Dubuque Fighting Saints a little bit.
Oh, his skating though, man. Like, how can you be physical if you skate like that? Like, he's gonna be 10 feet behind every hit.
Yes, of course.
I watched Connor Kurth towards the end of the season, and I was just like, how does this skating stride even exist? Like this is so rare. Like to be this bad of a skater is just fascinating. Like it belonged in one of my beer league games. It was just so, and his hands are magical.
Yeah, they are. Eric Lowry, Moose Jaw Warriors. He can't move though. Same thing as Kurth. Yeah, it's a tough one. Not a ton of options. Maybe
taking my victory lap on Janicki. I think that's the answer.
Maybe
Simon
Mack.
Speaking of bad skaters,
Victor Ortig, one of my favorite players in this draft, that didn't make our draft board because he's not that good, but he's a re-entry, really big guy. I think he's like 6'6", but he's very coordinated for at his size. It's just that decision making is all over the place. Like I watched him in the junior league and he seemed like a pick, but then he played a few shifts over 3 games at the Allsvenskan level, and it was bad. Like the game was way too fast for him, and he couldn't complete passes and just panic on every touch. Is like his awareness and processing speed are big question marks, but he's big and coordinated, and probably project as a average skater, above average handler even. So that's a pretty good pick in this range. Like if you want a big defenseman, you could do worse than Victor Urtig, however you pronounce his name. Michael Holm just tweeted like, Victor Urtig is big, which is pretty much it. But he's also big and coordinated, so that's a plus for me.
Kind of the Leo Loof of this year's draft.
You know who should really be picked? Joel Nystrom.
Christopher Mauricio Ortiz.
Yeah, I don't understand why you're not picking this defenseman.
His data was somehow better this year. Like
it's going to get better every year.
Yeah, you know what'll happen is he'll sign an AHL deal with like Tampa Bay, and then 5 years from now we'll have like a feature on him during the Stanley Cup final and how like nobody knew he was this good, and somewhere David's just gonna get like a chill up his spine. One of his eyes is just gonna start like twitching, just going blind with rage.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
He'll be on a pair with Joel Nystrom too.
I'm sure both of those players are going to make their way eventually to the NHL one way or another, or at least to the AHL. Like just be part of a team's farm system for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why you have to wait. You can just draft them right now.
Damn, we're going to have a few players off our board who just didn't get picked.
There's still time.
Still time, yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. There's still another like 4.5 hours probably.
Someone just took Ben Boyd. So like this, like, come on. We're clearly
oh my God. This is the most Italian name I have ever seen in my life. Pasquale Zito.
Yeah, Zito's an interesting player. I'm kind of surprised when I saw when his name was on Central Scout. I was like, really? He's just an energy guy, I think. I
thought you were gonna be like, he's just a gelato guy, I think.
But yeah, this just fits the Detroit Red Wings draft model of only taking players that are near Detroit if they're in North America. They only take USHL kids, and now they took Zito, who plays in Windsor. So pretty interesting. I wonder what's going on with their North American scouting.
Yeah, I said it before the draft started, but they just need to hand all their picks over to Europe because this is so many unforced errors. Like, Gil Martin to San Jose. That's a good pick.
There are better players available that fit the mold that San Jose was previously drafting around. Clearly that's changed a little bit this year, but Gil Martin's good. He's got some flashes of skill every like 2 or 3 games. He's physical, brings a little bit of defensive value. He can make the odd high skill play. just, you want it to be consistent. He's going to London, so who knows what's going to happen. They might tell him that he's a world destroyer and he's just going to go in and have a very impressive season. But I don't really know. This is a fine pick, good little value here. He was on our board in the 90s, if I remember correctly. So nice pickup. Oh, Canucks are up in one more pick.
Oh boy.
This should be fun. They have another option to take a local kid, Trevor Wong. Will they do it?
Ooh, that would rule.
I can't see him not being drafted. Scored a lot. Like, he's super high energy.
Flames like the WHL too.
Jack Beck for the Flames.
Okay.
Interesting. Like, Beck has some flashes with Ottawa, like little tiny moments. But, how do you project a kid who had flashes as a draft -1 and then didn't play this year at all?
You hope. That's what you do.
Teams are loving the Magic Beans this draft. Like, they're going crazy for them.
Well, what happened was they saw the players who could play in this year's draft, and they were just like, oh, geez, ignorance is bliss. And they drafted the players that they didn't even get to see this year because they were like, well, it's not like they're going to be worse than what we have to choose from,
It's a great strategy. I can't imagine this going wrong.
Did you see Hugo Gabrielson, David?
Who that?
The Canucks pick.
Not again.
Didn't he play?
I have no idea who this is.
He caught my eye really, really early on in this season. I can't remember who I was watching. I think he played for Frölunda, right? And in that level, he really caught my eye for some reason, but I just never followed up on it just because I was so busy.
Early birthday.
Yeah, and he played Division 1, so like the third tier of Swedish hockey, for the remainder of the season where he didn't score at all. So it's questionable. Right, I was watching Torgerson and Niederbach before the last draft. So yeah, who knows? Who knows with him?
I haven't watched him.
Yeah. Anyway, Vancouver Canucks. I wonder how Cam Robinson is doing right now on the radio.
I don't envy him.
No. So what can you tell us about this player? And I think he's had to do this like 4 times now because Klimovic, the goalie, Myrenberg, Gabrielson. Yeah, so probably not a great time.
I don't think that Cam has liked a single one of their picks.
No.
And you know what? Like, I disagree. Like, I like the Klimovic pick. I do.
Same here.
I think that's a high upside play.
Carolina just took Bryce Montgomery.
Of course. Well, you know what? If you have that many picks, like I like it.
It's a pretty good one in this spot. Like,
yeah,
it's a bet on upside.
He's big. He skates relatively well. It's just like for so many prospects in this draft, it's decision-making issues. Sometimes doesn't find the best play, but maybe he figures it out. I know this guy is suffering from the hours that this draft have gone on.
Yeah, my quality of scouting reports dropped off through this process. Like, guy is a hockey player. Anyway, I don't want to talk anymore. My throat still hurts from all that smoke that I inhaled the other day, and so my throat's starting to close, and I'm slowly starting to feel my voice whittle away. I'm getting a little bit concerned.
My 2 main weaknesses for Montgomery were self-awareness, so he thinks his skills are better than they are, so he just attempts plays that are not within his skill set, and his vision. He can't look past the first option in position. So he only hits teammates that are close to him, sometimes covered by the defender. So again, hockey sense problems and just evaluating the game. What are my skills? What am I good at? And how can I be effective on the ice? For Montgomery, it's all about becoming an effective shutdown defender, because I don't think he has the skills and the processing speed to really become an offensive defenseman. So it's about recycling his game to fit what NHL teams want of him, will want of him.
Well, do we know anything about Cal Thomas? He was not in the draft guide, and I don't think we had any notes on him this year. But he played for Maple Grove High, Sioux Falls Stampede, 9 games.
No, I didn't have anything on him.
Okay. Anyways, let's go back to talking about the Canucks. I like talking about the Canucks, just because everything that they do is very questionable. So, any thoughts on the Ekman-Larsson trade? I mean, they're clearly getting an elite number 1 defenseman, right? For cap dumps, locked into a long-term contract.
GD,
you're muted.
I should have been, because I actually said a swear about the OEL trade. It's just mind melting. It's just like the ultimate. Like, on the one hand, I don't blame Jim Benning, because his back is up against the wall, right? Like, he knows if the playoffs aren't made this year, he's out. And that should be the case. He should have been fired years ago. I don't advocate for people to lose their job, but he's made the playoffs once in 7 seasons. This trade, to me, is just it's what happens when the incentives are tainted, right? Like, he said a few months ago that we're 2 years out from being a competitive team for the Stanley Cup. Well, then why did you expend all this capital to dump your salary commitments for this season, rather than just taking your pain for 1 year and regrouping the following season? I think the team is better. I think that OEL can bounce back and perhaps be a credible second pairing option, but that contract at $7 million up until 2027 is just, it's the ultimate poison pill. Like, it could just completely sewer this team's capacity to field a contending roster when you've got, Elias Pettersson and Quinn Hughes making substantial capital. So I hate that trade. It's so bad, and it's such a canary in the coal mine for how this group is thinking. And this group is thinking in terms of self-preservation more so than the long-term good of the franchise.
Yep, absolutely. So Ilya Safonov, do you remember he was at the World Juniors where he scored a couple of nice goals? He big.
Re-entry, right?
Yeah, I think he's a 2001. And he's basically Samuel Hellenius, Russian version. Big, plays center, slow, not a ton of individual skill, although he's a little bit flashier, a little bit less projectable. Not exciting. Calgary, however, picked Lucas Shionen, who plays for the Seattle Thunderbirds. Very interesting player. He's big. He skates at a decent enough level that he can play his game. He's very physical, always looking to put someone through the glass. And he has a little bit of playmaking skill. He was a guy who early on into the season, I honestly thought that he could end up on our draft board, like as a sort of 100, 110 player. And he just didn't quite add enough different elements to his game to make it. Overall, pretty interesting pickup for Calgary. I'm very curious to see what his development looks like. He's probably like, if I'm picking WHL guys who weren't in our guide, who weren't ranked, to be interesting for the next draft, he would have been in the top 5. So very curious. And then Philadelphia takes Ethan Sampson, who I wrote a pretty scathing player report on in the draft guide. He's frustrating because he should be a lot better than he is, but he was also forced into a role that he wasn't quite ready for. He's good on retrievals. There's no doubt about that. He's physical, but he's a defensive defenseman who has the worst defensive posture I've ever seen. Instead of bending his knees, he hunches over, he leans over. And so he has no quickness. He can't close on guys. He can't leverage. He can't maximize anything that he does. He has some interesting little moments in transition, but there's nothing that says he's about to become an NHL player, in my opinion. This is a 6th rounder in an uncertain year. It's hard to really be too mean about that pick, but he was not close to being on our board.
Isn't he their captain?
I have no idea.
So Joshua Roy just said that the reason he asked to be traded to another team is because the food and the training environment of the St. John wasn't good enough.
Yeah, that's why you didn't care to play for 1.5 seasons while you were there. That's why you took every single shift off, man. Come on.
Like,
I think it's both.
Joshua Waugh had the
team
Dylan
and for the
Gunter
player.
motor in the AJHL, but he had it for a whole season in a highly competitive setting.
He could have been. He has some of the most interesting skill in the draft. Like the way that one thing that he does that not many players I've seen do, he walks off the boards, step inside, and then rips it in stride. Like it's very rare to see a player shoot in stride, not in transition. And he's really creative. He's really deceptive, but the motor just isn't there. He takes so much time off. He's very disinterested in getting the puck back. He's very disinterested off puck. We have some absolutely scathing game reports in the system about him. I think I had one where he's like another nothing game from a nothing player or something along those lines. And it's just, he's really frustrating because he should have been a top 64 talent, but there's clearly a disconnect there with his skill and his willingness to be an impact guy. He can't link together defense and offense together. He's never been incentivized to do it. Very weird player. Although here's an interesting one. 175 is Francesco Arcuri.
Ooh, that's
Rachel. Are you still here?
Rachel's been gone for like an hour.
Rachel.
Drew Krebs went next.
Oh, yeah. Really?
I'll go through both of these guys quickly, I guess.
I like Krebs.
Yeah, I like Krebs a little bit too. Arcuri's an interesting guy. He's skate in a straight line up the ice and then kick it out. That's kind of what he does most impressively. I really like some of the intelligence that he does have. I just don't think that it's at a full like NHL average capacity, probably just a little bit below. He needs to start doing things in pace, start involving his teammates a little bit more. And, he's one of those guys that if he played in the OHL, we're probably coming away with a more positive impression about his game. But yeah, not a super high upside bet. And then Drew Krebs is all deception. And if he can translate that to the ozone, he's got serious potential. But if he continues down the current path that he is, he's just going to be a guy who is a depth guy. He's explosive, but he has some skating flaws. He's very skilled and tight. He can separate. He kills the odd play in the neutral zone, although he's very prone to mistakes in multivariable situations. Just doesn't have the offensive instincts. It's like, as David said, it's like he's just going through the scripts. Like you get him the puck, he takes it in motion, and then no matter what happened, no matter what play, no matter what the next play happened, or what the next play is, no matter what space became available, he just does what he originally had in mind, which is usually a point shot.
Yes.
I want to believe, and on top of that, he was very good as a draft -1 in the WHL. Metasnat was not very good this season. So there's still a chance. I just think it's a bit slimmer. I think Jeremy Hansel, if you're going WHL defenseman who gets into the play and makes stuff happen, was the better option.
Theo Jacobson.
I think I know
San
that
Jose.
I gave him average grades for skating, passing, and puck handling. It's just that his hockey sense received slight downgrade. Wrote that he thought the system cues well. Let me read this first, sorry. Yeah, it's just like he's pretty vanilla guy. He lacks the advanced offensive abilities that you want: manipulation, deception, ability to create lanes, to make plays through opponents. He takes what's there, and the skill is projects average. So that combination probably won't become an NHL player, but at least he has some average NHL tools. It's probable that
Connor Lockhart for the Canucks.
That's a good pick at this range.
That's a good pick. Do we have any thoughts on Connor Lockhart? I think Mitch, you would have seen him a bunch.
No recollection of him.
Damn, Rachel, you abandoned us.
David, do you have any memories of him?
I watched a bunch of Erie. Was he Erie or Flint?
Erie.
Yeah. I watched a bunch of Erie last year, but I can't remember much about his game.
Okay, next year, I'm not going to watch as many prospects because I just don't remember them a lot. But yeah, I did watch Lockhart. Strengths, I know the tactical game. So what does that mean? David.
Well, I mean, you wrote it, so.
What does it mean? Potential grinder in the AHL.
Yeah.
Whatever that means. Average tools across the board mostly. Skating, good knee bend and ankle flexion. I guess he makes deep crossovers. His stance when he handles the puck is pretty deceptive. And he uses teammates. I think he just follows system guidelines offensively. Maybe this is what I mean by a tactical game. I'm going to have to read my scouting reports. Yeah, that's just what I mean. So Lockhart is very smart about the way he advances the play. He knows the next systemic option, how to get out of trouble if he faces pressure, how to use the wide of the ice to support and hide, to pop up in open spaces. He can't outskate or outhandle any opponent. So his tools probably hold him back a bit, but he plays the hockey game well inside its usual constraints. His skating looks good.
Simon Knack goes Nashville 179. Knack improved a lot this season, but the core of his game remains pretty much unchanged. He's just, how quickly can I get to the net? And he's not a particularly dynamic skater. He's not deceptive. He's not all that creative. His hands are a problem. So it's pretty much just either he gets to the net or he loses it. At the next level, he's going to lose it more often. He brings some defensive value. Yeah, I don't know. You're picking him to be a fourth liner, and lots of assembly is required to get there. Petrov, there we go. 180 to Edmonton.
Oh, Petrov, it happened. We got Petrov. I'm still floored that he went first overall. Like, I know the import draft isn't about merit. I know. But the fact that was it Niagara? No, because Niagara got Daniil Gushkin.
It was North
Who
Bay.
was it?
North Bay.
North Bay. Like, what did they see there? that just
a commitment is what they saw there.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, he shoots decently. He's got a nice release on his shot, I suppose. He's one of many players in this class that just like is a shooter with an average shot, I suppose. He works hard.
And there's nothing redeeming.
I'm trying to be nice. You guys are looking at me like I've got like 8 heads right now because I'm trying to be charitable to Petrov. I'm just like, come on, throw me a bone here, guys. Like, come on.
I don't remember what Mitch wrote about him, but it was pretty good.
I like Simon Knack at 179 to the Panthers, or not the Panthers, sorry, the Predators.
Yeah, I got time for it.
Like, he's got a power game. He needs to use his teammates a lot better. Stop attacking in a straight line. But
yeah, so he's done a thing now where he's starting to integrate crossovers more, but they're still like in a straight line. So he crosses over one way and then he crosses over the other way, and he just does that back and forth up the ice the entire time. And it's like he's not moving lanes or deceiving defenders. He's merely just doing crossovers up the perimeter where strides would have been more effective anyway. It is a very interesting player to watch. I think in terms of like just, analyzing players, he was one of the top 10 guys that I watched this season. Just so there are so many different things to unpack there.
So about Matvei Petrov, Mitch wrote, Petrov is a shooter who isn't particularly good at shooting. That's pretty much his game.
I mean, that's like half the draft past like 30.
Simone Robertson, come on down.
Yeah, Simone Robertson, Atu Ratu. I have a lot of time.
for Borgo because he is a shooter, but he is very good at shooting.
Yeah, or Isaac Rosine.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't really like him all that much, but I only saw him at the U18, so I withdrew my opinion from consideration and the creation of our guide.
I didn't like Rosine, and then I did like him a lot. And the U18s was when I kind of was like, oh, okay, there's something interesting there. I actually liked his U18 tape, which made me go back and watch more Lexan tape. And then I was like, oh, okay, I get it. I just still worry about him because, like, you can, like, again, just push him off the puck with a stern look.
How often do we see a kid who's playing high school in is that Rhode Island?
I was meaning to watch this guy, but I just never got around to it. It was like a lower priority player for me, but
yeah, he played Mount St. Charles Academy in Rhode Island.
Yeah, crazy. He was ranked by Central Scouting, North Dakota commit. I think I tried to watch tape of his, but it was like one of those situations where they had like the net like right in front of the camera and you couldn't even see like anything. So
interesting. Took a lot.
So do we think, like, because I'm getting a good read on Gabrielson from some of the scouts that I talked to, do we think that the Canucks are kind of redeeming their draft with some of their work towards the later rounds, like, you know, pulling away from Koskenvuo, who is terrible, and Murenberg, who did not get good reviews from the scouts that I talked to?
Are you asking if they're redeeming themselves for taking a player who we don't know much about and an OHLer who didn't play this season, who is pretty...
I mean, their last draft was so bad.
Like the bar is
so low.
In my opinion, like Trevor Wong's like a layup pick for them, right? Like
should be.
I just don't. I don't quite understand that. I don't understand why he isn't picked by any team by now. Like,
Chase Clark. We're getting players taken out of the NCDC. Come on.
What's that?
A goalie 6'6".
Oh, well, Toronto is 2 picks away, so something fun is actually going to happen. Thank goodness. Toronto's just going to take Jack Harvey, and we're all going to be so happy.
Yeah, that's probably their pick. Chicago Steel makes a lot of sense. The Hardy connection.
Yeah.
This is why I find so surprising with their first pick. Matthew Nyes, like they seem to be doubling down on their skill first philosophy, but then they go for this fourth liner.
I mean, it could just be that they identified an opportunity to add a player with potential to layer new skills, and they had a suspicion that they were going to be able to nab high skill guys with the 2 other picks they have.
So far, so good.
Nyes going to be able to add more skills?
Like, I think there's a potential for it. And since he's going to Toronto, the team that is known for doing this, I have a lot more faith in it now.
Okay.
I just think I still think, though, what you're looking at, like, I see some Zach Hyman stuff coming up and about, but like, if he's Zach Hyman is his 100th percentile outcome, like 110th percentile outcome. Like, he has to completely evolve a ton of elements of his game to be able to play that in the NHL. I think most likely you're kind of looking at a decent bottom 6 kind of skill guy who brings some little bit in retrievals and stuff like that. But it's a difficult one. He's this is where fit becomes such an important part of the picture.
If Toronto takes Trevor Wong, I'm going to jump out of my chair and just be so happy. I want this to happen so badly. Like I have such admiration for the way that he plays. Like 5'8", and he thinks he's Milan Lucic. It's so cool. It's so cool. Like, he actively avoids the perimeter. That to me is just like so badass. Loves to play the net front. Like,
yeah,
give me Trevor Wong, you cowards.
The question is he going to survive the next few years until he gets to the NHL?
You want to tell him no? You know.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fair question, though. Like, how is he going to be able to play in the NHL without settling things down?
Maybe everyone's going to be afraid of him. Like, That guy's crazy. Get out of the way.
I think Jack Harvey would be a great pick here, although Toronto might just do something completely.
Jack Harvey would be just like such a. I'd have to text Ryan and be like, dude, come on. It's a little on the nose, don't you think?
Yeah.
Like, come on, bud.
Okay, goaltender time.
For Toronto?
Yeah, they did this. They did this last year, if you remember correctly. They got
Akhtyamov, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Who did Tampa get? Because I always mix up the two. Toronto got Akhtyamov and Tampa got. I can't remember.
Anyway, my hopes and dreams of Toronto having another fun pick are dashed. This is a re-entry goalie too. He was eligible last year and he played, according to these stats, one singular game at the Russian U18 level. And then this year he played 17 with Irbis Kazan, had a 909 save percentage.
Boring.
Come on, I thought we could always count on Toronto. Always. I mean, if they're not taking exciting players, they're taking William Villeneuve's. So like, I thought it was always a good. I was really hoping, and I guess we're gonna have to wait to see what Carolina does.
I know it's still early, but I loved how a lot of people were like, "Oh, you're gonna look like idiots for not liking William Villeneuve. He's gonna work with Barb Underhill, and you're gonna look like idiots." And 1 year later, it's like, no, he still looks terrible.
He was worse this season.
Yeah, he was worse this year.
By like a pretty hefty margin, to be completely honest.
Yeah,
he's one of the worst players I tracked this year. Like if you
I think
in my data set by a zone exit percentage and turnover rate, he's like the lowest of any drafted player by a wide margin, if I remember correctly. So that's a problem.
So does that mean we're not gonna look like fools for that one?
Well, you never want to take a victory lap on a player not having their dream come true, but there is I just think it was a little bit optimistic projecting a player who has the mechanical flaws that he does. Although lots can change, we'll see.
Yeah,
we got Shane LaChance.
What a name!
They took. Never mind. I'm not going to say it. I was going to. Yeah. Never mind.
What?
That's no fun. You have to share with the class.
Edmonton took LaChance on Shane.
Oh, geez.
Anyway.
Okay. I wish I hadn't encouraged that.
No. They took a player. I'm not kidding you. Who scored? Keep in mind, he's a forward. He scored 15 points in 25 games in the NCDC.
What's the NCDC?
It is a development league that specifically roasts get kids to lesser known college programs. It's tier 2, so it's the same level as the NHL. Although they haven't really put together a bunch of they haven't really had a ton of top talent in that league. It's very similar to the USPHL in terms of quality of play.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I watched it a few years ago for Mikhail Steinl. He's a Czech player who was playing there in his draft year, and he had some good flashes. And since then, he has only turned into a moderately effective NAHL player, and he was awesome in that league. So it's you're putting a lot into a little bit here. I know
Ian
it's a
Moore
sixth-round pick, but still,
he's the son of Scott Lachance. I don't know who that is.
Wow, that. You said that name with such.
Who's that?
For instance, like Ian Moore played on the Boston Junior Bruins or whatever for 5 games or whatever before he was kind of shipped out of there.
Did he have 20 points?
Played for the
no.
Nikita Quapp went. Stuff we love to see. Germany's goaltender just went. Carolina.
Nikita Quapp.
Amazing.
Yes.
Best name in the draft.
This is great. I love it.
Quoi?
He was so much fun. Did you get at the he was so much fun at the under 18s. Oh my goodness. Yes, this is great. If I remember correctly, he had a crazy game against Russia. They lost it in a blowout, I think. But anyway, he had one game where he was just incredible at that tournament.
I just like, how do you look at Shane Lachance? I tried to David that up. Shane Lachance, and take him over like Trevor Wong, you know, like, or Jack Harvey.
He's small.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Lachance not small. These are the only analytics that matter.
Or Luke Lewandowski.
Oh yeah.
Or Middlestad. I don't really understand that. Like
some really good players that are just not being drafted.
Like Lewandowski
looked like a Habs pick.
Lewandowski looked like
ooh, that's
McDavid
an insult, man.
USHS. Like
David, saying someone looks like a Habs pick now is like the greatest insult you could pay that person.
Yeah, especially in this draft.
Yeah. Dylan just tweeted out Pexa selected by the Leafs, so that's the goalie they just picked, was not on my radar. Artur Akhtamov's teammate though.
The NHL, man, it doesn't disappoint.
Just when you think you're safe.
Yeah.
All right, Islanders. What you got?
Jim Madison tweeted, maybe I've missed it, but has anybody taken German forward Florian Ellis, the best player of the World Junior? He's not a fluid skater, not big, but he's competitive as hell.
He was the best player at the World Juniors?
Okay, they're best player. Sorry, I misread.
Oh, okay.
No, he wasn't, though. They had Paterka and Stützle.
Who were both amazing. I like Stützle especially. Like, that's the best hockey I've never seen Stützle play better hockey than at the World Juniors. Like, that was him at his absolute peak.
But have you considered the guy who was the third wheel on that line, who can't skate and is short, that he was the better player simply because he worked hard?
Oh, man. Why do things not make sense?
Oh, we got Alexei Malinin to the Islanders.
I dig it.
Three more picks to go in this round.
There's an extra round?
Yeah, unfortunately. And I'm pretty sure at this rate, Carolina has all the picks in it.
I have to try and keep this professional. So how do I put this? After this week, I have just earned so many drinks tonight with Cam. That's how I'll just leave it at that. So many drinks tonight.
It's going to be great when you two sit down and you start talking about good times. And then as soon as the Vancouver Canucks week gets brought in.
Oh, man. It's weird because Cam is going to be so much lower on their class than I am, which is Cam's usually the much more upbeat chipper one. And I'm usually the fire and brimstone.
Judging by some of these off the board picks in every single round, like, I don't know. It feels like there's some clear winners who just picked value, and then just the rest is just kind of.
Yep.
It's very all over the place.
Ooh, this is interesting. Artur Kolak goes. He's a Ukrainian player. He's going to Barrie. He's drafting the import draft.
Ukrainian?
Yes.
I chose to read his name as Kolash just because I love that Czech pastry. No, nobody had a Kolash before.
No,
I get it. It took me a second. So this kid played for
It's
the
a
New
Czech
Jersey-
pastry. It's like their version of a Danish. Sorry,
Silent.
Mitch. You have important, smart things to say.
Kalash, he played for the New Jersey Junior Titans in 2019, 2020. And then obviously he got stuck playing in Ukraine this season, but he played in their top tier hockey. Very, very curious to see what happens with him. There's some murmuring that he's actually really good. 3rd overall to Barry in the import draft. He's reporting. Should be good. Should be fun to see. He was picking next. Oh, yeah. Great.
It happened. Xavier Simoneau.
Oh,
He
decent.
finally got drafted.
If it was by a different team, I would be a lot more pumped, to be completely honest. I love
can
Xavier.
still be bummed for him.
Yeah.
Because
Skating
Xavier
grade
Simoneau.
1.
Yeah, skating is like it's below average even to this day. It hasn't improved, but motor is high, so he strides a lot. He's very small, but he finds solutions in tight spaces anyway. Through his passing, playmaking, he works hard to get the puck back in those tight spaces too. And he was just the whole Drummondville offense for the past few years. Like he did everything for that team. And
Yeah, he's awesome to watch. Physical, in your face, very
it's
aggressive.
hard
He's-
not to like him.
Yeah. Crazy passing skill. He's going to be an effective AHL player. You just hope that for him, given how he plays, that he went to an organization that was better at developing players.
You know what? Like, Tampa Bay would be my usual landing spot for Simoneau.
Yeah, same.
Before their scouting department just completely.
4th liners. We need to find the next wave of Blake Coleman's. And, Blake Coleman is actually really good. We need to find the next version of, I don't know.
Cedric Paquette.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
better.
Tangent time. Like, what happened to Tampa Bay's scouting staff? Because it is just, it's night and day from what they used to do, what made them successful. Like, you can't look at their picks from the first half of the 10s to like now and tell me that something drastically hasn't changed. For the worse, too, to be clear. Like, they always lit their first round picks on fire. That is a tradition as old as time itself, right?
Maybe that's a secret. Like
they watched Muskegon, and they did not take the other good Muskegon. They did not take the good Muskegon defensive prospect to give you an idea of who Tampa Bay just picked.
They didn't take Gavin?
No, they did not.
Jeez. How do you watch that blue line and not take Gavin?
They took Alex Gagne, who is big and can't defend a rush and can't break the puck out of his own zone and contributes 0 offense.
I mean, like, I could have just assumed that based on how Tampa Bay scouts now. Like, it's just comical. Like, the aversion to skill it's so bizarre.
I'm honestly floored by that pick. That's one of the strangest ones because you know that they watched Muskegon and instead they pick the 0-2 re-entry who can't defend rush. And you have another kid right there who was a skilled playmaker. He's literally just figuring out how to skate away from being extremely effective. Whatever. That's just the way that it works. All right, Buffalo time. Final round.
What team has had the worst draft? Montreal.
Yeah, full stop. Doesn't matter who they pick. Montreal.
Yeah. Do you want us to answer that in the non-Montreal division? I think we should try to answer that in the non-Montreal division.
Canucks. No, I don't know.
No, I don't think the Canucks are that bad. Like, I don't know if they've had like a better than C.
I don't know.
draft.
They had the top 10 pick.
Ottawa.
In terms of value squandered, yes, because they had 2 second-rounders as well. And I like Latimer, but if you do the whole swap Latimer and Ostapchuk thing, it doesn't look any better. Because Latimer is the best player they've taken so far. And
so bad.
Yeah.
What is Ottawa doing? Tyler Boucher at 10 is just
Tyson Kozak.
Hmm?
Tyson Kozak.
Oh,
Is that-
Kozak's vaguely interesting. He's the kid who was thrust into the Seth Jarvis, Jaden Duro line. They always give one kid a chance to do that, and then they just score a lot and are very impressive. Kozak didn't score. So that's a little bit concerning. He had the highest quality of line mates you could possibly have in the WHL, and he didn't score. He's moderately deceptive. That's about it. Ryan McCleary, who goes to Pittsburgh, teammate. He has flashes of transition skill. He's kind of deceptive. He has some good games, mostly when he's focusing on throwing bombs up the ice and activating into the play. Very, very inconsistent, very raw player right now. Still trying to figure out how to maximize his skills. Good flyer in the 7th round, absolutely. However, it's a shocker that these two have gone over another WHL forward who, quite frankly, is far, far, far more effective. You put Trevor Wong on that line, he's on the Duro Jarvis line. He's the second best player. So, yeah, there's some questionable stuff going on right now. It's the 7th round, so it's hard to be like, oh man, but you have a player like Trevor Wong. You have a few other guys too who are still available, just sitting there, plenty of talent, and they're not getting picked. Same with Milne. I can't believe that Milne is still available.
Yeah, it's weird.
Janicki.
Skill player. Yeah, and Janicki too.
He just
went to Seattle.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Daniel, you manifested that pick.
No, I just saw it.
Oh, okay. I was like, awesome timing. I like Janicki. I actually like him the best of the Janickis that I've seen across the draft stage thus far. Prefer him to Trevor. Hard skill.
He was very good as a draft -1. Very, very good. Like he looked at times, especially early in the year, like a possible late first candidate. So there's a lot of upside to be had here if you can figure out how to play with a little bit more control.
Skates decently.
Yep.
You cover ground good.
Tampa Bay season. Any 4th liners we have left kicking around on the...
Rachel likes the Lockhart pick.
Lorenzo Canonica, maybe. It's a 4th liner written all over him. Andre Gassot, maybe. Andre Gassot would be an interesting pick here.
The dollar store, Olivier Nadeau.
Yeah, shooty version.
Yeah.
One player from the queue that I'm sure is getting back in the 7th round, Frédéric Brunet. I don't even remember for which team he played. He's a big defenseman with average to above average skating ability. He's very, very raw, but he showed some interesting flashes.
Daniil Pilenkov. I'm just going to assume that's a 6'7" defenseman.
6'1"
for Tampa. Oh, damn!
What happened there?
Yeah, deviating from their strategy, it seems. He's a 2000 born. He's in. I think we had game reports on him last year. We had a bunch of them.
Did we?
Yeah. He played at the under 20s. He played for Vityaz. He was a regular. Oh, yeah. Peter Reynolds still hasn't gone. This is nuts.
Martin Risavi. I don't have a lot of time for Risavi.
He's big and wide. And
slow.
He's a wall.
No pace.
He's Ryder Korzak, soon to be line mate.
Plays the net front well. Good 200-foot game.
I said I do too that he plays the net front well.
Simon Mutu is still available. That's very surprising.
Is it?
He's not undersized.
Yeah, but he played USPHL. But I guess teams are out here taking like half point per game NCDC players. So yeah, fair enough.
He was really good at the OHL tournament. It doesn't mean much, but like you could see clear improvement in this game.
Do we know anything about Ivan
Vorobiev? I do not.
He is a 2002. He's a re-entry who scored 50 points in 52 games for Mamunti Ugri in the MHL.
Oh, I think I know. I think I watched him. Let's go check.
Come on, Trevor Wong.
Is it San Jose?
Yeah.
You watched him, GD. Rizavi.
Yeah. Didn't like what I saw at all. Come on, Doug. I got to get lunch.
We have to write this article.
I have to do that too. I have to edit one of Dim's articles. It's booey. Jared Jorgensen asks, should the Oilers have took Wallstedt with their first pick? Yes. Absolutely.
He wasn't available, was he?
He was, and they traded back from their spot.
Borgo.
That's right. Evgeny Kashnikov. Oh boy, San Jose. David, you know him. Remember Big Gatineau defenseman?
Who's that? What?
Evgeny Kashnikov, Gatineau to San Jose, 199.
Yeah, this name evokes something. Let me just collect my thoughts. How do you spell his name again? Oh yeah, okay. He can't move. He makes passes good.
Oh yeah, he can't move. Said with such enthusiasm.
Is he a defenseman or a forward again? I can't do this for more than 4 hours. Like,
we're at 6 hours at this point.
Oh my god.
Yegor Nemuov from Russia to Carolina. Carolina is just having a field day right now. Are y'all paying attention to this? We have another goalie for Carolina. They've taken 3 goalies so far. All of them have been surprising.
I mean, when you have 45 picks.
Okay, so Kashnikov is manipulative. He can play 3 opponents. He activates in defensive zone, but his skating is very problematic. Like, if he gets beat, he can't recover, and I don't think his stride is going to improve. But he's very fun. He's like a tower of passing. Like, he doesn't move, but he has some really impressive passing skills.
Sounds like a discount Vinny Iorio.
Yeah, that's a good comparison. I respect that pick in the 7th round.
So the Carolina Hurricanes goaltender that they just picked, he played 9 games in the MHL this year with an .888 save percentage, and he only got a decision on 5 of those games. So it looks like he was a backup goaltender this year. Yes, it would appear, or he was injured. I'm not sure.
Come on.
But anyway, very interesting. Carolina just having
Lucas
some fun
Forsell for the Canucks.
Who?
Lucas Forsell, another Swede.
I know him. Don't remember him, but I know him. I gave him below average grades across the board, so I didn't see him as a pick.
Okay,
I like his
Ottawa.
defensive engagement, his back checks. He can create any kind of advantage one-on-one. He just uses systemic options, low to high plays. He fits inside a team system. Like, there was nothing impressive about his game. I wrote that I thought he was going to become a Swedish pro player. So that's an interesting projection.
What a steal.
Yeah. Another great pick for the Canucks.
Yeah. All right, we got Ottawa at 202. Who are they going to pick now? Watch them do something. Watch them pick Wong or Reynolds
They
now.
won't. I'm telling you, that's Frederic Brune. Just have a feeling. And I've not been wrong once since the start of the draft. So
You're like 2 for 25 right now. On Ottawa, it's a 7th rounder. Come on.
Do you think Connor Kurth will be chosen? Honestly, I mean, the odds aren't great at this point, but I would have thought so going into today.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's just not looking good for him. You know, there's only so many picks left. You know,
and we're in the 7th round, so this is where teams usually are like NCDC half point per game kid.
Yeah.
The Chandler Romeo. He is a 6'5" Go JHL player.
Oh my god.
So, yeah, he's going to play for the Hamilton Bulldogs next season. Although his experience is mostly playing for the Brantford Bandits in the GoJ and the Brantford 99ers in the OJHL. He's big.
He's the next Ruchinski.
Okay, to be fair, he played much higher level hockey than Kieran Rushinsky did in his draft year.
He's the next Ruchinski, I'm telling you.
As always, a very lofty projection by David St. Louis.
Yeah. These guys are going to meet in the NHL. Top line defenseman.
They're going to meet in the TELUS Cup. Or is it RBC Cup now? I think it might be RBC, whatever it is. New Jersey takes Zakhar Bardakov. There we go. Anger, physicality, not much else. We talked about him earlier, and I'm trying to save my voice because my throat's just killing me.
We're almost there. So close.
How many picks remain?
17, I believe.
It looks like 20. Yeah, sadness.
Surely it will go quickly.
We still have a lot of players on our board that haven't gone.
Ortiz, Peter Reynolds, Trevor Wong.
Nystrom.
That one I'm really surprised because he played in the SHL. SHL. What did I say? Even Theo Rochette would be a pretty good pick.
I don't think the league likes Theo Rochette.
No, probably not. And there's a bunch of OHLers who didn't play this year, like Denis Goulet.
You mean Denny Gore?
It's a very French pronunciation of his name.
Danny Goulet.
Yeah. I would draft him.
Yeah, same.
Avery A's. I don't know if he got drafted. Braden Kressler. Like those guys.
Why draft players who are good in the OHL when you can draft kids who are good in the Go JHL and also didn't play? Come on. The choice is easy.
Even
Connor Kelly.
Oh, boy.
To Chicago.
So Connor Kelly was not good with the development program at any stage. Pretty underwhelming. And then he went to UMD and was an effective bottom pairing guy for them. That's pretty much it. Maybe he played a little bit more. Maybe I'm misremembering, but he did not catch my eye in any way, shape, or form with UMD. So Calgary.
Arseny Sergeyev. No clue.
No idea.
Is he a goalie?
Yes.
All right. So he's a December 16, 2002 goalie who played in the NAHL this year for the Shreveport Mudbugs, scoring a .936 save percentage. Oh, he played for Sioux Falls he played for Sioux Falls 2 years ago. 2 games.
And that's Shreveport.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. That makes
sense. Are your manners?
Yeah, my bad. Shreveport Mudbugs. Great name. And he's going to UConn next season. So I don't know anything.
Where all Russian college prospects go.
Yeah.
Finns go to Denver or Harvard. Russians go to UConn.
Dylan's nemesis.
Owen McLaughlin to Philly at 206.
Owen McLaughlin, eh? Huh. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. So he played like quite a few. He played a few games with the U18s. He plays for the same team as on that. Who was the kid who was the Rhode Island player? Nate Benoit. Yeah. So they play on the same team, and he was the leading scorer there. Played for the U7, played for the U18s for a little bit. Wasn't any good. Kind of interesting to see. That's all I know. I was very excited to see what he would look like in the U18s, and then I took like one note over 2 games that I watched him.
Always an encouraging sign.
Yeah. Dallas. Who is Dallas going to pick? Is this Trevor Wong season?
It would fit, right? With, Stankoven, Martino. The limit on 7th round picks should be 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Even that seems generous.
Throw a name out there. You already have your list. Just scratch off all the names, then just say who's next.
Or whoever screams the loudest at the draft table for their guy. Just screaming match, and then you make the pick.
Mm-hmm.
Albert Schoberg.
Hits.
Do we have any info on Connor Kurt?
Yeah, we just talked about him a little while ago.
Oh, I zoned out.
Yeah, that's all good. He's just slow and has amazing hands and hits sometimes.
Oh, he's a forechecker, I think. Yeah. That's pretty much his game. Pressure, off puck. And he's going to do the same thing. I think he hits too.
Yep. He had a nice little U18s. Oh, Hank Kemp. There we go. He's a re-entry. He was sort of a second pairing guy for Muskegon. Crazy to think that Muskegon's having all of these defensemen taken over with that. But Kemp is a mediocre skater who occasionally makes a highlight reel pass. Loves to step in and shoot. His shot is really projectable as an above average NHL tool. He's physical, passive a little bit too much. Yeah, he can be a step in and shoot and break up a rush guy on the NHL level. He's a bottom pairing guy, probably number 6, number 7. Fine pick here.
So help me God, if Carolina trades down from a 7th round pick,
they're gonna trade down and get 2 more 7th rounders.
Yeah, I know.
Boston or whatever, ripe for the taking right here because Boston's got those two 7ths.
Yeah.
And Carolina's gonna make sure they drag this out over 15 minutes.
100%. If they'll use a timeout.
And then with those 2 picks, they're going to take 2 goaltenders that no one's ever heard of.
Yeah.
Cam is saying that Lucas Forsell is his favorite pick for the Canucks. That's a bit sad.
Ooh.
Great sign when your favorite pick is Lucas Forsell.
I mean, it should be Klimovich.
It is. Like, he's just in denial.
Yeah.
Here we go. They did not trade the pick. They took
Nikita Goose Listov. Hell of a name.
It's a great name.
Goose Listov.
He's in May 2002, so he's a re-entry. And he played 28 games in the KHL this season for the Sharapovits. And he also played in the MHL for Sharapovits junior team, Almas, where he scored 14 goals in 23 games. Not exactly a profile that elicits excitement, but who knows? I mean, our reviews are just amazing. We're really giving these players some rave reviews right now.
Well, they should just be better.
There's lots of talent still available.
That's my point. Like, the picks should be better. Give me Trevor Wong or give me death.
If he's not picked right now, he will be picked as an overager.
Yeah, I can't imagine how he plays if he doesn't get picked. Knowing what we know about how he plays now, imagine the fury in which he's going to play if he goes undrafted.
He won't be going quietly into the dying light.
No, that's for sure. Peter Reynolds just going to give and go himself into the corner over and over again, though.
It's still baffling that he isn't getting drafted. Like, if you're going to draft someone from the Go GHL, like, do you really think he has more upside and more chance to making the NHL than Peter Reynolds? Like,
yep. I always have so much faith going into the draft. Like, this year, it's going to be different. This year, there are teams that have proven that they know how to take talented players, and they're going to do the right things. And it doesn't happen. Anyway, Florida took Braden Hash at 210. He hits, didn't play this year. And then Robert Flinton, who plays high school hockey in New Hampshire, went to Tampa Bay. He is 6'2", 210 pounds, in case you were wondering.
He scored 9 points in 6 games, going to Dartmouth.
Dartmouth, the hockey vet.
Yeah, that's.
I don't understand why Luke Lewandowski is still sitting here when players like Robert Flinton are being taken.
Same with Jacob Martin hasn't gone yet. Jack Harvey hasn't gone yet. There's so many options everywhere available that just, I don't know.
We already have like 10 players that will be on our next board. Like,
yeah.
Somehow we're going to change the draft eligibility so Ortiz can be eligible for a third go. I guess it'd be his 4th time around, yeah. But yeah, we're D+3 now. Now he's ready to do it. All right, Edmonton. Okay, let's guess the league that they draft out of. The league.
MJHL.
MJHL. I'm thinking USPHL 3 or the USP3HL or whatever it is.
The
I'll go
SPHL.
MHL.
You can't draft players out of the SPHL. This is semi-pro league.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Edmonton has found a way.
Um,
The dudes who that was the FHL, right? Where the dudes hugged and then one guy pulled a beer out of his pants.
That's cool as hell.
Edmonton's gonna take one of those guys. Not even eligible, but who cares? 7th rounder in this wacko draft. Oh, they took Maximus Vonner or Wayner, I think is how they call it. So he played more minutes than Cole Jordan this season for Moose Jaw. If you can believe that. He was on their top pairing alongside Damon Hunt. He's not good, though. He's pretty much just defer to Damon Hunt on literally everything at all times.
Which is the right play.
Yeah, I mean, Damon Hunt is a monster in the WHL, but still. Yeah, not all that impressive. He has the odd moment here or there, but his game is mostly he's very good at letting all of his teammates do the stuff for him. Not an exciting pick in any way, shape, or form. All these teams watch the WHL and they're like, "No, Trevor Wong ain't for us. Can't have that."
This draft, man, is
Of all the players that I thought were going to like slip this late or slip out of the draft entirely, Peter Reynolds and Trevor Wong were not two of the guys I would have picked.
Either.
Like there are guys who we had probably ranked similarly who I would have thought would have gone further down. Kuzman, for example, I thought he had a really good chance of just disappearing down the boards entirely. And yeah, really interesting.
He was at the U18 though.
Yeah, that's true. That's really true.
Andre Gasso.
Oh, yeah. Gasso's big, can find space off puck, and he can hammer it. That's pretty much it.
He can also hammer people.
Yeah, he has some interesting skill flashes, but he was on the NTDP because he played with the other, like, Aiden Hershuk and stuff like that, and so they knew him, and so they brought him on board when the spot from Colby Saganuk opened up. He's an interesting player. He's very much a long-term play, but you can see an outcome where he pots the odd goal or so on the fourth line in the NHL. It requires a significant amount of skating improvement to do it.
Now let's get like 10 timeouts in a row.
Yeah, perfect. That's what I want. That's exactly what I want.
Joe Verbitek.
Who?
Goalie to Montreal.
Oh, Joe Verbitek. Yeah, I recall Joe Verbitek. The North Bay Battalion goaltender. He's 6'6", I think is what he's listed at on Elite Prospects. Obviously, he didn't play this season. Other than that, the invitational thing. Pittsburgh. Who does Pittsburgh take? Spin the wheel. Spin the Liga wheel, or the wheel of leagues.
Yeah.
How many goaltenders over 6'5" were taken today? Like at least 20.
It should be easy enough to figure out. All right, so we have.
Do you have a link for the full draft list?
There's one on Elite Prospects. We have 21 goalies taken so far.
Never heard of that site.
Yeah, and the shortest goaltender was 6'1".
How many was the shortest one?
Yeah, it appears so. And the how many goalies were 6'4" or under, or 6'4" and over?
Daniel Latch to the Penguins. He's awful.
This is they watch Sioux City for Bouillon and they're like, yeah, this is the real Bouillon.
I mean, maybe in the defensive zone exclusively.
9 goalies 6'4" overtaken so far. according to my math, which is probably faulty because counting is challenge.
I need a link, Mitch. I can't find it.
On the Elite Prospects front page. So you go on Elite Prospects, and then it automatically
how do you spell it?
down.
How do you spell Elite Prospects? Okay, I got it. Oh, it's right there. What a wonderful website.
You found it.
I did.
I'm proud of you.
I always believed in him. I always thought David could do it.
There was a lot of doubt. I'm not going to lie.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the player from Norway that was drafted?
Jalen Lupin for Chicago.
He's in our guide, isn't he? Lipin, yeah.
I don't think he's in our guide.
It's Emil Martinsen Lilleberg.
Yeah, we talked about him.
Must have missed him.
Yeah, Lipin is an interesting player. He's just straight to the net, really high pace. Had some really good underlying metrics this season, just like how everyone on Edmonton did. He was their leader in expected goals per 60. Nothing that really suggests a ton of high upside, though. It's mostly just the pace and beat everyone to the net game. Not a ton of finesse. He's also not exceptional in other areas of the game. So it's a fine late pick. You can gamble on his growth this season. He's a D+1. So interesting player. Got a bit of time for him. Boston.
Come on. I'm so hungry. Ty Gallagher.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah, in the 7th round, I'll endorse that.
Yeah, same. He shoots the puck every time he touches it. And then there are some flashes of playmaking skills. Rush defense, not a strength. Transition, not a strength. Skating, not a strength. He can't create many opportunities for himself. He's an interesting player. He's a good bet because...
What is this, a David player description? Like,
he's a good bet.
No future, useless, awful, terrible. Makes me sick to even have to watch him.
He's I like him though. He probably should have been on the tail end of our board.
Oh, it sounds like you'll just love him as a player. I mean, you were effusive in your praise.
That's elite prospects right there. I like him. just
yeah. 5 minutes of every flaw.
I think there's an NHL outcome where he's on the power play just bombing away pucks all game. And he needs to really shore up the defensive side of things. And then David, Kirill Tankov just went.
Wow, okay. I never expected that.
What a name.
He's all rushed off. I found a video of him that's very funny a while back. I thought he was this amazing skater. His speed was so impressive. And then I realized that the video was like speed up by 1.5. And that's why he was flying all over the ice. I don't know who did that. But in terms of ice play, Tankov is all rush offense. So he's going to manipulate defenders with crossovers and then break an offensive zone and shoot. He likes vision. Decision making is a big problem. But skating, handling, they're probably above average. So it's one of the better picks in this 7th round. He's really interesting and entertaining player, and he has potential to add to his game for sure. I didn't watch him a lot this year, though. This is a scouting report from last year. He's an overager.
Was it another I like him, and here's everything wrong with him?
I said I like his handling skating, especially when it's speed up.
When the video playback is 1.5 times, he looks amazing.
The
NHL
he gets the never
back
looks so fast.
quickly after losing it.
But it was not a YouTube video. It's like on some guy's website. I should have known better. Wow. Carolina wins this draft. Like, easy win.
It happened.
Finally, Joel Nystrom. High energy, high level skating, super engaged in the game. You won't be an offensive defenseman in the NHL, but you can play as a number 6. Like, just hold it down and break every play is in transition because he pinches hard and preemptively and he closes his gap fast. I really like him.
All right, we just need Reynolds and Wong and Martin and Harvey to go in these last 5 picks. Is it 5 or 4? 5. The Avs have had a little bit of a fun draft.
The Avs have done well. I want to see the Carolina Hurricanes follow up Joel Nystrom with Christopher Mauricio Ortiz. Just totally lock David in as like their new super fan.
Yeah.
Why did you become a Hurricanes fan? Well, I loved how they drafted their third pair.
Four minutes away from 7 hours.
Wow.
Now we're around.
Lightning speed.
No, they don't draft speed anymore. Nobody? Oh, I thought that was pretty good. Somebody said lightning speed, and I was like, they don't draft for speed anymore.
Who is even speedy in this draft? Like, it's the draft of
Lissell, Zellweger.
Oh, Colorado took Taylor McCarr. Yes,
did they?
Yeah, yes, it's Kale's brother, for those who are wondering.
It's doing a favor season.
Yeah, he's going to UMass. Wow. He's a 2001, by the way. He's big. He hits hard. He likes to rattle the boards a lot. That's pretty much it. Not much more to it. He could become a good checker for UMass.
Yep.
Hey, I'll take a discount, but you have to draft my brother.
Yeah, he would have signed for $9.1 million a year otherwise, and that was how they brought down the AAV.
Yeah. Yep. A more effective usage of that money would just have been to give it to Taylor McCarr.
Truly.
All right, Islanders.
Thomas Machu.
What?
I don't know.
He is a 6'4" defenseman.
Yep, sounds right.
The last 2 picks of the draft are probably going to be the most skilled players remaining, unfortunately. Or the tallest players remaining. Who knows at this stage? All right, 3 more. Come on. Come on, Vegas. Put me out of my misery.
I don't know about this Machu pick. I mean, like, how bad of a Czech defenseman do you have to be to not make their U18 team?
Great question.
You know, like when I saw that he wasn't on the U18 roster, I was like, oh, that's a red flag. That's like, if you're not good enough to make that team, I don't know about you, Machu.
Is this a trend now, drafting players' brothers?
Just family members in general, like doing favors to agents and everything.
We're giving this guy $80 million over the next 8 years, but we need to make sure we draft his brother, as if the money isn't enough in favor.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Vegas, come on, hurry it up. I'm dying over here.
I'm so hungry.
I need to eat, but my throat hurts so much that it hurts to eat. It's sad.
Smoke.
Carl Lindblom.
Goalie, right?
Yeah,
6
goalie.
foot.
You're Gordon. All right. We have Arizona traded for Montreal's pick, which means thank goodness we don't have to see that stupid team pick another pick again. But unfortunately, it's Arizona. So
yeah.
Just yeah, I don't know. Do the thing, Arizona. Come on, you traded for this pick. You better pick now.
Who's living near seagulls?
That would be me. I'm
nice.
by the beach.
Samuel Lipkin. So they watched Chicago and they decided that Lipkin was better than Harvey and Lewandowski.
Sure.
Like, come on.
It's disappointing.
And watch, they'll all be drafted next year, like in the first 3 rounds.
Trevor Wong's going to go Riker Evans mode and going to go in the early second. Peter Reynolds going to have 85 assists next season.
Well,
go in the 4th round.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Actually, it's St. John. He's going to have 35 assists next season. And St. John's going to have an insane amount of talent and still be worse and still be a bad team somehow.
You know why? It's because they don't feed their player good enough food.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
That's right.
All right, Tampa. Pick someone interesting. Don't just pick, I don't know, Cedric Paquette's brother.
You might not get the article on draft grades tonight, really.
No.
We'll see how this goes. I'll do my best.
Yeah, I have a presentation to do tomorrow that I haven't started because I have 0 time. So I need to do both of these things. I'll just work on them back and forth until I get close to the finish line. Come on, Tampa. It's the last pick of the draft.
Last pick.
All right,
Nico Huhtinen.
He's going to Everett. He big and shoots it hard. He's never
Are you seeing the picture on the broadcast?
No, I don't have the broadcast open anymore.
Oh, it's so perfect. He's got like a huge black eye and he's just doing like the Brandon Tanev face. He's like, it rules.
Reese just tweeted, maybe the worst skater I've ever seen.
Of Nico Huhtinen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutist unit.
Is this over?
It's over.
All right. Well, thanks to everyone who tuned in for the Elite Prospects live stream of the 2021 NHL entry draft. I've been JD Burke. These troopers have been Mitch Brown, David St. Louis, and Daniel G. You can find our work on eprinkside.com, where we will be covering the draft and prospects until, I don't know. I mean, we just don't seem to sleep. We just keep covering these prospects in the draft. So whenever you show up, we'll have work, we'll have stuff to read, and we'll have a lot of fun doing it. Thanks so much for your time, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thanks for sticking around. See you, everyone.
Dang, no Jeremy Hansel either. What are these teams on?
Hey, buddy. We stuck it out to the final pick in the draft and just closing up the stream now. All right. Sick. Thanks, dude. Cheers.